Chapter 851, Duel. The space at the center of the arena was a collapsed deeper space. It was the dark and dangerous tertiary space. Even those in the fate state had to tread lightly, since they could perish at any moment. As for the fourth space, it was dangerous even to those in the star state. Weirdly enough, the space was incompatible with the environment, and it looked like a black curtain in midair. To have the courage of entering Goddess Suha's arena was already a sign of strength in the Amir Royal Academy. Only the most distinguished students had the courage and abilities. Normal students would have been killed, even before setting foot into this real arena. Two men were currently fighting in the arena located in the tertiary space. All sorts of battle pets, including dragons, were fighting alongside them. The dragons were popular, and their abilities were comprehensive. It was also easy for them to deal with elements of all classes. They had great defenses and explosive power, being almost immune to deterrent skills. Dragons with rare bloodlines could even subdue enemies with their auras. In addition, a dragon with a great bloodline could collectively deter all enemy pets. All those advantages always made dragons the battle pet warrior's top choice. Demon pets were better in terms of extreme explosive power. Some of them were used for support, some had massive power, and others were skilled assassins that could end a dragon's life with a single attack. Apart from them, the category belonged to the elemental battle pets, which were the largest in number, but they were mostly support pets. The current battle taking place in the tertiary was almost evenly matched. Therefore, it was obvious to see their pets line up. One side had 3 dragons, 2 demon pets, and 4 elemental pets. The 3 dragons had been placed in the vanguard. One of the 2 demon pets imposed fear and mental interference on enemies, and the other one moved unpredictably like a ghost. It was obviously an assassin pet. The other 4 pets were casting all kinds of elemental enhancements and shields. The dazzling elemental waves turned the battlefield into a glamorous oil painting. The opposing lineup included 2 dragons, 3 demon pets, 3 elemental pets, and a combative pet. Combative pets were the most common pets. They had nothing remarkable except their higher-than-average speed and strength. However, surprisingly enough, such a pet was fighting a dragon without being intimidated. Its scales were as hard as those of a dragon. I had long heard that Virgil's combative pet is a special mutant. I didn't know it was true. It's unbelievable. A combative pet is fighting a dragon head-on. Was that combat pet born from a dragon? All the students who were watching the battle outside of the arena were surprised. There was a saying among the battle pet warriors: there are no weak pets, only weak battle pet warriors. However, nobody truly believed that. Some pets had much more advantages than others. If not, what would the students be learning in the academy? Just the offensive skills. Most battles happened between equally strong people. It was rare that one party could crush the other, except when the latter pissed off people they shouldn't have. However, there weren't that many imbeciles in real life. Therefore, most people who fought were evenly matched. That was why the features of their pets and how they were arranged would decide the outcome of the battle. That was what the students had to learn. Some of the elemental pets, when grouped together, were able to crush dragons on the same level. That was exactly a feature buff. Virgil's dragons are all a bit weird. Outside of the arena, Offit's eyes glittered as she realized that the 2 dragons hadn't been developed in a balanced way. Rather, they were extremely inclined to act as tanks. One of the dragons was of the fire class, while the other was a wind type. They looked like explosive pets in every perspective, but all their skills were defensive. They also had a high resistance to relevant elements, and they remained unscathed even when hit. Most shockingly, all 3 demon pets were assassins. They wandered at the edge of the clashes, waiting for opportunities to attack while the dragons and the combative pet resisted the pressure. One of the elemental pets had almost been killed by the 3 sworded demon pets. 3 demon pets attacking 1 elemental pet at the same time was definitely a shameless fighting method. Why do I feel that senior brother Virgil is winning? Mia was stunned by the ever-changing battle. Nobody seemed to be losing, but she had the instincts of a woman. Offit nodded slightly. He has better moves. He must have asked a master trainer to do specialized training and adjustments to his pets. There's also the fact that Virgil is quite strong. It seems that he's been hiding himself. The situation in the arena suddenly changed while they spoke. The three demon pets quickly took action and surrounded the opponent's unpredictable demon pet. They were about to slay it, but then it was suddenly recalled. The three demon pets reacted quickly enough, instantly marching towards the three dragons that had lost an ally and defeated them, crumbling their formation. In the crowd, someone remarked with a casual smile, "Virgil has won." The battle was over in 10 seconds. The green-haired young man who only had 2 dragons won. "Virgil, senior brother Virgil, you have the best combative pet." The crowd cheered for Virgil, who was a famous senior student about to graduate. Another duel took place right after they left the arena. The second duel was even fiercer. The abilities that the two contestants demonstrated were able to shock a lot of the students. They've grasped laws. The man has 2 star state dragons. That's a violation. Which powerful families are they from? I've never seen them before. I heard that they came to our academy in order to get the recommendations for the Universe Geniuses contest. The tertiary space seemed about to be torn apart as the battle in the deeper space got more and more intense, which further excited the audience. All of them wanted to see what the fourth space looked like. They had heard that the space torrents in such environment could kill dragons instantly. "Those guys," Offit narrowed her eyes solemnly. Mia changed her expression multiple times, then looked at her sister Offit with concern. She was too weak to get a recommendation this time. She had signed up for the screening matches and considered them as a chance to practice. However, she knew that her sister was a genius in her family and the whole academy. She was supposed to dazzle everyone, even in the Universe Geniuses contest where all geniuses were gathered. However, the 2 men who had emerged out of nowhere were already strong enough to be listed on the royal rank. They could threaten Offit's position. The battle was soon over, rounds of exclamations ongoing. Both of the men had merged with star state pets and fought with laws, rendering the students shocked and silent. Even the worst student present would still be a genius in the outside world, and all geniuses were proud. Those who were proud would only measure themselves with those who were stronger, not those who were weaker. The 2 strange men who had fought, however, were eye-openers to them. A lot of exceptional guys in the crowd were silent, while their eyes glittered. There's something, but that's it. Do they think they deserve recommendations? A young man with white long hair chuckled in the crowd. He was as handsome as a god and reflected arrogance in his eyes despite the smile on his lips. Another young man, who was holding an orange cat, smiled and said, "They're not bad. Do you think everybody is a monster who has grasped 5 laws before reaching the star state like you? Highly unlikely." The white-haired young man said casually, "Who told you it's 5? I've accidentally grasped another one. I'll show it to you if there's a chance." "What the heck?" The young man who held the orange cat shrieked, "Accidentally. Damn, I don't deserve to have such a monster like you as a friend." "Yes, you do," said the white-haired young man solemnly. The other young man. Suddenly, a man flew to the arena. He wore a golden robe and a crown, looking like an ancient emperor. He stood in the tertiary space. His astral power staved off the undercurrents of space with ease. "I am Yuan Feng. I heard that all the geniuses on the royal rank are unparalleled. I would like to challenge them. Are any of them here?" said the young man gracefully. All the students seethed with excitement and whispered, "That guy is so arrogant. He dares to challenge the warriors on the royal rank. Where is he from? I don't know him. He sounds rather confident." "Yuan Feng, I know a Yuan family. I heard it's a long-standing family. They are masters of 3 planets." Another competitor for the recommendations. Tusk. I feel like we're watching the Universe Geniuses contest in advance." Whoosh. A man suddenly stepped out while they whispered, shooting into the deeper space of the arena like a sharp arrow. He was a brawny young man who had glittering eyes and bulging muscles. Space was torn apart underneath his feet, and a bloody lion strode out, roaring aggressively. He's the Blood Lion King, who ranks 9th on the royal rank. Tusk, the 9th of the royal rank. The man from the Yuan family will be beaten blue. Yuan Feng must be thinking, is there still time for me to quit? And the Blood Lion King will say, prepare to tremble, mortal. All the students were whispering and cheering. Someone had even roared the Blood Lion King's name to cheer for him. That your classmate, outside of the arena, Mia looked at Offit. Offit put on a smile and said, he's always been too impatient. Let's find out if he's made any progress. The battle began in the arena while the audience laughed and cheered. In the meantime, a couple of men were drawing close unhurriedly. They were none other than Alan, Su Ping, and the rest of the group. Goddess Suha's arena is right there. Everyone seems to be here. Have they already run out of patience? Xingyu Shen'er introduced the place to Su Ping and the other members of the alliance. The mentors next to Alan, however, squinted and smiled. Chapter 852, 9 Candidates. It's President Alan. President Alan is here. He actually taught an Ascendant State student. Outside of Goddess Suha's arena, many men with remarkable auras noticed Alan and the others who were approaching. All of them looked at the newcomers earnestly and respectfully. A lot of keen students also noticed the new arrivals and turned their heads, immediately cheering when they saw Alan. President Alan. President Alan is here. More and more students turned their heads because of the commotion, not even caring to watch the spectacular battle in the arena. Even the students of the Amir Royal Academy would hardly have a chance to meet him. He was a legendary figure. Mr. President. I didn't expect that Mr. President would come in person. Some guys in the crowd looked at him with awe and passion. For them, the Star State was not their goal, but a stage they would eventually cross. Their purpose was to reach the Star Lord State or the Ascendant State. Offit raised her head, her eyes dead earnest. She craved to reach the Ascendant State, but she had never mentioned it to anyone, because she hadn't shown enough talent for her to achieve her dream. She would only be laughed at if she spoke with anyone about it. However, they wouldn't mock her if she stated that her goal was to become a Star Lord, because she had a clear chance of achieving it. However, she didn't want to just become a Star Lord. The leader of the Layefa family was a Star Lord. Although she belonged to the Layefa family, she was tired of such a life. She didn't want to just become a Star Lord. Huh! An exclamation was heard just then. Offit couldn't help but turn around, only to see Mia rubbing her eyes in shock, as if unable to believe her eyes. What's wrong? Offit was puzzled, as it was rather disrespectful to behave like that after seeing President Allen. The man next to President Allen looks familiar. Isn't he Boss Su? Mia quickly blinked her eyes. At first she thought her eyes were deceiving her, but then she finally confirmed that the man was exactly the boss of that store. The person had the same hair color, height, and aura. He even wore the same expression as she remembered. There couldn't have been two people with such an uncanny resemblance. She soon remembered that Su Ping was a Grandmaster trainer. Even Star Lords had to treat him courteously. Was he invited to help students train their pets? The idea flashed in her head and made her feel excited. She had witnessed his training expertise. The man was undoubtedly the fastest and most effective trainer she had ever seen. She wouldn't have been qualified to ask for a master trainer under normal circumstances, not to mention a Grandmaster trainer, to train pets for her. Who's Boss Su? Asked Offit in confusion. Mia came back to herself and said excitedly, Sister Offit, look at the black-haired man over there. He's the Grandmaster trainer I told you, and the person who warned us back in the Divine Residence. I didn't expect that he would be invited here. Fantastic. The President must have invited him to help those listed on the royal rank such as yourself. You're lucky. Stunned, Offit's eyes moved and instantly saw Su Ping as well as her. She was instantly frozen. Xingyu Shen'er. Wasn't she on the top of the royal rank for ages? Is he the Grandmaster trainer you mentioned? He looks rather young, said Offit, withdrawing her gaze and clenching her fists. Mia said yes, Boss Su must have changed his appearance. In any case, he is undoubtedly a Grandmaster trainer. Offit nodded solemnly, that's true. Being a Grandmaster trainer, most Star State people would act respectfully before him. She wouldn't dare do otherwise either. However, why did Xingyu Shen'er come back? Didn't she graduate a long time ago? Offit's eyes flashed. She couldn't help but look at the girl again. For hundreds of years, many male students had been fighting for the top place on the royal rank, but nobody had ever broken the girl's record. She had dwarfed countless males. She was one of Offit's role models. President Allen. Yuan Zai pays respects to you, Mr. Allen. I've heard so much about you. Many people flew over and paid their respects. Most of them were Star Lords. Star State warriors were not qualified to meet him. Allen smiled and said, how did the communication go? Have the candidates been chosen? Mr. President, duels are being conducted for the selection as we speak. Those who make it to the top 10 of the royal rank will receive recommendations. So far, nobody has challenged the top 5. Getting recommendations is basically a given for them, said a mentor respectfully. The other people's expressions changed slightly. Indeed, the top 5 geniuses on the royal rank were strong and had powerful backgrounds. Their backers would be enraged if they were beaten. It was also difficult to beat them, as they had not secured their rankings merely with their background. The top 5 on the rank were all super geniuses among hundreds of billions of people. There might not be one of them in dozens of planets. They were extremely rare. So, you're going to fight for the remaining 4 recommendations. Allen nodded and looked at them. 4 recommendations? An old Star Lord asked in confusion, shouldn't there be 5? Allen smiled and said, there were 10 recommendations, but one of them has been given to this young man. You can distribute the other 9. Everybody looked at Su Ping, only to be surprised. He reserved a recommendation directly through the president. Who is he? They didn't dare to scan him too blatantly, but a subtle investigation suggested that Su Ping was indeed just in the Star State. I asked the president for one recommendation. Xingyu Shen'er suddenly stood in front of Su Ping, blocking everybody else's eyesight. All of you have a lot of connections. You can always cut in line again, even if you miss the screening phase. It's better to let your juniors get more practice in the screening matches. Some frowned when they saw Xingyu Shen'er, as they didn't know her, but then more people recognized her and became shocked. The genius who became famous in the Amir Royal Academy decades earlier had turned into a Star Lord. What has she been eating to grow so fast? It is said that she's from an ascendant state family. Once they thought about that, many people dropped their dissatisfaction and wore bitter smiles. If you think practice is good, why don't you let the young man next to you do that? Isn't it a waste of time? Time was extremely precious for geniuses. It was pointless for them to fight the worthless garbage. Those who didn't know Xingyu Shen'er frowned, but they held back their fury when they saw that Allen was smiling in silence, knowing that she surely had a powerful background. Exclamations began to spread out in the arena. Very soon, the ongoing battles ended. Allen looked at the arena and smiled. Let's go and check out the growth of our kids. Nobody disagreed, all of them followed him. However, many were looking at Su Ping with unfriendly eyes, thinking that they had just been robbed of a spot for the recommendations. The students near the arena became more excited after President Allen and the others arrived. The host resumed the matches at that point. A student rushed out from the crowd and proudly entered the arena. Let me. The Golden Dragon Warrior. He's Heskranton. The 6th on the royal rank, he's here to show off. Let the foreign competitors see what kind of geniuses our academy has. Everybody outside the arena was cheering. A dozen men were also watching close to the stage. Some of them changed their expressions and frowned. The rest of them remained calm. Let me deal with him, said a sexy woman. She wore knight armor that highlighted her breasts and bottom and was carrying a sword. She summoned a unicorn dragon as a mount. She's from the Night King's family. I heard that she's the eldest daughter from a Night King family. She grew up in a mysterious realm of theirs and has never studied in any academy. She's unimaginably strong. Humph, they're nothing in front of the Golden Dragon Warrior. All the students cheered for the Golden Dragon Warrior. The female knight in the arena, however, remained calm. They instantly summoned their pets and fought fiercely. What shocked the audience was that both of them had mastered laws. They were in the fate state, and still they had mastered the power of laws and fought in the tertiary space. Their pets were in the star state too and were very strong. It was clearly an ultimate star state battle. Is that the performance of a top 10 genius of our academy? Mia mumbled to herself. Offit frowned solemnly. It was of note that she was also on the royal rank. She held the 7th place. She was already at a high position in the Emir Royal Academy. Countless people looked up to her. Her standing on the royal rank even influenced the Layafa families standing in Sylvie. She had received the attention of many forces that had joined her family due to her potential. However, the battle she was witnessing was too fierce. Offit almost felt as if they weren't fighting for the recommendations, but the championship of Sylvie. The fact was that more than 100 billion people would be screened out in every contest. A few minutes later, the tertiary space was torn apart. The two warriors reached the 4th space of the arena, where the battle ended half a minute later. Surprisingly, the winner was the female knight. The Golden Dragon Knight had been crushed. His golden armor was ragged, and his pets were heavily wounded. The cheering students instantly fell quiet when they watched the female knight return triumphantly. Many mentors looked at Alan awkwardly. After all, it was an embarrassing sight for their own student to be beaten so badly. Alan, however, smiled and wasn't upset at all. He had been in the ascendant state for a long time. Such trivia would no longer disturb his peace. Humph, useless garbage. In the crowd, the white-haired young man snorted and flashed from the crowd to the arena. The audience were excited again by his appearance. Silver Lord, who ranks 3rd on the royal rank. Silver Lord, he's my favorite. I've already fallen for him, he's so handsome. I'm wet. A lot of girls were crying. They might be geniuses, but Silver Lord was a genius among geniuses, a monster who ranked 3rd on the royal rank. The Star Lords from other organizations changed their expression and looked solemn when they saw him appear. Outside of the arena, a pair of the formerly casual-looking men frowned. Who's going to fight me? The white-haired young man coldly announced from the arena, just like a king. Even though he was only in the fate state, he had indeed shown the potential of a king. The students then looked at the outsiders who were there for the recommendations. The latter hesitated, not daring to challenge him. Humph, nobody, said the white-haired young man with a sneer. The frowning guys next to the arena remained silent. Moments passed, but no one responded to the challenge. The host had to declare the white-haired young man as the winner. The Golden Dragon Warrior had been defeated earlier, but then Silver Lord intimidated the competition. He had won pride for his academy again. Next up, other geniuses that weren't on the royal rank appeared and fought each other. Some fought the outsiders. 10 names were finally settled in the end. Only the 5th place was pushed down from the top 5 on the royal rank. The other 4 won by default. No one challenged them. The former 5th place was pushed back to 9th place and nearly lost the qualification. The rest of the candidates were the outsiders, including the female knight. There were 10 of them in total. Offit took part in the match too, but was defeated by a strong and confident outsider. He had grasped 4 laws and caught Offit unprepared. The announcer received a message when he was about to announce the candidates for the recommendations. He turned around to look at Alan and was stunned for a moment, since he instantly recognized Xingyu Shenner. He wasn't expecting that Michelle's famous genius would return. He held back his surprise and made an announcement. The 9 of you will receive recommendations from our academy. You will directly participate in Sylvie's galactic matches of the Universe Geniuses contest. The young man at the left end of the line was stunned and couldn't help but look at him. Sir, are you sure? What about me? Chapter 853, One Punch. Sorry, there are only 9 recommendations left. You missed out. However, it shouldn't be a problem for you to pass the screening phase and move on to the galactic matches. Keep it up. The announcer instantly comforted him. The stunned young man couldn't help but ask, shouldn't there be 10 recommendations? I fought hard for one, even my pets were wounded. And yet, you're telling me there aren't any recommendations left. The other 9 candidates were equally puzzled. Why would one of the 10 recommendations be missing? The student ranked 5th on the royal rank, who ended up in 9th place after the duels, felt sympathetic for the guy and lucky for himself. He could have been eliminated if he would have ended in a lower rank. Koro just let it go. A tall and strong Star Lord flew close inside. Leader, about that. The young man looked at his family leader with confusion and repressed fury. He felt tricked. One of the recommendations was just given away. We were just unlucky, said the family leader solemnly. He was also frustrated and angry, but he was mindful of his status. He didn't dare to disrespect the Emir Royal Academy. He had to hold back his fury, no matter how furious he was. He wasn't an ascendant anyway. It was just given away. The other 9 candidates were also surprised, wondering who had gotten the recommendation directly from the president. All the competitors present had Star Lords backing them. Who got it? With wrath in his eyes, Koro looked around and noticed Alan's followers. He quickly focused his attention on Su Ping. The reason was simple. Su Ping was too eye-catching, being a Fate State warrior standing next to Star State experts. It's him. Koro gritted his teeth in fury. The recommendation wasn't that important. Just like the announcer said, he could always distinguish himself in the screening matches. However, he didn't like that feeling of failure. He had always gotten everything he wanted since birth. Nobody was allowed to take what belonged to him. Don't make a fuss. The family leader frowned. He sympathized with Koro, but it would be pointless to offend that young man who had gotten the spot through his connection with Xingyu Shenner. I challenge you to a duel. Koro couldn't hold it any longer and soared to the sky. The family leader changed his expression and snapped, "Don't make a scene. I've already won. Why must I give away my recommendation to him? They can't take away what's mine just like that." Koro gnashed his teeth. The family leader was gloomy and began to feel a headache. That young man was strong, but he was truly terrible at reading the environment. Even if the person who had snatched his recommendation was weak, his background was still too powerful. It seemed that the family had spoiled him rotten. He was completely out of touch with how the world functioned. The family leader decided to teach him a good lesson to fix his personality after they returned, as most geniuses had died because of arrogance. Everyone turned and noticed Su Ping, who was next to Alan, after hearing what Koro said. Su Ping was the only one in the Fate State next to Alan. The others were either in the Star State or were Star Lords. The other 9 guys who received the recommendations glanced at him too, but they soon lost interest in him. Outside of the arena, Mia was quite shocked by the turn of events. He's going to challenge Boss Su. How is Boss Su involved in this? Did Boss Su receive the recommendation? Offit, who stood by her side, was also confused. Her clothes had been ruined in battle, but she had donned a set of golden armor to cover it up. This accentuated her amazing body curve. Xingyu Shenner, who stood next to Su Ping, couldn't help but laugh. The close-by instructors couldn't help but look at him. They all knew full well that the recommendation had indeed been taken by that young man. They wondered why she was in the mood to laugh when the young man was being challenged. While Koro was the last of the 10 candidates, he wasn't that much weaker, except when compared with the geniuses ranked at the very top. He's truly naive. He wants to challenge Brother Heaven Destroyer. He's probably never heard of him. I think he'll tremble with fear when he hears Brother Heaven Destroyer's awe-inspiring name. Should we make a bet? On what? Whether it'll take Brother Heaven Destroyer 3 seconds to finish the battle, or 10 seconds. Well, that's too insulting. I bet on 3 seconds. Me too. Brother Heaven Destroyer has always kept a low profile. I don't think he'll do his best. I'll be betting on 10 seconds just to be safe. Have you no respect for Brother Heaven Destroyer? You don't have a 1-second option. Brother Heaven Destroyer will definitely be a 1-second man when fighting someone of his level. The Alliance of Stars members discussed heatedly in Xingyu Shenner's small world. Su Ping was outside of the small world and couldn't hear them. He only saw that Xingyu Shenner was laughing so hard she could hardly catch her breath. What's so funny? Su Ping didn't know what to say. Do you dare accept my challenge? The recommendation will be the winner's prize. Koro was even more infuriated given that Su Ping was ignoring his challenge. Su Ping felt like he had been bitten by a rabid dog. Why are you accusing me of stealing your recommendation? Fine, your instinct is spot on. It was me. I don't think a duel is really necessary, is it? Said Su Ping helplessly. Everybody was stunned upon hearing that, including the students outside the arena. They didn't expect Su Ping to cower so openly in front of a challenger. All the instructors glanced at Su Ping, wondering why the young man backed by Xingyu Shenner was that cowardly. Xingyu Shenner herself would have challenged anyone who would have looked at him disrespectfully, let alone someone directly asking for a duel. Everybody knew she had been an aggressive little devil that defeated and subdued all the geniuses in the academy. And yet, that unknown young man had an entirely different personality in comparison. He was that much of a coward. Are you scared? Koro laughed and said, if you're this weak, what's the point of even getting the recommendation? Might as well just give it to me. The nearby family leader no longer tried to stop him. He didn't expect Su Ping to retreat either. He could only heave a sigh, planning to teach Koro some more after seeing his arrogant ways. However, it was impossible to unsay what had been said. He wondered if they could actually get the recommendation at that point. Scared? Before Su Ping said anything, the previously laughing Xingyu Shenner became rigid and smiled. What is there to be afraid of? We don't accept your challenge because you don't deserve it. Who is she? She is Xingyu Shenner. The person who established a record decades ago. You can't be serious. Wait, I just checked. It really is her. She's back, she has a small world. Is she a Star Lord too? Seriously, how long has it been since her graduation? It's said that she reached the star state right after graduating. It only took her a few decades to become a Star Lord. She's so arrogant to be declining a challenge and calling him unworthy. Koro is already a genius in his level. He's as strong as some of the early Star State warriors. I've long heard that she is extremely conceited. The rumors were true. All the students were shocked by Xingyu Shenner's level. A student who had graduated merely decades earlier had become a Star Lord. It was almost like a regular college student becoming a billionaire a few years after graduation. You? Koro's face quickly changed after hearing such exclamations. The small world next to Xingyu Shenner indicated that she was obviously a Star Lord. He was too intimidated to offend such a monster. Even his family leader would have to lower his head in front of her. Both were Star Lords, but that girl was a genius. Are you only capable of hiding behind a woman? Koro gritted his teeth, only being able to transfer his fury onto Su Ping. Su Ping was lost for words, feeling that the man was an idiot who knew nothing but training. Little did the man know that strength was not the only thing that mattered. Even if he was stronger than someone else, he would have to kneel if his opponent was from a powerful background. Su Ping simply said, "Let's do it then." He then flashed over and stood before Koro. Koro didn't expect the flash, nor did the family leader next to them. They didn't realize that Su Ping would be that arrogant to be willing to go for a melee battle. Good one? Koro became incensed in a blink, immediately unleashing his astral power. Su Ping then blinked 10 meters away from him, and then returned when the latter was about to summon his battle pet. He didn't flash a second time, because Koro had already locked the space around him. Su Ping was capable of tearing it apart, but he was too lazy to do that. Whoosh! Su Ping laid his hand on Koro's neck and then smashed him down. There was a bam, the ground of the arena fell apart. But the next moment, a stream of astral power and a furious roar burst out. Koro dashed out of the dust and looked around. His eyes turned bloodshot when he saw Su Ping standing in midair. Huh, Su Ping frowned. He had already gone easy on the man, yet the guy didn't realize the gap between them. 3 of the 9 winning candidates changed their expression. They frowned and gazed at Su Ping. The other 6 of them were completely shocked. None of them expected Su Ping to suppress Koro that easily, without using his pet. Merge! Koro merged with a dragon. He was enraged to see no pets around Su Ping, so he didn't summon his other pets. He simply charged at the opponent. Su Ping raised his hand. His fingers glowed dazzlingly in the blink of an eye. The golden light emanated a surge of energy like sunlight. He seemed to have grabbed a sun when he clenched his fist, and a blood-curdling feeling was spread out. Phew! Su Ping suddenly waved his fist. A golden aura arose from an ancient deep void and was pushed forward. The fast-approaching Koro was suddenly woken up, as if doused by cold water. He had an ominous feeling. All he could see was the invincible and dazzling fist aura. His fury had already been discarded. He was completely stunned and could go by instinct to defend himself. The fist aura brushed past Koro and entered the void in the rear of the arena. There was no sound, but the void seemed to be shaking. Even the primary space was shaking a bit. Well, all the instructors next to Alan had different expressions. A power that could influence the shallower spaces from within the deeper spaces. How violent was it? If it had hit the primary space, half of the academy might have been ruined. That punch seemed to contain 10 laws. All the Star Lords who had shown up for recommendations were frightened. Someone in the Fate state had grasped 10 laws. If he could perfectly combine the 10 laws, he might already have an opportunity to become a Star Lord. What kind of monster is he? The punch was soundless and rendered everyone silent at the venue. The students outside of the arena were no ordinary battle pet warriors. They all had keen eyes. None were able to tell how many laws Su Ping's punch contained, but they sensed how horrifying it was. It seemed that the fist aura could suppress and erase everything. It made them feel like ants. Boss Su. Outside of the arena, Mia was stunned. She opened her mouth, completely dumbfounded. Was he really the boss Su she knew? She suddenly remembered how Su Ping had defeated 3-star state experts on Rhea outside his store. Su Ping was asking for a recommendation, and yet he had defeated star state experts. Doesn't that mean that he's never concealed himself? However, Mia remembered that Su Ping seemed to only be in the void state when he defeated them. Mia felt goosebumps all over her body and her blood was freezing upon thinking that. She turned around and looked at Offit, who was the most eye-catching genius in her family. However, compared to Boss Su, it seemed that she was just an ordinary person. Chapter 854, S-Rated Mysterious Realm. Offit looked at the scene in shock and asked Mia, "Is he the Grandmaster Trainer you mentioned?" Mia smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't expect this either. Training pets is probably just his hobby." His hobby? Offit widened her eyes, lost for words. Many people worked their entire lives and failed to become Grandmaster Trainers. And yet, it was only a hobby for that guy. To top it off, he was a horrifying monster whether or not it was his main career. He had a horrifying combat ability for being someone below the star state. Plus, he was a Grandmaster Trainer. Offit found it unbelievable. In the arena, the 9 candidates changed their expressions, including the 3 who had always remained poised. They looked at the void inside the arena and found that the cracks in the 4th space were healing. He had punched all the way into the 4th space, and the aftermath of the punch was too much to bear for someone in the star state. The previously heated arena suddenly fell quiet. Su Ping retreated his fist and slightly shook his head at Koro. He then returned to where Xingyu Shener was. Koro felt like an enormous shadow had just moved away as Su Ping left, just like a mountain. He shivered after the pressure was gone. He opened up his mouth, only to come up with nothing. He was too frightened to believe that the guy was in the fate state. Su Ping's punch even shocked a lot of instructors. Everyone had finally realized why the president had directly handed him a recommendation. He would have won a recommendation easily if he had participated in the competitions, considering his strength. Even the Oasis Dragon King, the one at the top of the royal rank, might have been defeated. Brother Heaven Destroyer is as domineering as always. As expected, Brother Heaven Destroyer has become even stronger with the fruits of law. He probably can suppress the genius we met in the divine residence should he meet him again. Tusk. I didn't expect I would have the fortune to be in the same alliance Brother Heaven Destroyer is. He will surely become a Star Lord someday. He's too strong. I feel like I'm witnessing the rise of an astonishing genius, one who will distinguish himself in this universe geniuses contest. I think it's almost certain that Brother Heaven Destroyer will make it to the finals. In the small world, members of the Alliance of Star were glowing with excitement. They weren't jealous at all, because Su Ping was evidently better than most of them. He was stronger than most of them, even while being in the void state. He became even stronger after reaching the fate state. Monsters such as him could only be dealt with by the super geniuses born in ascendant state organizations. There were too many star state experts in the Federation. Nobody would remember all their names. But Su Ping was different. Even if he would soon decline, people would still remember him as a genius. Xingyu Shener's eyes glittered. She felt she had found the right person. Su Ping had shown the strength of an advanced star state warrior while still not giving his all. He was only in the fate state, yet he was as good as those at the peak of the star state. He had broken her record. If he were to challenge everybody that had been listed on the royal rank, he would definitely have a chance to reach the top. However, she didn't think it was necessary. After all, standing out in the Universe Geniuses contest would be a much better proof of his capabilities. "The man you found is not bad," said Alan, who was nearby, when Su Ping returned. All the instructors were shocked. Su Ping was definitely a genius, to receive praise like that from an ascendant state expert. They wore complicated expressions. They had felt uncomfortable when Xingyu Shener asked for a recommendation for him, but now he seemed absolutely qualified. They had also been teaching at the academy for hundreds if not thousands of years, and they had seen countless geniuses. However, there had never been one like Su Ping. If he were a student in their academy, he would be bound to grow up as another super prodigy like Xingyu Shener. He would certainly become a Star Lord. After all, Su Ping was definitely capable of rising to high places in Sylvie. It would be easy for him to become a Star Lord if he managed to win the appreciation of an Ascendant and was recruited as a disciple. His future would certainly be smooth after that. If he made it to the finals, he would even have a chance of reaching the Ascendant state. Where is this monster from? I've never seen him before. I've never heard of this guy in the nearby solar systems. Has he been raised in secret by some family? I don't know. He came with Xingyu Shener. Is he her brother? The other men who had come for recommendations observed Su Ping and committed his image to memory. They would add him to their familial databases so that nobody in their corporations would mess up with him. Apologize to him right now. I've already told you that there's always someone out there who's stronger than you. Just polish yourself in the screening matches after this failure," reprimanded the family leader after he flew closer to Koro. He was scared of Su Ping's potential. Koro sobered up and gritted his teeth. "Do I have to apologize to someone in public?" He caved in after some hesitation. He flew to where Su Ping was, then bowed in the humblest manner as taught by his family. "I've lost. Receive my apology for my reckless affront." Reckless affront? Su Ping thought of something and said, "You could have been more reckless, right?" Kara was confused. Su Ping smiled and said, "It's nothing." Koro slightly gritted his teeth and meant to declare that he would catch up, but he didn't say it out loud. He felt more frustrated than ever. The final candidates were confirmed after the incident. Su Ping cemented his win and got one of the 10 recommendations. He and the other 9 candidates returned to the president's manor, along with the instructors and Xingyu Shenner. Once they were settled in the hall, a mentor stood in front of everybody and announced coldly and solemnly, "The screening matches for the Universe Geniuses contest have begun in every galaxy and every planet. Different planets have different quotas. The elimination rounds on planets, solar systems, and galaxies will take 3 months in total. The 10 of you will be exempted from those matches. You will take part in the galactic matches at the end, where you will fight the other contestants who pass the screening matches. There will be 10,000 contestants in total. Only the top 100 of the 10,000 contestants will be qualified to participate in the regional match on behalf of Sylvie. If you make it to the top 100 of the Golden Star Zone, you will go to the finals of the Federation as the regional representatives. Your performance will be live-streamed across the universe. We're hoping that you can pass the qualifiers in our galaxy and enter the regional match in the Golden Star Zone. Then, you'll set out as representatives of the Golden Star Zone and defeat geniuses from the other star zones. All your performances will be watched by Ascendant State Masters. Those who enter the regionals may even garner the attention of Celestial State experts. Therefore, you must practice harder and ensure you're in your best condition. Don't let anything affect your performance in battle, since it will decide your future." He gave a sharp stare to everyone present, but he became less solemn when he looked at Su Ping. His punch had left a deep impression on him. Given his experience in previous contests, it wouldn't be a problem for him to enter the regional matches. However, it would be a tall order for the others. All of them were geniuses among geniuses from hundreds of planets, but the universe had an impossibly numerous population. They could be eclipsed even after distinguishing themselves amongst billions of people, because there was always someone who was better. Everyone became solemn after hearing what the instructor had said. Su Ping was also left in deep thought too. To be honest, Su Ping had signed up for the Universe Geniuses contest without knowing the rules. However, he finally had the general idea after the instructor's briefing. As it turned out, they could directly go to Sylvie's galactic match with the recommendations from the Emir Royal Academy, but that was just the first step. They had to win the galactic match on their own in order to be recommended to compete in the Golden Star Zone. The Golden Star Zone was one of the 9 star zones in the Federation. Each star zone contained dozens of galaxies, such as Sylvie. Some even had 100 galaxies. They had thousands of planetary systems and countless worlds. "We'll take you to a place where you'll have a chance to train yourselves during the 2.5 months the screening matches will take. That will be your last chance to make some self-improvements," the instructor said solemnly. "It's an S-rated mysterious realm. The candidates recommended by other academies will also go there. I hope you'll seize the opportunity to better consolidate yourselves." An S-rated mysterious realm. Many people's eyes glittered. Su Ping was actually surprised to hear that. S-rated mysterious realms were very precious. Most of them were owned by Ascendant State experts. Ascendants would often fight to claim SS mysterious realms. This was impossible at times because they were usually controlled by Celestials. As for the SSS mysterious realms, which were the rarest, they contained infinite secrets and treasures that even Celestials would have difficulty getting them all. Su Ping realized something. No wonder these recommendations are in such a high demand. So, getting one can help you skip the screening phase and give you a chance to enter an S-rated mysterious realm. No wonder the reckless guy just now was so competitive. Now, do you have any questions? Feel free to ask. You can go and say your goodbyes to your families. We shall meet here in 3 days to send you off to the mysterious realm, said the instructor. Sir, what mysterious realm will it be? I'd like to look for relevant information first, said a young man at the center. The instructor said, It's called the Illusionary God Monument Mysterious Realm. You must have heard of it. It is said that those who crack all the monuments can inherit the mysterious realm. However, they've already been cracked by an Ascendant Senior. You can only challenge the monuments if you go there. There will no longer be a chance to inherit the mysterious realm. So, the Illusionary God Monument Mysterious Realm. All the others were enlightened and hopeful. However, Su Ping was puzzled, but he didn't ask. He could always look it up or consult with Xingyu Shenner. "Sir, will the Academy provide training resources for us while we're there?" asked a student on the royal rank. She was a beautiful woman who looked neither cold nor condescending. Instead, she wore a gentle and approachable smile. The instructor smiled and said, "Of course, the Academy will provide fundamental training resources of the highest quality. If you need any special resources, you can exchange for them with points depending on your performance. The stronger you are, the more resources you'll get." Got it. Following that, a few other people asked more training questions and about the challenge. The instructor was forthcoming, clearing all their doubts. The latter then asked them to wait until they reached the mysterious realm. All their remaining questions would be answered. "All of you are being recommended by this academy. You represent our dignity. I hope that you work hard." President Allen concluded with an encouraging smile. "Keep it up, everybody." "Yes, sir. We will follow your instructions, President." His short concluding remark left everyone in high spirits. They were clearly more enthused than when the instructor was speaking. Even the unruly geniuses behaved in a docile manner while they were before him, without showing any prideful stances. After all, the geniuses present already had the potential of becoming Star Lords, but it remained unknown whether or not they could reach the ascendant state. It was even safe to say that the odds of success were high. Ascendant state warriors were big shots in the entire Federation. They were at the top of the pyramid. After the encouragement, Allen dismissed everybody and sent them home. Su Ping later found Xingyu Shenner. They left the president's manor and rushed to the campus. "I've found most of the materials you need. However, one of them is still missing. I'm still searching for it. Given more time, I should be able to find it," Xingyu Shenner said to Su Ping. After a moment of shock, Su Ping said in delight, "Thank you so much." Chapter 855, Making Friends. "No need to thank me, it's no biggie." Xingyu Shenner smiled proudly. Then she asked curiously, "Are you going to use those materials for training?" She was quite curious. In her eyes, Su Ping was already at the upper limit of the fate state. It would be impossible for him to make further improvements without advancing to a higher level. "Yes, to polish my body." Su Ping nodded, not being secretive about it. After all, she had just done him a big favor. "That explains a lot." Xingyu Shenner was even more surprised. Did Su Ping want to reach the limits in every aspect? She sensed that he already had an ocean of astral power inside his body. It was immensely larger and purer than that of many in the star state. Su Ping also wants to achieve the best condition in body tempering. Her eyes glittered. She secretly remembered the materials Su Ping asked her to find. She could later try to figure out what technique required them. She wasn't maliciously trying to figure this out. She was merely curious about the body tempering technique that Su Ping practiced. "So, it seems that your combat ability can further improve." Xingyu Shenner didn't know what to say, as Su Ping was already a genius among geniuses. He truly had a chance of winning the finals. Su Ping gave her a slight nod. He was thinking about the Illusionary God Monument Mysterious Realm. He was currently only missing one material for the third level of the Solar Bulwark. Should I start looking for the fourth level materials? He could already turn into a little golden crow while in the second level of the Solar Bulwark. He would be a young golden crow in the third level, and his body would be as hard as a star state demon. Demons were definitely the sturdiest of all creatures in their rank. Nobody in the star state would be able to hurt him, according to the cultivation system that humankind had established. That is, unless a Star Lord stepped in and attacked him with the power of faith, which was on another level. On the other hand, the fourth level of the solar bulwark would be as good as that of a Star Lord. He would have the ability to suppress many Star Lords with his physical strength, once a minor universe of the Golden Crows was born in his body. The more he thought about it, the more tempted he became. He then told Xingyu Shen'er about the materials he needed for the fourth level of the solar bulwark after some deliberation. He wanted more of her help. He wasn't worried that she might steal the technique from him after learning the list of materials. The materials themselves only worked as support for his training. Only he had the method for the solar bulwark. Even taking the materials hundreds of times would be in vain without the method. Was it possible that she could infer his technique based on the materials? Su Ping wasn't at all anxious. He had learned from the system that it was a long-lost technique that probably wasn't recorded in the federal database. Even if it was probably among the most classified documents. After all, the seventh level of the solar bulwark was beyond the celestial state. You need more materials. Xingyu Shen'er was stunned to receive another bunch of names from Su Ping, but she soon relaxed. She then said with glittering eyes, "Don't worry, I'm on it. I'm eager to find out how far you can reach in this Universe Geniuses contest. Years ago, I made it to the top 100 in my star zone and was quickly eliminated in the finals. You're slightly stronger than me and may become one of the top 10 in the finals." The members of the Alliance of Star currently in her small world were completely shocked. They didn't know that Xingyu Shen'er had entered the finals years before. They were too devoted to their own cultivation to pay attention to the contest. No wonder Xingyu Shen'er had become a Star Lord. It was true that every Star Lord had been awesome in the past. I'll help Brother Heaven Destroyer look for it too. I'll tell my herb suppliers and ask them to pay attention. Won't Brother Heaven Destroyer become even stronger if he acquires those materials? He may indeed reach a top 10 spot in the finals. All the Alliance members made similar comments. Su Ping felt quite happy, seeing that they were glad to help, but he secretly disapproved of what they said. He wouldn't just be among the top 10 if he did get the materials for the fourth level. He was confident of easily becoming the champion. After all, he didn't think that there would be any other Fate State contestant able to kill a Star Lord. That would be completely unreasonable. But of course, Su Ping himself was already unreasonable and unbelievable in the eyes of ordinary people. Well, time flew. Xingyu Shen'er took Su Ping and the members of the Alliance of Stars to the Parisian continent where they could watch the screening matches. A lot of arenas had been set up in every city. However, not all contestants were strong. Some were just normal in the Fate State, and some had grasped rules, setting themselves apart from regular geniuses. In Alan's manor, everybody was gathered again. The other 9 people had arrived. Everyone was ready to go. Su Ping entered with Xingyu Shen'er. His arrival caught a lot of attention as he had left a deep impression on them. Everyone looked at him solemnly. Even though Su Ping had just launched one punch, no one of those present was confident of resisting it, even considering that they were surely concealing other trump cards. Alan gave everybody a glance, not stopping to focus on anyone in particular. He waved his hand and said, "It seems that everyone is ready. Let's go." An instructor swiftly stepped out to lead Su Ping and the others to the sky. They reached a place 10,000 meters high, where a comb-shaped spaceship with a huge silver sword emblem was docked. This is President Allen's personal spaceship. You can ask the flight crew about the regions on the spaceship. Do not fight on the spaceship nor cause any damage, the instructor reminded the group. Everyone nodded. Who would dare to mess up with a spaceship that belonged to an ascendant? Standing outside of the spaceship, Xingyu Shen'er waved her hand and smiled. "Just go without worries. I'll help you look for the materials. I'll pay you a visit in the mysterious realm if I have a chance. I think I have a way to go there." Su Ping nodded. In the small world, the members of the Alliance of Star were also waving affectionately at him, or at least they seemed to. Materials. The other 9 candidates overheard their conversation and couldn't help but glance at Su Ping. The guy hasn't reached his limits yet. Materials to what end? They obviously weren't intended for a breakthrough. After all, Su Ping was bound to distinguish himself in the contest after receiving the recommendation. Why on earth would he seek a breakthrough at such a moment? He would lose his right to participate if he made a breakthrough. Some contestants in previous contests had broken through the bottleneck and advanced into the star state during battle because they were too eager to win. They had won those battles, but then lost the following matches. They would automatically lose the qualifications for the following matches once they reached the star state. Soon after, everybody made a line and got into the spaceship. The spaceship didn't seem to be large, but its internal space was as vast as a continent. That was the power of the ascendant state. They could influence a small part of the real world with their laws. The spaceship took off right after, tearing through the void and leaped into space. Su Ping and the other passengers in the spaceship didn't sense any bumps. They simply saw that planet Michelle outside of the window had been replaced by a starry darkness. They knew they had left the planet far behind. None considered this a big deal. They then toured the spaceship while led by the instructors, eager to find out what an ascendant state expert spaceship was like. How luxurious. Su Ping wandered around with mixed feelings. That spaceship was massive. The resting areas had forests, lakes, entertainment facilities, and a lot of servicemen. It was possible to live like an emperor in such a place. Su Ping wandered around for a moment, and then asked a crew member the estimated time of arrival. He was surprised to hear that the trip would take 2 days. Even an advanced spaceship such as this has to fly for 2 days. Su Ping suddenly remembered Green Lady back on Rhea and cried. If she found that he was gone from Michelle, would she push Rhea to chase after him, all the way to that mysterious realm? It was an S-rated mysterious realm, owned by an ascendant state cultivator. Would she be exposed if she went there? Su Ping instantly contacted Xingyu Shen'er via the Lord Badge and asked her to inform Green Lady about the situation on Rhea. He wanted Green Lady to keep the planet next to Michelle. Xingyu Shen'er accepted the task and hung up. 10 minutes later, Xingyu Shen'er called back in confusion. Rhea is gone. The guys at the space station said that it had just disappeared. Su Ping almost vomited blood. Just as expected, Green Lady had pushed the planet towards him again. He didn't know what to say about a girl pursuing him with such persistence. He was more or less touched. Never mind. Su Ping heaved a sigh. He could only give up. Green Lady would probably not cower before normal ascendants. Everything would be fine as long as no celestials showed up. Besides, she could only stay in the store. Any challenger would first have to face the system. Hello, I hope I'm not disturbing you. A woman with a sexy body figure flew towards the place where Su Ping was resting. She was actually the one from the Night King family who had distinguished herself earlier on. Hello. Su Ping was slightly surprised, but he politely greeted her back. My name is Ibetaluna. The girl had glittering eyes which seemed to contain countless stars. They were dazzling and beautiful. She smiled and said, I'm from the Night King family. I hope we can get to know each other. Su Ping quickly noticed her friendly intentions. Indeed, they were both geniuses who could help each other if they could set aside their competitive drive. After all, they were bound to rise as experts in the future if they were able to survive. Su Ping didn't mind making a new friend. He introduced himself with a smile. My name is Su Ping. The girl unconsciously lowered her head, but then raised it again and said with a confident smile, Where are you from, Brother Su? I'll visit you when I get a chance. I'm from the Blue Planet, or as you call it, the Planet of Origin, said Su Ping with a smile. Feel free to drop by, it has great views. The Blue Planet. Ibetaluna was stunned for a moment. She obviously didn't expect that he would be from the Planet of Origin, a place known to have been desolate for a long time. Is it possible for such a genius to be born there? She thought that the matter was quite suspicious, not about what Su Ping said, but about whether or not the news she had read had just been made up by questionable media outlets. Whoosh! Another person flew close at that moment. It was a young man with white hair, the one who defended the honor of his academy after Ibetaluna defeated the student on the royal rank. He was currently ranked third on the royal rank. Huh. The white-haired young man noticed Ibetaluna. Sparks seemed to be bursting when they looked at each other, but they both remained calm. The white-haired young man looked at Su Ping and smiled. I am Kleesabe. People prefer to call me Silver Lord at the Academy. I hope we can be friends. All geniuses seem to be straightforward. Clueless about what to say about that, Su Ping simply smiled and replied, I am Su Ping. Brother Su, you have a special name. Your punch was so awesome. I thought I was strong enough after having grasped 6 laws, but I still have a lot to do in order to catch up to Brother Su, sighed Kleesabe. Ibetaluna narrowed her eyes after hearing that. 6 laws, how deeply have you grasped them? This one seems to be a genius too. I agree, Su Ping nodded with an honest attitude. Kleesabe. Ibetaluna was equally stunned and amused. People always said that geniuses were quite peculiar. Wasn't this a classic example? Kleesabe was lost for words. I was just being modest. You're making me look awkward by replying so solemnly. He made up his mind, committing himself to grasping another law that evening, no matter what. He had some time anyway. He believed he could catch up to Su Ping in the illusionary god monument mysterious realm. After all, the higher one went, the slower the progress. He had a massive room for improvement when compared to Su Ping. Another person joined them right then. Both Kleesabe and Ibetaluna were surprised to see the newcomer. Their pupils contracted. Chapter 856, Candidates from All Academies. Oasis Dragon King. Kleesabe narrowed his eyes solemnly. That guy was the unquestionable top of the royal rank at the moment in the Emir Royal Academy. He had challenged the man 7 times, failing each and every time. He only looked up to that guy in the academy. Ibetaluna was also aware of the Oasis Dragon King's feats. Her body became taut as she unconsciously got ready to defend herself. You're here too. The Oasis Dragon King was a young man with soft golden hair. He had an athletic body with perfect proportions. He glanced at Kleesabe with a casual smile. Kleesabe coughed and said, I'm here to make friends, what about you? The Oasis Dragon King looked at Ibetaluna but chose not to reply. He focused his prideful eyes on Su Ping and smiled. I wonder where you're from. I hope we can practice if there's an opportunity. Kleesabe and Ibetaluna were both astonished, not expecting him to actually issue a challenge to Su Ping. Su Ping was stunned and then said with unwillingness, I don't think it's necessary for us to practice, is it? Kleesabe was stunned, not expecting Su Ping to turn him down that easily. Although declining was always an option, every genius was proud and would never flinch before a challenger. The Oasis Dragon King was also surprised. He narrowed his eyes and said, it shouldn't be a problem for you to pass the selection match and enter the Star Zone match. We won't have a chance to fight there. I hope you can show your full abilities if we happen to meet in the selection match. Su Ping was lost for words. Why is everyone so aggressive? If they want to fight, they could always challenge the Star Lords. Okay, Su Ping didn't say anything else. He could always beat up the guy if they did meet. After all, there had to be a winner. Oasis Dragon King gradually dropped his smile and stared at Su Ping after hearing his reluctant response. Then he left without saying a word. It wasn't until the Oasis Dragon King left that Kleesabe and Ibetaluna finally felt that they were breathing smoothly. They had felt as if a mountain had been laid upon them. Brother Su, you've offended Oasis Dragon King. Kleesabe wore a bitter smile. Su Ping was stunned. I did. Kleesabe didn't know how to explain, seeing the confusion on Su Ping's face and remembering his sincere reply moments earlier. Ibetaluna's face was rather cold. She didn't like Oasis Dragon King because she felt she had been ignored. Although she had heard about his accomplishments and wasn't confident of beating him, she was still upset after being ignored. So what, Brother Su isn't scared of him? Ibetaluna snorted. Kleesabe looked at her and knew why she was angry. He put on a bitter smile. He too had been ignored until he issued a challenge. He fought the man 7 times to make him remember his name and admit he was a nice opponent. However, he felt like he was more of a sparring partner than an opponent to that man. He shook his head and said, "That's just how he is. Brother Sue, you must try your best if you do meet him in a match. He came here because he sees you as worthy, but you declined his invitation. That was insulting." Su Ping could only say, "Okay, I'll do my best." Cliché put on a bitter smile, not knowing what to say. They stayed and talked to Su Ping for a while, then they left to train themselves. They were much stronger than others in their level because they were talented and hardworking. They mostly preferred solitude over socializing. Having nothing else to do, Su Ping stopped wandering around and sat down to train. The nearby astral power was drawn to him, forming a funnel when he activated the Chaos Star chart. The flight crew in that area was shocked, thinking it was an accident. They were relieved to find it was being caused by Su Ping's training, but then they were shocked again. Su Ping was already able to loot the astral power within several hundred meters with the Chaos Star chart when he was a 3rd-level battle pet warrior. His current attainments allowed him to attract the power located in half of the rest area, once again forming a funnel. Su Ping was at the center of the funnel. Astral power was being accumulated in his body from the top of his head, then it was purified and compressed. The pure astral power was further compressed until it was like water drops. Those water drops were compressed again into solid crystals of astral power. Such crystals melded with his cells, making them even bigger and sturdier. Normal battle pet warrior's astral power was in the form of gas. If it was refined, it might appear as mist. If the refinement was taken a step further, it would manifest as water drops. Su Ping's astral power had been purified again and again, which had made the intensity of his astral power even higher than that of Star State warriors. What is going on? The surrounding astral power seems like it's being lured away. Su Ping's cultivation soon shocked a few men close by. They followed the flow of astral power and immediately saw Su Ping in the eye of the astral power storm. Is he cultivating? What kind of technique is that? It's so domineering. Damn, I thought my training technique was brutal enough, but it's like a tame sheep compared to this. If he were outside in the world, he would have looted the astral power of half a continent. He's not cultivating, this is robbing. More and more people went there to see. They stood in complete shock outside the astral power storm caused by Su Ping. The Oasis Dragon King was also cultivating on a mountaintop on the east side of the resting area. He suddenly felt that the nearby astral power was flowing away, as if it were being absorbed. Is someone trying to steal what is mine? Oasis Dragon King coldly opened his eyes. He didn't stand up, but his senses were spread out like a hurricane along with his astral power. He quickly found Su Ping, who was like a whale sucking water. His face showed a changed expression. It's him. His face turned cold. He remembered his challenge. Is this the guy's way to counterattack? He closed his eyes again and fully activated his technique. Very soon, the astral power around him also began to seethe, violently surging to enter his body in a violent manner. The astral power inside the resting area was then divided into 2 storms that surrounded Su Ping and the Oasis Dragon King. The people in other areas had stopped cultivating. They were dumbfounded when they scanned the rest area. The astral power in this place has been gobbled up by those 2 people. It's so domineering. Oasis Dragon King is also a madman. How are we going to cultivate? We have to move on to another region. I didn't expect to see such a pair of monsters among us. I've long heard that the top of the royal rank is a rare genius. I didn't expect to see another one. The other 8 candidates whispered, then chose to go to other areas. Although they could still cultivate there, they would inevitably be affected. The 8 of them left, having no interest in watching more of that drama. In the rest area, both Su Ping and Oasis Dragon King were cultivating. A boundary was formed right between them. More astral power flowed toward Su Ping as time went by. Oasis Dragon King coldly widened his eyes while sitting on the mountaintop. He unleashed his astral power again. This time, he was going to loot astral power even at the cost of his own. On the other side, Su Ping sat at the center of the astral power storm, his face showing frowns and smiles at times. He had already forgotten where he was while meditating and understanding laws on a deeper level. It was hard for others to meditate. However, Su Ping had been through countless battles in cultivation sites and could do that easily. He could easily meditate, even when caught in grave danger. That was a huge test about willpower. Oasis Dragon King looted the astral power in the resting area with increased seriousness. Space was evenly divided again. The leading instructor in the spaceship was also stunned. Then he detected the situation in the rest area. I knew that Oasis Gray is a freak, but where is this one from? It's true that freaks love each other's company. I wonder whether those two can reach that astonishing girl's height. Time flew. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The instructor announced telepathically that day, "We've arrived at the illusionary god monument mysterious realm." All 10 of them woke up, including Su Ping, who had been meditating and understanding laws. The other 8 candidates returned to the rest area after the instructor's announcement. The astral power had been gradually recovering since Su Ping and Oasis Dragon King stopped cultivating, but it was still thinner than before and hadn't been fully replenished. Everybody was looking at the view outside the spaceship. The transparent wall made everybody feel like they were in space. They saw dazzling stars, mottled nebulae and enormous, spinning galaxies. A gargantuan vortex that looked like a black hole was spinning silently in the space ahead of them. That was the actual illusionary god monument mysterious realm. There was a space station orbiting the mysterious realm. Many Star Lords have watched the place. The spaceship sent out a signal and passed the inspection of the space station. Everybody saw colorful streaks of light in the darkness above their heads after the spaceship flew into the mysterious realm. They seemed to have instantly crossed millions of galaxies. Then all the light was gone, but then the environment was brightened. They found themselves in a world where a lot of monuments were standing. Many great monuments floated everywhere in that place. They were vaguely forming a pyramid. Far in the distance, there was a square and a couple of islands and temples that floated in the void. "The living quarters are over there," said a beautiful woman who looked gentle and obedient. Many people looked at her. She didn't look intimidating, but nobody underestimated her, for she was only second to Oasis Dragon King on the royal rank. Oasis Dragon King looked back at her. "You've been here before." "Only once," replied the girl softly. Oasis Dragon King nodded, choosing to remain silent. He turned around and glanced at someone at a distance but received no response. He became cold, so he withdrew his gaze. The spaceship at the moment was flying towards the square in the distance. It looked like a regular square, but it became bigger as the spaceship moved closer. The square became bigger and bigger until it turned out to be a continent floating in the void. "Look, it's a spaceship from the Humia Academy. The Dragon Tomb Academies is over there. They're also here. That dragon carries the mark of their president Tex. The Holy Oriole Academy is here too. It was once one of the 5 best academies in Sylvie. It seems that it's still trying to reclaim its former glory." The spaceship approached a corner of the square while they spoke. Everybody was in the process of meeting candidates from other academies. "You're late," said a smiling, brawny, gray-haired man who seemed to know the instructor. The academies were competitive, but the instructors had led many students to that place and already knew each other very well. "What's the point of coming early? You had to wait too," replied the instructor casually. The other academies also had 10 candidates. All of them turned around and looked at the newcomers. All of a sudden, a girl from the Humia Academy trembled with widened eyes. She seemed to be utterly shocked. "It's him." The woman next to her, who was dressed in a more mature way, asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Do you know any of them?" "Hey," The girl looked at the young man. She was stunned, oblivious to every word her friend had said. Her head was completely muddled. She didn't expect to see him there. She had thought that she had surely left him in the dust, given her position and privileges in the Humia Academy. She had been planning to return to the Blue Planet in a glorious manner as the strongest person across the world. Then she would reclaim the dignity she had once lost when her legacy was stolen and her grandfather humiliated. However, little did she expect she would meet the guy in that place. She was none other than Yuan Linglu, who had been scouted on the Blue Planet. Chapter 857, Challenge. Huh. Su Ping was looking around curiously, then sensed something and looked in a certain direction, only to see a familiar face. He stared at her purple and black hair for a moment and searched his memories. The person who vied for the legacy on Longtai Mountain. Su Ping was surprised to see someone he had met on the Blue Planet. Yuan Linglu's heart raced when she made eye contact with Su Ping. She felt panicked. But she soon remembered she was much stronger than before. Su Ping had won the legacy back then, surpassing her in every aspect. However, things had changed. She had awakened her constitution and was being groomed in the Humia Academy. She was no longer the same. The legacy from Longtai Mountain that Su Ping took away from her wasn't even worth mentioning anymore. It had been left by a mere Star State dragon. She might have still been interested if the dragon were in the Star Lord state. That man has black hair too. Is he from the same planet as yours? Asked the graceful woman next to Yuan Linglu in a low voice. Yuan Linglu nodded. He's from my hometown. Is that so? The instructor who picked students in your hometown took away all the geniuses. I didn't know that someone had escaped his attention, said the woman with a smile. There was no telling what was on her mind. Yuan Linglu sneered and said, he's just a lucky guy. The woman looked at her and then realized something. She smiled in silence. Next to Su Ping, Kleesabe, Ibataluna and the others were also observing the candidates from other academies. Kleesabe stared at one group of people and said solemnly, I heard that a rare genius has emerged in the Sword Deity Academy. He has mastered an ancient extraordinary sword technique. I wonder who he is. I've heard that too. He's going to be a tough rival. Another student on the royal rank remarked with a grim and wary mood. Oasis Dragon King glanced across the candidates from the Sword Deity Academy and soon fixed his eyes upon a plain-looking young man who carried a wooden sword. His eyes glittered, then he frowned. Dragon Emperor from the Dragon Tomb Academy is not to be underestimated, either. It's said that he opened the dragon coffin deep inside the academy and received power from ancient dragons. It's a dragon constitution in the demon class. A dragon constitution in the demon class. He must be another genius. Some say that 2 geniuses from the Humia Academy also came. We have a lot of tricky opponents this time. What's there to be afraid of? We have Oasis Dragon King and Sister Apocalypse. It remains to be seen who will win in the end. 3 Star Lords flew close with an intimidating aura, while the candidates of the Emir Royal Academy were discussing. All the students on the field stopped talking. The great pressure produced by the Star Lords was tremendously awe-inspiring to those who weren't Star State warriors. Even the talented students became solemn. The 3 Star Lords didn't bother to hide their aura. They stood like 3 suns, leaving the recent candidate arrivals in awe. The Star Lord in the lead, who wore a cape that covered his face, looked down at everybody like a god and said indifferently, people from the 5 academies, keep your students under control and have their identities verified. You can wait at the monument field. The first round of tests will be conducted in 10 hours. Their regions and credit points will be decided based on their score. The instructors of the 5 academies remained calm and silent. The Star Lord turned around and left after that. The other 2 Star Lords directed the instructors and students to a hill next to the square. It was more like a statue than a hill, as it was absolutely bare from the foot to the peak. There were glittering circles on the hill and an ancient seat inside each circle. Have a seat. You can cultivate there. Make sure that you're prepared, said the instructor to Su Ping and the others. The other academy's instructors similarly advised their students. Soon, the students of the Dragon Tomb Academy were the first to march to the glittering circles. The candidates from the Sword Deity Academy followed them. After a swoosh, the plain-looking young man with a wooden sword moved as quickly as a sharp sword, instantly reaching one of the circles. He took a seat while full at ease. There were only 8 circles on the hilltop. Only 7 remained after he claimed one. The students of the Dragon Tomb Academy moved first, yet someone had beaten them to it. All of them changed their expressions as they moved faster. 2 men flew out like eagles and reached the hilltop in the blink of an eye. Each claimed a circle. Hurry up, go for it. The energy circles on the hilltop receive the divine power of the Monument Mountain. Training in them is the same as training inside the illusionary god monument. The people of the Amir Royal Academy quickly took action too. Oasis Dragon King snorted and unleashed a golden astral power, which gave him a huge boost to surpass the others like a roaring jet. Following him was the gentle-looking woman who ranked second on the royal rank. Elements of wind, fire, lightning, and earth surfaced on her body and propelled her. Is it that good? Su Ping was surprised after hearing what the woman called Apocalypse had said. He didn't expect a seat to be that useful. Having no time to be lazy or casual, he unleashed the astral power in his cells, and a huge vortex suddenly appeared behind his back. Su Ping moved forward at a fast speed, just as if he would have installed thrusters in his body. He surpassed many students and caught up to Oasis Dragon King. Huh. Oasis Dragon King showed a slight change in his expression. He accelerated again with coldness in his eyes. Whoosh whoosh. Several people arrived at the hilltop at the same time. They flew to claim the remaining circles. Su Ping successfully got one of them and sat down. He sensed a stream of profound astral power the moment he sat down. It sprung up and flowed into his body. He didn't even have to try absorbing it. A battle pet warrior of a lower level could have made multiple breakthroughs if given the chance to stay a full day on the seat. On the other side, Oasis, Dragon King, and Apocalypse had also claimed seats. The 8 circles were soon taken. Some of the people who had arrived late flew to the lower seats, but others chose to stay on the hilltop with grim faces. It seems that we don't have a shot. Clesabe looked at the hilltop. The Amir Royal Academy had claimed 3 spots, while the other 5 seemed to be controlled by bad eyes. She hesitated for a moment, but then abandoned the competition and turned to lower circles. There's indeed a lot of geniuses. Ibatalona's lips twitched. She noticed that all of those who had claimed the seats on the hilltop were faster than her. They surely were the top representatives of their respective academies, and she was quite frustrated about it. Any one of them was an admired genius in the outside world, but they were just common in that place. Right when other students were giving looks to the places on the hill, a tall and handsome young man slowly descended to where Apocalypse was, next to Su Ping. He said with a condescending tone, "Humph, this spot is mine. Move away." Apocalypse dropped her gentleness and said coldly, "Get lost." The handsome young man remained impassive. "Come and fight me since you're too stubborn to yield. If you lose, crawl away. If you win, I'll give the spot to you." Geniuses didn't need too many words. Apocalypse spoke with her actions. She stepped out of her circle and looked at the stranger indifferently. Colorful elements surfaced on her body. She only had an elemental constitution, but it was a rarely seen multi-elemental type. Some of the geniuses were born with a 2-element constitution, but she could harness 4 kinds of elements. Even though they were just the fundamental elements in the universe, such a quadruple constitution could defeat most demon constitutions. Apocalypse's multi-elemental constitution shocked many people. It was true that no one present was easy to deal with. They were all beyond the scope of common sense. Well. The handsome young man, however, wasn't surprised. Elements then surfaced on his body. The sacred light and the cold darkness started interweaving on his back. He turned out to also have an elemental constitution, which was the combination of light and darkness. He's Holy King, one of the two top geniuses from Humia. I've heard so much about this guy. Are they going to fight? It's true that no genius will give in front of another. The students who had claimed the seats down below were looking up at the hilltop. All of them became excited when they saw the tension rising. They knew they were too weak to compete with those at the top, but it would also be great if they could watch them fight. That would be like a free tutorial. Somewhere at the middle of the mountain, Yuan Linglu and the graceful woman were sitting next to each other. The woman saw what was happening on the hilltop and said with a smile, "Is she Apocalypse who ranks second on the Emir Royal Academy? She wants to compete with Holy King. She's doomed." Yuan Linglu, however, was in a trance. She almost exclaimed when she saw how fast Su Ping was when she was flying to reach the seats earlier. It was completely beyond her expectation. Didn't that guy come here by pulling connections? How could he have such explosive power? Yuan Linglu came back to herself and looked at the woman next to her when the battle was about to take place on the hilltop. "Sister Selida, are you going to challenge him?" "Your compatriot." "Yes." Selida couldn't help but glance at her, knowing that she was right. Those two people had grudges, even though they were from the same planet. Selida shook her head and said, "I won't be able to keep the seat even if I defeat him. Look, the Dragon Tomb Academy and the Sword Deity Academy are waiting. I don't know about the Holy Oriole Academy, but it doesn't seem weak either." Yuan Linglu looked around and then became relaxed. It would have been proper to feel close to someone from her hometown, but it just so happened to be Su Ping, the person who had snatched her legacy on Longtai Mountain. She felt quite upset when she saw Su Ping's speed and how he claimed a seat on the hilltop. She was somehow agitated. All the Star Lords and instructors from the several academies flew over while the girls were speaking. Once they saw the situation between Holy King and Apocalypse, one of the Star Lords said, "Duels and challenges aren't forbidden here, but you must not act randomly or damage this place. Fight here if you must." He waved his hand and brought an island closer. The island was bare, seemingly protected by a special shield. "The space here is rather special. You can hardly tear it apart. This island is an area specially designed for you. Go there if you feel the urge to fight," said the Star Lord. An instructor from the Humia Academy chuckled. "Holy King, don't be hard on a girl." The instructor that came with Su Ping said, "That's a nice nickname. Will he cry after getting beat up by a girl?" The two instructors were obviously at loggerheads. Neither of them stopped the students. They had traveled to that mysterious realm to train their students for the Universe Geniuses contest. How could they cave in? Besides, everybody was watching. It was about the honor of their academies. They couldn't give in. "Let's go." The Holy King flashed a casual and chivalrous smile. Apocalypse flew into the island first. Holy King followed her closely. The battle began immediately after both arrived. Holy King was surrounded by black and white light. His skin was half pure and half dark after activating his constitution. He also merged with a rare star state dragon. The dragon alone could have suppressed many mid-phase star state warriors. Apocalypse activated her constitution too. She could easily control the elements in the environment thanks to her quadruple elemental body. Adding her attained laws and her pets, she was able to unleash a horrifying strength. Soon, dazzling blasts were swept out on the island. Both of them were in the Fate state, yet their battle was even more intense than some in the Star state level. Their battle would have pierced into the deeper spaces if it were the outside world, but it was impossible to flash there, and they had to fight head-on with other secret techniques. They're truly monsters. Their fame is well-deserved. Both are qualified to sit on the hilltop. I admit I can't defeat them. On the hill, many people were watching the battle with solemn faces. They soon realized the strength gap between them. Chapter 858, First. Chapter 858, First. The battle on the island ended while everybody was discussing. It only lasted a quarter, but every second of it was spectacular. Apocalypse performed a secret technique that combined 4 laws, which then turned into a storm of elements. It seemed as if she were about to tear the universe apart. Her destructive aura made the audience gasp. Even those on the hilltop became solemn. Holy King, however, seemed to be in possession of some sort of ancient skills. A magnificent shadow that looked like the projection of a god had blocked Apocalypse's attacks for him. A blast resounded after a noisy collision. Apocalypse and her pets were pushed to the periphery of the island. All of them were heavily wounded. On the other side, Holy King stepped out and charged at his opponent. He didn't seem affected at all except for his damaged robe. Apocalypse was shocked to see that. Her only choice was to resign herself and admit defeat. The previous attack was already one of her ultimate skills. She had been saving it for the real battles later on. Little did she expect that she would have to use it there, or that she would fail even after using it. Humph! Holy King stopped with coldness glittering in his eyes upon hearing what Apocalypse had said. A man flew over to the island when he stopped. It was actually the instructor representing the Emir Royal Academy. He was afraid that Holy King would continue until he killed Apocalypse. That could be a nasty outcome. Killing wasn't forbidden in the illusionary god monument mysterious realm, but it could not violate the owner's rules. Oh damn! Is he one of the two top experts from Humia? He's horrifying. Apocalypse is a genius too. No wonder she ranks second on the royal rank. I wonder how strong the person who ranks first can be. Damn it, I have to admit they're good. We're all geniuses, but they are real ones unlike us. All I want to say is that everyone other than me is a genius. The audience on the hill sighed in shock. All of them had been acknowledged as geniuses, each having won a recommendation. But then they realized the massive gap between them once they got there. Whoosh! Holy King then flew out of the island and reached the circle where Apocalypse had been seated. He stepped over and sat down disdainfully while everybody else watched. There were a few other men on the hilltop who didn't have a seat yet. Their eyes flashed, but none of them did a thing. They had a good chance of taking Holy King's seat if they were to challenge him immediately, but they were too proud to take advantage of his weakness. Even if they defeated the guy, such a victory wouldn't be glorifying. A girl inside another circle, holding a blue scepter, wearing a dress and an emerald crown, tilted her head and chuckled. I knew you could make it. She was dressed like a majestic queen, even though she was just a student. Her looks were sacred and gorgeous. No one was able to harbor any inappropriate thoughts when they laid eyes on her. Of course, Holy King replied casually. They didn't communicate telepathically. All the candidates from the Emir Royal Academy heard that and their expressions changed, clearly becoming angry. How arrogant! Clesabe, who was at the middle of the hill, gritted her teeth in fury. Apocalypse ranked second on the royal rank, while he ranked third. If the guy was disrespecting Apocalypse, he would have only thought even less of him. Oasis Dragon King, who was on a seat on the hilltop, said with cold eyes, "It was just a minor victory. Don't get ahead of yourself." Huh. Holy King stared at Oasis Dragon King and chuckled. What's the matter? Reluctant to admit defeat, talk to me with your fists if you dare. Coldness flashed in Oasis Dragon King's eyes. I don't want to take advantage of your wounds, or else you would be talking to me on your knees by now. These mild injuries are only due to my carelessness. I can easily deal with you as I am, said Holy King with a sneer. Is that so? Do you want to try? Oasis Dragon King narrowed his eyes aggressively. Why not? Holy King only smiled in disdain. The girl who was dressed like a queen covered her mouth and laughed. Do people from the Emir Royal Academy love fighting the same person in turns? Let's have a fight if we have a chance. She was also from the Humia Academy, the second top warrior. I'm a man, I don't fight women, said Oasis Dragon King and snorted. Recognizing his mockery, Holy King chuckled and said, Then you'll die in a woman's arms sooner or later. Oasis Dragon King glanced at him coldly but kept silent. The instructor had already taken Apocalypse back and given her medications. Her face was no longer pale, but she still looked grim. She glimpsed at Holy King in silence, Then she nodded at Oasis Dragon King as a gesture of gratitude for defending her. After that, she flew down to the middle of the hill. She wasn't in her best shape, and it was hard for her to compete for the seats on the hilltop. Su Ping was watching everything unfold. Then a tall, muscular man with dark skin flew towards him and said condescendingly, "I don't want to fight those women. Kid, it'll be you then. Your spot is mine." Su Ping looked around, only to find that there were indeed two women flanking him. Both of them were very beautiful. "You'd better find someone else," Su Ping tried persuading him. He was getting too lazy to rise from his seat. "Cut the crap. You're from the Emir Royal Academy, right? Never heard of you before. You can join the woman from your academy back on the middle of the hill," snapped the muscular man impatiently. A young man who was on another seat said casually, "I've told you 1,000,000 times, be respectful to women." The young man seemed to be ensconced on a throne, like an emperor. Dragon Emperor. Many people were stunned after noticing the young man. It was a famous genius from the Dragon Tomb Academy. All the young men in Sylvie had heard about him. The muscular man frowned after hearing what the Dragon Emperor said and obviously disapproved of it. However, he didn't argue with the man. He simply said to Su Ping, "Hurry up. Are you a mediocre woman too?" Su Ping could obviously feel the temperature on his sides dropping while the other spoke. Several women seemed to be looking at the burly man with cold stares. Su Ping turned his head and asked a girl to his right, "Aren't you going to do anything?" He could sense the magnificent energy hidden inside her. Although it was well hidden, he could still tell that she was stronger than the one on the left. The woman's face was cold. There was a green leaf adornment on her forehead, which revealed to many that she was the famous Thousand Leaves Holy Lady from the Holy Oriole Academy. It was said that she was a living treasure in her academy, a super genius like none had seen in hundreds of years. Obviously, the Thousand Leaves Holy Lady didn't expect Su Ping to talk to her instead of accepting the challenge. Her face was cold. Although she hated the brutish man, she also despised cowards like Su Ping who planned to hide behind a woman's back. "You want me to help you?" asked the Thousand Leaves Holy Lady with a cold tone. Before Su Ping could reply, Oasis Dragon King was unable to bear watching any longer. Even though Su Ping wasn't a student of the Emir Royal Academy, he had gotten a recommendation through them and represented its honor. Not only did he dodge my previous challenge, he's dodging again now. "The president didn't give you a recommendation so that you would desert at the first chance," said Oasis Dragon King coldly. Su Ping was lost for words. Fine. It was impossible for him to explain himself. He had planned to give the girl a chance to get back at the challenger for his disrespect toward females, but since she refused it, so be it. "Let's do it then." Su Ping rose from the circle and flew straight towards the island without delay. At the middle of the hill, the woman next to Yuan Linglu shook her head and said, "He's rather strong but too much of a coward. How embarrassing." Earlier on, Su Ping had been faster than most people and claimed a seat, which was a clear sign of his capabilities. However, personality was just as important as talent when walking on the path of cultivation, and there was obviously too much cowardice in Su Ping's personality. Nobody else here would have dodged a challenge. Even if they couldn't win, they would still stand to the end. Yuan Linglu frowned in confusion. She didn't think that the Su Ping she knew was a coward. The man had made a scene at the tower before he even became a legendary warrior. It wouldn't be outrageous to call Su Ping lawless on the blue planet. She was quite pissed when Su Ping competed with her over the mysterious realm back on Longtai Mountain. How could such a man chicken out? Has the vast world in the Federation left him in awe and changed his attitude? Is he Dragon Devil from the Dragon Tomb Academy? I wonder if Brother Su can handle him. It'll be embarrassing if he's defeated. We can't afford 2 consecutive failures, although these failures wouldn't alter any ranking. At the middle of the hill, a few candidates from the Emir Royal Academy frowned in worries. Su Ping had shown enormous strength when he had bested Koro with one punch, but his current opponent was a monster that couldn't be underestimated. just like any other contender seated on the hilltop. Whoosh! The tall and dark dragon devil followed after Su Ping and entered the island. Very soon, glittering chains rose from the edge of the island and locked it up. The people at the hilltop watched in a quiet and relaxed manner, except for Oasis Dragon King, who was staring at Su Ping with grim eyes. The moment they came to the island, the dragon devil said to Su Ping proudly, "I'll give you a chance to admit defeat, that way you won't get hurt." His blatant arrogance was present in every expression and every look. "Su Ping, you just stole my line. Ha, you're asking to be killed." The dragon devil laughed and soon turned cold. He was indeed arrogant, but he was never careless when it came to battles. Whoosh whoosh! He summoned his battle pets. Many dragons and demon pets appeared. All of them had a star state cultivation and were releasing daunting auras. His pets were of a very high quality. They had surely been trained extensively. Su Ping glanced at them and nodded. He found that the genius's pets were evidently much stronger than those of normal battle pet warriors he usually received in his store. "You seem to love dragons." Su Ping saw that his opponent had summoned 6 dragons. Although dragons were the best pets, their inclusion could alter the balance in a lineup if there were too many of them. Of course, the Dragon Tomb Academy respects dragons more than anything else. Dragons are the strongest pets. You may get to see a full lineup of dragons if you're lucky. Dragon Devil sneered. Training dragons was much more costly than training regular pets. Even a genius such as himself didn't have enough resources to establish an exclusive lineup of dragons, unless he filled some spots with inferior breeds. Still, that would be a pointless choice. Su Ping nodded. A vortex appeared next to him, and the Inferno Dragon stepped out. "Come on and warm up," Su Ping chuckled. "I've found some sparring partners for you." Intense fire arose in the Inferno Dragon's eyes. Its bones cracked, and auras ascended from its claws, making it increasingly stronger. Then it opened its mouth and roared. Roared! The roar was utterly majestic. It echoed throughout the island and the hill. All the students who were seated on the hill felt that their hearts had skipped a beat and their muscles were contracting. What a menacing dragon! Many people were shocked by the horrific beast. Dragon Devil changed his expression as he stood right in front of the Inferno Dragon. The 6 dragons next to him trembled as if in awe. Hierarchy was very important for dragons, and they were more strongly intimidated than other pets. "This dragon is good." Dragon Devil's eyes suddenly glittered. He gazed at Su Ping's Inferno Dragon and roared with madness rising in his eyes before he merged with one of his dragons. "Go!" Su Ping gave a command. The Inferno Dragon roared excitedly and flew out, raising an ocean of flames. The power of laws was surfacing on its body. Chapter 859, Surrender. Is that dragon in the Fate State? He's not using a Star State dragon. What's going on? Are my eyes deceiving me? 7-8, seriously. A Fate State dragon can grasp that many laws. I can't even compare to a pet. Damn, what's the bloodline of this dragon? It feels more intimidating than the pets of that guy from the Dragon Tomb Academy. He's not merging with the pet. Is he going to let the pet fight them on its own? Everybody on the hill was astonished when the Inferno Dragon revealed its strength, as the dragon was definitely weird. It was a mere Fate State pet that could somehow wield 8 laws. Half of the geniuses present weren't capable of doing that. They preferred to believe that they weren't perceptive enough to detect the dragon's real level. Or maybe the dragon had a top bloodline and could be counted as one of the best 100 pets. Otherwise, how could a normal dragon be that capable? Well, on the island. Boom! The Inferno Dragon collided with the Dragon Devil, raising a torrent of flames that contained various laws. Those laws were perfectly matched with the Inferno Dragon's skills, making its flames so horrifying that they easily dispelled the law attacks the Dragon Devil was launching. The Inferno Dragon dashed forward as the ocean of flames were swept out. It seemed tiny when it stood in front of the Star State dragons, being only 200 meters long, Most of the Star State dragons were 1,000 meters long. However, the horror of the Inferno dragon couldn't be neglected. Dragon Devil was flung back after only one collision, all while being merged with his pet. The Inferno dragon had simply whipped him. Dragon Devil was shocked. He sensed that the strength of his opponent was unimaginably terrifying the moment they collided, just like being run over by an interstellar warship. He hurriedly summoned his pets when the flaming dragon tail was whipping him. In fact, the already summoned dragons charging along with him had already taken action before he called out his other pets. Roared. A dragon fully covered in blue scales roared and revealed daunting pressure. It was furious as it found that it had been awed by a dragon whose level was lower than itself. It whipped back with its own tail, trying to block the Inferno dragon. The dragon was 1,000 meters long, and its tail was 5 times as big as the Inferno dragon's. It was like a bat hitting a chopstick. However, a shocking scene happened. The Inferno dragon's tail was like a sharp knife able to cut apart the other dragon's tail. That thick tail was ripped apart from the middle, as if made of tofu. The flames next to the wound were burning furiously, spreading to the rest of his body like parasites. The Inferno dragon's tail had enough strength left to whip Dragon Devil brutally. Dragon Devil narrowed his eyes. He was able to establish defenses thanks to the time his pet bought him. A web appeared in front of him and knocked the dragon tail away, but he was also pushed thousands of meters back, tumbling as he went. The Inferno dragon roared and charged again, gathering the power of laws on its claw. Then, it waved its claw, launching a glittering aura which made Dragon Devil change his expression again. Dark black light burst out over his body as he activated his constitution. He had a demon constitution. His combat ability soared along with the dragon he had merged with, and he fought his opponent with bloodshot eyes. The Inferno dragon roared excitedly. Divine light emerged on its body. Its attack became even more powerful, suppressing Dragon Devil again, even though he had just activated his constitution. Bang, bang, bang. The man and the dragon fought fiercely on the island. Dragon Devil's other pets supported him by buffing him with enhancement skills, making him as strong as anyone in the Star State. Adding his demon constitution, even someone in the advanced phase of the Star State could be defeated. However, the more the Inferno dragon fought, the braver it became and the more power of laws it unleashed. It was already capable of launching 10 laws in the end, which was something only those in the advanced phase of the Star State could do. The Inferno dragon suppressed Dragon Devil the whole time by leveraging its divine power and magnificent astral power. Su Ping's dragon unleashed a great power every time Dragon Devil burst into an outrage. The audience on the hill were already stupefied by the weird battle. Nobody expected that the genius from the Dragon Tomb Academy would have been taken care of by Su Ping's pet. It was an absolute domination. Su Ping, the one being challenged, simply stood in one corner of the island as if he were enjoying the fight. Wasn't that insulting? Many people wore weird expressions and felt sorry for Dragon Devil. It was okay to lose, but losing to someone's pet was awfully humiliating. Dragon Emperor, who was at the moment sitting inside a circle, lost his casualness. He solemnly gazed at the pet fighting on the island. Of all people, he knew how strong Dragon Devil was. Dragon Devil had challenged him a dozen times in the academy, and he failed every time. Although he was the winner, he admitted that the guy was very strong and only second to him in the Dragon Tomb Academy. It seems that the dragon is not showing its full strength. It can't be a Fate State pet, Dragon Emperor thought of many things. For example, there were certain forbidden skills that could lower pet levels, so that the Fate State cultivators could sign contracts with them. However, such forbidden skills could only be used by Ascendant State warriors, and they were very dangerous. His pet. On another seat, Oasis Dragon King's face had a grave expression too. Unlike others, the candidates from the Amir Royal Academy had seen Su Ping's punch when he competed for the recommendation. They knew he was probably even stronger than Dragon Devil on his own. They didn't know he also had such a horrifying pet. Su Ping would definitely become significantly stronger if he merged with the pet. He could kill that dragon devil easily. His heart was heavy when he thought of his previous challenge. He was at least 30% less confident of defeating Su Ping after seeing the pet. The Thousand Leaves Holy Lady, next to Su Ping's seat, who wore a green leaf on her forehead, glanced at Su Ping and remarked, "He seems to be a pure controller." The woman on the other side was clad in a white robe. She was holding a soft cat in her arms. She said with weird eyes, "But he doesn't seem to be planning to help his pet." Even pure controllers can be terrifying if they cooperate with their pets, especially such a horrifying one. The Thousand Leaves Holy Lady said calmly, "No wonder he was unwilling to accept the challenge. That pet is probably his trump card and was unwilling to expose it. Dragon Devil isn't bad. He's mastered 7 laws. He's capable of fighting advanced star state foes with the boost of his dragon lineup. Unfortunately, his way of fighting is too barbaric and unenjoyable." The white-robed woman chuckled. She was from the Holy Oriole Academy, which only admitted female students. That was the reason why it was no longer compared to the 4 best academies. The 2 Star Lords and the instructors from all the academies were also watching the fierce battle unfold on the island. "Do you feel it? That dragon does seem to be in the fate state. I don't think it's hiding its level either. Even if it's hiding it, there's bound to be flaws when fighting so fiercely, but I haven't noticed anything. Without a doubt, it is a fate state dragon." "Are you saying that a student of the Dragon Tomb Academy is going to be defeated by a pet of his own level?" Huh? Someone couldn't help but burst into laughter. The others looked weird too. The instructor from the Dragon Tomb Academy had awful and shocked faces. A pet had suppressed a genius from their academy. It was absolutely unbelievable. What mattered most for battle pet warriors in the Federation was to overwhelm their opponent. Battle pet warriors could easily defeat beasts of their same level in the wilderness by merging with their pet and using the help of other pets. The stronger they were, the more useful the pets were. If someone in the Ascendant state could ask a Celestial state expert to get a Celestial pet for them, they would be invincible in the Ascendant state. "A dragon has taught the Dragon Tomb Academy a lesson. What an eye-opener," remarked an instructor from the Humia Academy. The Star Lord from the Dragon Tomb Academy was gloomy and silent. The battle on the island ended just then. Dragon Devil had performed all kinds of skills, but he couldn't defeat the Inferno Dragon. He was exhausted and could not resist the Inferno Dragon's attacks anymore. Eventually, he was caught and smashed into a pit on the ground. Then the Inferno Dragon descended from the sky and stomped the pit, raising a storm of dust. "We admit defeat." The Star Lord from the Dragon Tomb Academy suddenly emerged next to the Inferno Dragon. He seemed angry after seeing that it was about to attack. He couldn't counterattack, not after the Star Lords of the other academies had teased him. He simply punched after seeing that the vicious beast ignored him and was about to attack again. However, he didn't use the power of faith. He simply wanted to push the beast away and teach it a lesson. The Inferno Dragon seemed to have detected the threat and stopped attacking Dragon Devil. The joy in its eyes was replaced by fury. Then it roared. Roared. Splendid divine power emanated from its body. It was so dazzling that the entire island was illuminated. Everybody was shocked. The Inferno Dragon gathered the power of laws on its claws after it unleashed divine power. The number of laws increased from 10 to 20 before it hit back to meet the punch. After a boom, as if a nuclear bomb would have just exploded, the entire island trembled. The Inferno Dragon slid hundreds of meters back, then roared even more furiously. It could sense that the guy's level was much higher than its own, but it had already seen too many Star Lords. It had even met a lot of Ascendant state creatures by Su Ping's side. The pressure of a higher level didn't affect it at all. The Star Lord was stunned. His expression changed, not expecting his punch to be blocked. Besides, He was shocked to see that the dragon had launched the power of 20 laws. The number was twice as large as before. That dragon had been hiding its strength. Suddenly, a roar burst out. "What are you doing?" The mentor of the Emir Royal Academy appeared and glared at the Star Lord from the Dragon Tomb Academy. Su Ping wasn't a student of the Emir Royal Academy, but he was there thanks to a recommendation of theirs. It was impossible for the instructor to turn a blind eye to that. The Star Lord from the Dragon Tomb Academy was momentarily lost for words. Su Ping had also flown over right then. The smile on his face was gone, and his eyes were cold. He didn't expect that a Star Lord would suddenly attack. Fortunately, the guy didn't use the power of faith, or the Inferno Dragon would have been wounded, even though he had taught it 100 laws. After all, the Star Lord state and the Star State were completely different. Su Ping had mastered 100 laws, but he wasn't confident of fighting a common Star Lord. Star Lords were in a completely different dimension. It wasn't just about the number of laws. "Are all the people of the Dragon Tomb Academy sore losers?" said the instructor with an unfriendly tone while standing in front of the Inferno Dragon and Su Ping. The Star Lord slightly changed his expression and snorted. "You kept attacking after we had already admitted defeat. You violated the rules first." Cough, cough. Dragon Devil crawled out of the pit as they spoke. He had been hearing everything that happened outside. Although beaten up, his senses hadn't been disrupted. He had such troubling feelings that he wouldn't have had the courage to raise his head if he hadn't failed countless times. It was humiliating to have lost to a pet. "What's an instructor doing here? Don't come here if you can't afford failing," snapped the other instructor. The Star Lord glanced at him coldly, but didn't argue. The instructor snorted. He didn't plan on continuing, as nobody could ever really win such a debate. All that he could do was to say something nasty and make them feel uncomfortable. The mentor turned around and said to Su Ping, "Check if your pet is wounded." Su Ping gave a slight nod. He had already examined the Inferno Dragon, and it was fine. Chapter 860, Challenge of the Illusionary God Monuments. Su Ping didn't say anything as he was incapable of retaliating against Star Lords yet. It was also pointless for him to yell at the guy. Never reveal your real intention to your opponent. Su Ping left with the instructor after putting the Inferno Dragon away. Everybody on the hill looked at Su Ping with utmost shock when Su Ping returned. 20 laws. Did my eyes deceive me? Isn't that already the limit of the Star State? That dragon didn't use its full strength just now. What the heck? Even pets know how to trick people now. Everybody had seen how the Inferno Dragon reacted to the Star Lord's attack moments earlier. It was surreal to them. The dragon was even more of a genius than all of them were since it had mastered 20 laws. That dragon probably has SS aptitudes. SS? Why do I feel like it should be SSS? It should be one of the best geniuses, provided that it really is in the Fate state. FCK, to think that we can't even compare to his pet. I should be at the foot of the hill, not here. He's just counting on his pet. That's not an achievement. He's just a weakling without the dragon. A weakling? Didn't you see how he raced to the seats on the hilltop? He might not be as good as his pet, but he's definitely not a weakling. Su Ping and the Inferno Dragon raised a round of discussions. Many were unable to mask envy and jealousy. They felt they could have competed with those on the hilltop if they had such a pet. Still on the island, Dragon Devil clenched his fists with an awful expression. "It's already a fact that you've lost. Consider it a lesson. You'll encounter more geniuses at the upcoming Universe Geniuses contest. Work harder in your training," said the Star Lord instructor with a stern tone. Dragon Devil clenched his teeth as he coped with the humiliation. He knew there would be countless geniuses at the Universe Geniuses contest, especially those in the Star Zone and the finals, but he didn't expect to run into a bad of that quickly. Besides, such a way to lose was too humiliating. The guy had crushed him with only one battle pet. If your performance is good, the president will ask an extraordinary trainer to help you and Dragon Emperor train your pets. All you need to do is strengthen yourself, the instructor continued. Dragon Devil was stunned to hear extraordinary trainer. He quickly asked, really? Yes, but only on the condition that you deliver a satisfactory performance. The instructor nodded. He had to give the student something good to look forward to. He wasn't just making it up. If the student distinguished himself in the illusionary god monument mysterious realm, the president would indeed offer help. After all, his academy would become famous if they landed a high ranking at the Universe Geniuses contest. Got it? Dragon Devil took a deep breath and calmed down, but he clenched his fists even harder. He engraved this day's humiliation in his heart. On the other side, Su Ping had returned to his seat on the hilltop. Several others who had yet to grab a seat looked at him, but showed no intention of challenging him. Su Ping had only used his pet in the previous battle. Nobody was sure whether the pet was Su Ping's ultimate trump card or not. Besides, the 20 laws the pet had unleashed against the Star Lord instructor had already made them uncertain of defeating it. Is your pet really in the fate state? On Su Ping's left, the Thousand Leaves Holy Lady changed her opinion about Su Ping. Considering his pet's dominating strength, the man was probably too lazy to attack. He hadn't been at all scared. She was the same. Although Dragon Devil had been rude, she didn't do anything to him because she thought it would taint her hand, not because she was scared of him. Yes. Su Ping nodded, not intending to keep it a secret. Normal people wouldn't reveal their pet's level, but he didn't think it was a big deal. It was not his biggest trump card anyway. The Thousand Leaves Holy Lady was silent for a moment. Although she had indeed sensed it, she was still shocked when Su Ping confirmed the fact. She didn't think that Su Ping was lying. After all, such geniuses would either keep their mouths shut or mock whomever asked the question. They were too proud to lie. On Su Ping's right side, the woman wearing a long white robe also heard the conversation. Her expression changed. She somehow found her seat uncomfortable. The pet was only in the fate state. It seemed to be a bigger genius than she was. She had been training hard for many years and had been praised as a 1 in a trillion genius. And yet, a pet had surpassed her. Once they became silent, Dragon Emperor, who looked as majestic as a real sovereign, stared at Su Ping and asked, "What's the breed of your pet?" This drew the attention of a lot of people. People on the other seats looked at Su Ping curiously too. Its performance would have been more understandable if it was one of the legendary pets they knew of. Su Ping asked with a puzzled expression, "Do I know you?" He didn't forget the guy's mockery just then. Besides, wasn't the guy from the same academy as the person he had just defeated? So why bother chatting? Dragon Emperor fell silent. He unconsciously clenched his fists, but he didn't make a move in the end because it would reveal his anger. Heh, the Dragon Emperor chuckled and didn't say anything else. The others were slightly regretful since Su Ping wasn't saying anything, but none of them were too surprised. After all, nobody was obliged to introduce their pets to other people, since they were their ultimate weapons. Everybody held their curiosity in check and thought of other things. The battle between Holy King and Apocalypse had taught them a lesson about the prodigies from other academies, and Su Ping's made them respect those on the hilltop. None of the people on the hilltop was a weakling, a mere royal academy. Holy King, who sat on another side, narrowed his eyes and withdrew his gaze from Su Ping. Although reluctant to admit it, he felt lucky he had chosen Apocalypse instead of Su Ping. He had indeed considered picking Su Ping as an opponent. However, considering the latter's speed and vague, dangerous aura, he keenly realized that the man was stronger than Apocalypse, so he chose her in the end. What happened later proved that his instincts were correct. That man was truly a monster. Even his pet was terrifying. Dragon Devil returned from the island. He looked at Su Ping but chose to remain silent. This time, he approached the white-robed woman on the ladder's right side. "I'll have your seat." He repeated what he said earlier, but not as arrogantly as before. He was especially grim. The white-robed woman raised her eyebrows in surprise and stared at him before she giggled. "I admire your courage." After saying that, she rose and flew towards the island. Dragon Devil snorted and swallowed a pill. His wounds were soon healed, and he seemed as strong as before. Very soon, another fight broke out on the island. That guy has learned better. He's challenging the Holy Oriole Academy. Smart choice. The Holy Oriole Academy is easier to deal with. The others are all top geniuses from the other academies. Don't lose again, or you'll be too ashamed to see anyone. The battle on the island became fiercer as they discussed. The white-robed woman was also a highly talented genius in the Holy Oriole Academy, known as the Goddess of Light. She had one of the top 10 constitutions in the light class. She was still on the winning side as she faced Dragon Devil's demon constitution. However, Dragon Devil unleashed more and more brutal strength as the battle went on, and performed skills he had failed to use in the previous battle against the Inferno Dragon, catching the Goddess of Light off guard. 5 minutes later, the battle ended. Dragon Devil won. He had revealed a horrifying strength that ultimately crushed his opponent. Many people who were expecting him to fail again were frustrated. The Thousand Leaves Holy Lady looked cold. Although she and the Goddess of Light didn't see eye to eye in the academy, they were still on the same side as they moved outside the academy. Humph! Dragon Devil returned to Su Ping's right side and sat down. He glanced at Su Ping and snorted as a way to say that he was still qualified to be seated on the hilltop, even though he had lost to the latter. However, one of the people who were waiting challenged him soon after he sat down. The man was from the Sword Deity Academy, known as Sword Maniac. He was a messy-haired guy carrying a sword that looked like a coffin cover. He obviously didn't care about his image. Dragon Devil changed his expression. Although he won the previous battle, it was a close one as the Goddess of Light wasn't at all easy to deal with. "I didn't expect the Sword Deity Academy to take advantage of others," said Dragon Devil in a mocking tone. Sword Maniac said indifferently, "You think you're the only one who can do that. Take some more of those pills of yours and let's fight." "Fight my yelled the Dragon Devil. He had never been a civilized man to begin with, and he couldn't hold back his fury anymore. Those pills were awfully precious. He wouldn't have taken one to challenge another person to reclaim his dignity if he hadn't lost to Su Ping in such a humiliating manner. "You want me to gobble more pills? Why don't you give me some?" "If you want to challenge someone, how about me?" intervened Dragon Emperor to lend a hand. Sword Maniac frowned, but before he said anything, the young man next to Dragon Emperor who carried a wooden sword put on a smile and said, "If you're free, let's have some fun." He looked like a harmless little boy. Dragon Emperor said coldly, "I heard that you're Sword God's disciple. I've always been eager to find out how good you are. I hope you won't embarrass your master." "You think you're qualified to talk about my master, an ascendant state expert," said the young man with a smile. "Humph!" Dragon Emperor snorted but didn't pursue the matter. Indeed, he couldn't afford offending an ascendant. "Are you up for it? Get the hell out of here if you aren't," said Sword Maniac to Dragon Devil in an even harsher tone. "Let's have it." Dragon Devil could not stand such provocation. He gritted his teeth and swallowed another pill before he followed Sword Maniac to the island. Yet again, another battle burst out. Dragon Devil showed all kinds of skills, but so did Sword Maniac, whose sword techniques were incredible. 5 minutes later, Sword Maniac defeated Dragon Devil by a slim edge. "They're truly geniuses." Dragon Devil be like, "I have more pills and I can still fight." Even if he has more pills, he doesn't dare eat them anymore. None of the remaining guys on the hilltop is easy to deal with. Maybe he can take advantage of the other candidate from the Holy Oriole Academy. "What do you mean? Are you implying that the Dragon Tomb Academy only takes advantage of women?" "Enough Humir Academy. Those in the Dragon Tomb Academy are losing it, haha." "What do you mean? Do you really think the Holy Oriole Academy is weak? The Thousand Leaves Holy Lady is our strongest student. He wouldn't have touched the seat if he dared to challenge her. Down the hill, all the students were involved in heated discussions. The girls of the Holy Oriole Academy also joined the debate. Their candidates weren't at all weak. The Thousand Leaves Holy Lady in particular. She was a super genius of the like that only emerged once every couple of 100 years. They believed she would have easily suppressed Dragon Devil. Dragon Devil gritted his teeth and went to the middle of the hill after Sword. Maniac claimed his seat. A few others challenged the seat takers. Some chose the Thousand Leaves Holy Lady, and some chose Queen of the Seas, the other top genius from Humia. Still, all the challengers failed, and the seats were eventually uncontested. The Dragon Tomb Academy and the Holy Oriole Academy each claimed a seat of their own, while the other 3 academies ended with 2 each. The coordinating Star Lord stepped up and asked everybody to train until the challenge of the illusionary god monument mysterious realm in 10 hours from then. The sun was permanent in that mysterious realm, and thus there was no night time. Everybody started cultivating after finding a seat. On the hilltop, Su Ping detected the surging astral power coming from the seat and quickly absorbed it through the chaos star chart to strengthen himself. The circle of light on every seat covered their cultivation techniques, so they couldn't be seen from the outside. It was a peaceful experience. There's also divine power and a vague understanding of laws. Su Ping's eyes flashed. The seats on the hilltop did have a lot of advantages. Both astral and divine powers were extremely abundant, and they were mixed with some thoughts left by others. Such thoughts could be a source of inspiration if any of them were stuck in a bottleneck. Time flew by quickly. Su Ping combined his own laws while absorbing astral and divine powers. He had accumulated much more laws than those in the star state did. He could already try constructing a small world. However, he didn't know how to construct one, so he could only find out on his own. 10 hours flew by in a flash. A Star Lord flew over with a cluster of monuments. Those monuments were of different sizes. They were surrounded by bloody streaks that looked like weird arrays. The illusionary god monument's challenge starts now. The Star Lord's voice echoed throughout the hill and brought everybody back to reality. You're free to choose any of the monuments. You'll encounter different enemies in them, but their level will be the same as yours, even though their attacks are different. You will learn more about that before you enter. It's recommended that you choose opponents that are most vulnerable to you. The higher points you get from the challenge, the more rewards you'll get. Chapter 861, The 99th Floor. Everybody on the hill became excited after hearing what the Star Lord said. It's finally begun. Hurry up, my pet can't wait any longer. It must be eager to mate. What are you doing here? The Sword Deity Academy will still be the academy with the most points. You'll see what the best academy is capable of. I'd like to call you Bolster. Since when is the Sword Deity Academy the best academy? Do you have no respect for the Dragon Tomb Academy? Stop arguing, clowns. The Humia Academy is the unquestionable best one of all. The Holy Oriole Academy is like, you think we're dead. Why, yes, we are dead. The students on the hill had kept on taunting and mocking each other before the challenge started. The 4 best academies were equally matched, but they always loved competing in every contest. Such a competitive drive had been extended to that illusionary god monument mysterious realm. Up on the hilltop, Su Ping and the other 7 people woke up from their meditation and listened to the rules. Su Ping was still reflecting on his cultivation. He felt he would have understood a new rule had he kept on cultivating a while longer. He had gained a strange meta-understanding of law itself after having grasped 100 laws. Still, the understanding was still vague. Su Ping felt that his combat ability might rise to a new level once he broke through that vague barrier and fully understood laws. After introducing the rules, the Star Lord waved his hand and moved the monuments to hover above the hill. Go and pick one. Humph. Still within the circle of light, Dragon Emperor rose majestically as if he were holding up the sky. He was the first to reach an enormous monument. showing his determination to reclaim the glory that his academy had lost during the competition for seats had taken place. He focused his attention on the monument. A simple briefing about the enemies inside the monument appeared soon after. Knowing he had chosen the right one, he decidedly stepped in. The rough surface of the monument rippled as the Dragon Emperor entered and disappeared within. Everybody was astonished by this, but none of them were too shocked since they had paid attention to the rules mentioned by the Star Lord. Monuments could be selected twice. The person who entered an already selected monument would not meet the one who had entered earlier. Both would be teleported to different areas. The circumstances of each monument were different. Some enemies were good at mental attacks, some were good at pet deployment, some were exclusively dragons, and others were mixed. The Dragon Tomb Academy has indeed picked the Dragon Monument. It's a challenging monument that has nothing but dragons. It's only a bit less difficult than the all-class monument. He's rather confident. I hope he won't get slapped in the face. Are you kidding me? You think Dragon Emperor will get slapped in the face? You clowns don't know he has a full lineup of high-quality dragon pets, do you? All the students listening in on the conversation showed varied expressions. It was very expensive to develop a full lineup of dragons, unless they were of mediocre stock, but such lineups were pointless. No wonder Dragon Emperor had become the top student of the Dragon Tomb Academy. Many people were too scared of him. The young man who carried a wooden sword also rose and walked to a monument after Dragon Emperor entered the monument. It's a sword-class monument. Does he plan to hone his sword techniques there? All the people from the Sword Deity Academy will probably pick that one. All the remaining participants took action moments after. The Thousand Leaves Holy Lady, who was on Su Ping's left side, opened her mouth curiously and said, "Which one will you pick?" Su Ping glanced across the monuments and said casually, "The all-class one. The point coefficient there is higher." Every monument had a different point coefficient. The all-class monument was the most difficult of all, and would of course have the highest coefficient. Su Ping had met all sorts of monsters in cultivation sites, and that was why he was confident of defeating all of them. All class. While stunned for a moment, the Thousand Leaves Holy Lady gave a weird glance at Su Ping and said, "Even though the point coefficient of the all-class monument is high, you may encounter all kinds of enemies inside. You should go to the Dragon class or the Element class monuments since your pet is outstanding." Okay, Su Ping nodded. The Thousand Leaves Holy Lady was relieved. However, she then discovered to her astonishment that Su Ping had flown straight towards the all-class monument the next moment. Did the guy not hear what she just said? Everybody looked at Su Ping when he stood before the all-class monument. Oasis Dragon King heard the exclamations when he was about to set foot in his monument. He then narrowed his eyes as he saw Su Ping's choice. The all-class monument was at the very peak of all the monuments. Su Ping was currently the only person standing in front of it. That guy. Oasis Dragon King showed a slightly changed expression. Then, he saw Su Ping set foot in the monument. He really went in. "You're no woman, do you have to shriek?" Damn, he entered an all-class monument. How confident is he? Confident? I think he's stupid. While the point coefficient for the all-class monument is high, 99% of the challengers lose when they go there. Indeed, you have to choose the most suitable monument for you to get the most points. That coefficient is just a lethal temptation. The Thousand Leaves Holy Lady was also at a loss for words. Obviously, Su Ping didn't follow her advice even though he nodded when she spoke with him. She sneered. It was the first time she had ever given a piece of friendly advice, yet she was ignored. She was eager to see Su Ping's frustration after failing. No longer giving it much thought, the Thousand Leaves Holy Lady found the most suitable monument and flew straight in. Those at the middle of the hill also chose their own monuments, as the people on the hilltop entered their own. Most candidates from the Sword Deity Academy were picking the monument the young man with a wooden sword did. Those from the Dragon Tomb Academy were picking the Dragon-class monument. The students from the Humiya Academy and the Amir Royal Academy chose different monuments. The graceful woman encouraged Yuan Linglu, "Lulu, keep it up. The Academy has given you a recommendation so that you can grow stronger. Seize the opportunity." She was there to watch over Yuan Linglu, who had a lightning constitution that was one of the best in its class. The constitution was so powerful that if fully activated, it would be possible to grasp lightning laws directly and reach the star state. Thanks to the constitution, she would also be able to perceive laws of lightning quickly. To put it simply, Yuan Linglu could become the next goddess of light from the Holy Oriole Academy with ease. The goddess of light ranked second in the Holy Oriole Academy and could also rank among the top 3 in the Humiya Academy. Although she merely had an elemental constitution, it was among the top 10 in the Federation, which could compete with some of the powerful divine constitutions. "Yes, I will." Yuan Linglu nodded quickly. She knew that the Academy had high hopes for her. She had been sent there so she could gain more experience. She never thought that she could distinguish herself in the Universe Geniuses contest. She had learned from her seniors that those who distinguished themselves in the Universe Geniuses contest would mostly be geniuses with powerful backgrounds or strong experts protecting them. "Let's get inside too," said the graceful woman. Yuan Linglu looked at the all-class monument that Su Ping had just entered. She was quite frustrated to see Su Ping defeat Dragon Devil. She had become significantly stronger while training in the Humiya Academy. She had thought she could already crush Su Ping with ease. However, Su Ping was growing faster than she had expected. "I need to earn more points and exchange them for an opportunity to train my pet." Yuan Linglu flew towards a monument with determination after setting a goal for herself. Inside the all-class monument, hardly had Su Ping entered the place when he felt as if he were in space. Very soon, he felt as if something was directing his consciousness to a vortex in front of him. He remembered the rules that the Star Lord had mentioned, so he didn't protect himself. He merely allowed his consciousness to fly into the vortex. Phew! Su Ping found himself in a vast plain after his consciousness entered the monument. He knew he was inside a mental domain. He would only suffer mental damages if he died there, and death wouldn't be real. The Star Lord mentioned that every monument has 99 floors. The Ascendant State expert who acquired this mysterious realm challenged all floors and gained control over it. "Unfortunately, I won't get the mysterious realm even if I overcome all floors." "Has it begun?" Su Ping mumbled. Then 3 black clusters of mist appeared on the plain and turned into 3 gigantic wolves. They were almost 50 meters long, with sharp claws that could easily tear diamonds apart. They're indeed in the Fate state. It's true that the monument creates illusions based on the challenger's level. Su Ping detected the 3 wolves level and chuckled. 3 Fate State beasts had shown up at the very beginning. A regular Fate State warrior would have to summon pets to fight them. That first floor wasn't too difficult. Most people would usually pass it. "Roar!" The 3 wolves roared and charged at him, releasing tearing skills. Su Ping stood still and waited for them to approach. He then snapped his fingers and shot 3 streams of compressed astral power to their heads. The 3 wolves perished. The astral power that Su Ping used was 1/10 of what a regular Fate State person would, all thanks to his battle expertise. The scene changed again, and he found himself in a jungle. 6 Fate State beasts appeared in one go. They were 6 poisonous lizards this time. Su Ping raised his hand and easily killed them again. Then the 3rd floor, the 4th floor, the scenes on every floor changed, and so did the enemies he encountered. Some of them were of the combat type and elemental beasts, while others were humanoid monsters. He challenged beasts all the way to the 10th floor. Su Ping encountered only one monster when he reached the 11th floor, which was a demon pet with 4 black wings. It looked like a giant bird man with sharp talons and pointy hooks stretched out of its chest. It was a creature still in the Fate state. However, the monster showed an extraordinary speed, much higher than that of normal fate state beings. Bang! Su Ping waved his fist and killed it with one punch as if it were a mosquito. Although it was strong, it was just in the fate state, which wouldn't be challenging enough for Su Ping. The monster wouldn't have hurt him even if he would have simply stood there. After all, his body was as hard as that of some of the top star state beasts. The scene changed. Then it was the 12th floor. The instructors from the 5 academies and the 2 managing Star Lords watched quietly on the hill after all their representatives entered the monuments. Have the points come out? They're being refreshed every 10 minutes. 10 minutes haven't passed yet. We're almost there. One of the Star Lord managers waved his hand and summoned a monument, which looked slightly different from the rest. It had been crafted by the current ascendant state owner of that mysterious realm and was connected to other monuments. The points are out. Golden lights surfaced on the monument. Projections and rankings began to show up. The monument was extremely high. Even if the projections of other monuments were ranked instead of using names, they were still easy to read. The projection, ranking at the top, belonged to Dragon Emperor. He was on the 16th floor. He had amassed 4,290 points thus far. The young man with a wooden sword ranked second. He was on the 16th floor too and had 3,820 points. The point coefficient of the sword class monument was lower than that of the dragon class. Still, it was quite remarkable for him to reach the 16th floor that quickly. It's been only 10 minutes, and they've already reached the 16th level. The one who's ranked third has reached the 14th floor. The others are somewhere around the 13th floor too. 1 minute for each floor. What a horrifying speed. It seems that all the candidates from the 5 academies are good. They're better than the previous candidates. The 2 Star Lord managers had mixed feelings. The instructors from the 5 academies were excited as they examined their students. They knew about the results from the previous contestants. The current year's average performance seemed to be better. The one challenging the all-class monument is in 6th place. Not bad. He's reached the 12th floor. He's quite fast. I think he entered the monument later than the others, right? He's only the 12th floor, but his points are catching up to those of the top 3. Judging from their speed, it is possible that multiple little geniuses can surpass the 50th floor this year, right? Chapter 862, First Echelon. 10 minutes passed quickly while the Star Lords discussed. The golden light surfaced on the score monument again, erasing the previous rankings and replacing them with new ones. This time, the young man who carried a wooden sword ranked first. He was on the 28th floor of the monument. Dragon Emperor ranked second. He was currently on the 24th floor. However, his points were only slightly fewer than those of the young man who carried a wooden sword thanks to the coefficient of the Dragon-class monument. The difficulty of the Dragon-class monument lowered his speed. He reached the 16th floor in the first 10 minutes, but he only advanced 8 more floors 10 minutes after. That was within the Star Lord's expectation. The young man carrying a wooden sword was more astonishing. He was only slightly slower than before since he had still been able to climb 12 additional floors in 10 minutes. He was soaring. I heard that he's a disciple of the North Sea's sword god. Seems to be a good seed. Judging from his speed, he has probably finished the battles on every floor in 5 rounds. A normal person in the Fate state would have been defeated in the range between the 3rd and 5th floors. He's so much stronger than them. His sword techniques aren't really suppressing the sword class monument. I think he chose that monument to hone his techniques. Is that kid polishing himself and rising to the top of the rank as he goes? The Star Lords looked at each other. They then realized who the best genius of the 5 academes was. The young man would probably be a star in the following phases of the contest. After all, most people on that stage had powerful backgrounds. Holy King ranks 3rd. He's challenging the Element class monument and his points are increasing fast. It seems that he didn't go all out earlier on. Oasis Dragon King ranks 4th. Not bad. The one who is challenging the all-class monument is stuck on the 18th floor. That's the most difficult monument. If you're unlucky, you may run into a random enemy that you're vulnerable to. He's obviously slowed down. He shouldn't have been so confident. The Star Lord of the Dragon Tomb Academy sneered. He had seen too many arrogant geniuses of the like, and none of them had ended well. Humph! The instructor snorted and ignored him. He was more concerned and anxious about Oasis Dragon King's ranking. He had expected him to compete with Dragon Emperor, if not with Sword God's heir. And yet, even Holy King had surpassed him, which was beyond the instructor's expectation. On the 19th floor of the all-class monument, Su Ping was flying in a desert while chased by 10 gargantuan beasts that were raising a sandstorm. They were rock beasts that were adapted to deserts. There's indeed a boundary in this illusionary world. I wonder what lies beyond. Su Ping suddenly stopped. The vast desert stretched to the horizon in his eyes, but he could sense a barrier that blocked his senses hundreds of meters ahead of him. Whoosh! He raised his hand and threw a stone. The stone struck the invisible barrier he had detected, which then fell apart upon impact. At the same time, the 10 rock beasts roared and charged at him. Su Ping didn't look back. He merely waved his hand, causing a series of explosions. The 10 beasts exploded one after the other. Su Ping seized the last one remaining with a hand made of astral power, and then observed the barricade in his way. He tried punching it by gathering the power of 30 laws. The punch was so powerful that the sand in his way was knocked away. The nearby space and soil collapsed, and the place turned into a purely dark area. Bang! The horrifying punch disappeared after a dull noise was heard, and yet the barricade remained intact. The aftershock was spread out, blowing back the sand in a range of thousands of meters and producing a huge pit. Su Ping moved his fist back and took a deep breath. The barricade was truly impenetrable. Although he didn't try his best, the barricade was still absolutely undamaged. He probably wouldn't have shaken it even if he would have tried his best. Maybe I can break free from the monument if I destroy the barricade. That way I'll be able to observe the monument from another dimension, Su Ping thought. Unfortunately, he couldn't confirm that speculation. Maybe the barricade had been built by the Ascendant State owner, or maybe it was part of the whole. He had tested multiple barricades as he moved along, but he hadn't found any flaw yet. Never mind. I should just stack up more points. It'll be for the best if I can exchange them for materials needed for the 4th level of the solar bulwark. Su Ping shook his head and squeezed with the astral power hand, making the struggling beast explode. Very soon, Su Ping set foot on the 20th floor. The 20th floor was a beautiful mountain. However, a human being in green clothes suddenly jumped out. The human was a girl who approached Su Ping with a marvelous body movement technique. She drew her sword and slashed at him. Su Ping calmly raised his fist. Bang! The woman's body exploded. She was killed before she could even unleash her sword techniques. There's even a swordsman here. Indeed, you can meet any sort of enemy here. It's unpredictable, Su Ping thought, and then found himself on the 21st floor. Bang! Su Ping punched again and blew up the enemy. No longer probing the monument's boundaries, Su Ping dashed even faster and passed every floor with one punch. 10 minutes had passed in the outside world. The golden light surfaced on the score monument again. The instructor from the Sword Deity Academy looked at the top of the rank again with glittering eyes. Then, the light in his eyes was gone. He was completely shocked. The young man who carried a wooden sword was no longer there, nor was Dragon Emperor. Instead, it was an unknown person. The little guy who challenged the all-class monument. The other Star Lords saw this too, and were rather stunned. What's going on? The Sword God's heir has been pushed to 2nd place. Damn, look, is he on the 42nd floor? Well, all 7 Star Lords were stunned. The number 42 was extremely obvious next to Su Ping's name, and the points that followed were even more unbelievable. His points were 50% more than those of the young man with the wooden sword. thanks to the coefficient of the all-class monument. He was only on the 18th floor and was ranked 9th before, but then he soared to the top and reached the 42nd floor. Didn't that mean that he had passed 24 floors in only 10 minutes? That was unreasonable. The higher the floors were, the more difficult they would be. The enemies after the 30th floor would be fate state illusions that had a preliminarily control of laws. It would be the same as fighting enemies in the star state. The illusions would already be familiar with laws from the 40th floor and above. Even so, Su Ping was still charging at a high speed under such circumstances. Did something go wrong? 24 floors in 10 minutes. It feels like he's been jumping. How's it possible? Even if he's as strong as a Star State warrior, his resolve will wear out as he fights inside the monument. He would weaken once his resolve wears out. I've only seen 2 men who were able to pass 40 floors in half an hour. So have I. They're both geniuses from other galaxies and became Star Lords when they were very young. They are very likely to reach the Ascendant state. All the Star Lords were shocked, not knowing what to do. The situation was too weird. He had moved the 12th floor to the 18th in 10 minutes earlier on, but then he rose to the 42nd floor in the same amount of time. That was abnormal. Was he not serious in the beginning? The Star Lords preferred to believe that something had gone wrong with the monument. A Star Lord manager realized what was going on and changed his expression. He left a remark and quickly ran off. I'll ask the Lord to take a look. The instructors from the 5 academies looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what was going on. However, it seemed that the monument had most likely malfunctioned. The Sword God's heir is still the second. He's slowing down, considering his rise from the 28th floor to the 26th, but his speed is still astonishing. Indeed, he'll surely appear above the 40th floor on the next refresh. Dragon Emperor is also giving chase. He's on the 33rd floor. The Dragon-class monument is indeed very difficult. Oasis Dragon King has surpassed Holy King. It seems that this Oasis Grey is indeed something. He deserves to be a Grey. Taking Su Ping aside, who was shockingly at the top, the other people on the ranking were mostly the same. Their rankings were occasionally swapped, but then there were times when they swapped back. Generally speaking, their rankings were already fixed. The young man with the wooden sword and Dragon Emperor had hope of rising to the top. Then, there was the second echelon, which included Oasis Dragon King, Holy King, Queen of the Seas, Thousand Leaves Holy Lady, etc. All of them had claimed seats on the hilltop. Although their rankings weren't the same, their points were quite close. There were other geniuses trailing behind them. The gap between them and those at the top wasn't too big either. After all, the ground floors were relatively easy to pass. Their difference wouldn't be highlighted until they reached higher floors. The Star Lord who had bolted earlier returned with a complicated expression. He looked at the projection on the top of the rank in shock. The instructor from the Sword Deity Academy asked angrily, "What did he say?" He knew that something had gone wrong, but it was rather uncomfortable to have the top spot stolen. Everybody else was also looking curious. For many years, the monuments had never failed. They could only wonder about what was amiss. The Lord said that everything is in order, said Star Lord with complicated feelings. What the Ascendant State Lord had said still echoed in his head. There is nothing wrong with the monuments, nothing whatsoever. Everything is real. I did notice the little guy, he's interesting. The Star Lord was left in shock when he heard that. He knew that his Lord always trained in seclusion and meditated without having the slightest interest in the challengers. Many geniuses with remarkable performances had entered the mysterious realm in the past, but none had ever attracted his attention. After all, Ascendants were solely interested in the great goal of reaching the celestial state. Geniuses meant nothing to them, unless they were on the lookout for heirs. Even if those geniuses were to grow up, they would only rise to the Ascendant state at best, and there was no need for such experts to curry their favor. Everything is normal. Everybody was stupefied after hearing that response. You call rising from the 18th level to the 42nd in 10 minutes normal. All of them felt muddle-headed. However, it could only be true in C. The Ascendant expert had said it. Nobody would dare to question such a powerhouse. Well, if it's true, isn't he too much of a genius? Does it mean that he's been fooling around this whole time? The Star Lords were completely shocked, not knowing what to do. Genius and monster were apt terms to describe the young man who carried a wooden sword and Dragon Emperor. But that guy was completely on another level. He was alone in the first echelon. It's probably a breeze for him to rise to the 50th floor, and he's in the all-class monument, said a Star Lord with twitching lips. He had previously attempted to teach the guy's pet a lesson, but he didn't expect that the latter would be a genius of such caliber, who easily dwarfed the sword god's heir. Not for a second did he believe that such a guy didn't have an ascendant state backer. No matter how talented a man was, he couldn't go far without resources or a good teacher. Otherwise, why would the major families accumulate vast resources for numerous generations to come? It seems that the guy only asked his pet to attack not because he's a pure controller, but because Dragon Devil didn't deserve his attacks. He couldn't have reached the 42nd floor that easily if he were only counting on his pet. The Star Lords realized the core of the matter and looked at each other. The instructor from the Emir Royal Academy, however, glowed with excitement. Su Ping was participating in the contest thanks to the Emir Royal Academy's recommendation. If he became famous, so would the Academy. Taking into account his performance thus far, he would definitely distinguish himself in the next phases of the contest. He was like a treasure that had fallen from the sky, right in front of his academy. A female Star Lord from the Holy Oriole Academy narrowed her eyes and remarked, "Look, the rank was refreshed again." Chapter 863, Sure Winner. Golden light was glittering on the score monument and rearranged the projections in a new order as the female Star Lord spoke. Su Ping's projection was still at the top, and the number next to it was 58. All the Star Lords were lost for words. From the 42nd floor to the 58th, he had crossed 16 floors in only 10 minutes. He was still soaring at a high speed after passing the 40th floor. That was horrifying. The young man carrying a wooden sword was still in second. He had managed to reach the 48th floor. He was only 2 floors away from the 50th. Everyone believed that he would go beyond the 50th floor before the next scoring update, which would only be the 4th refresh. That meant that only 40 minutes would have passed. Very few contestants had ever reached the 50th floor in an hour throughout the history of the illusionary god monument mysterious realm. Dragon Emperor was right behind the wooden sword guy. His points remained in 3rd place. He was merely on the 44th floor, 4 floors below the young man with a wooden sword. Despite that, the point gap between them wasn't large. He could still catch up with the young man. After all, the Dragon-class monument's point coefficient was higher. Further behind there was Oasis Dragon King, Holy King, the Thousand Leaves Holy Lady, Queen of the Seas, Sword Maniac, and the rest. He's 10 floors higher than the one in 2nd place. He's also tackling the all-class monument, which is the most challenging of all. His point coefficient is almost twice that of the 2nd place. Will he be able to rise to the 90th floor eventually? All the Star Lords focused their eyes on the man at the top of the rank after glancing across all the rankings. Nobody had paid much attention to Su Ping when he fought on the island, except for the Star Lord from the Dragon Tomb Academy. However, all of them could tell that the young man was definitely a new rising star that would glow and spread his name far and wide after the Universe Geniuses contest. They aren't on the same level at all. The Sword God's heir is already unbelievable enough, and still he's being eclipsed. He will definitely go beyond the 60th floor by the next refresh. All the others have started to slow down. After all, their mental projection inside the monument should be close to exhausted after having passed so many floors. It seems that the monuments are functioning properly. The ranking refresh confirmed what the Star Lord said. After all, it couldn't have erred twice in a row. Well, time flew. On the 65th floor inside the monument, Su Ping looked at the 5 beasts in front of him, which were a dragon, a demon, 2 elemental creatures, and 1 subgod. He concluded that it was a subgod, because he had seen many of them in the demigod burial. The subgods carried some of the gods' physical features, but they also had human or other animal parts. That indicated the gods' considerable open-mindedness. The higher I go, the weirder the enemies are. Even a subgod has appeared. Will there be real gods? This guy is rather intelligent and good at fighting. Su Ping observed them while avoiding their attacks. He also began to feel weary as he sprinted consecutively. He had no time to replenish his astral power. New enemies and battles would come instantly after clearing a round. There was no time for rest. There was also the fact that there was no astral power to absorb in the environment either. This meant that the exhaustion was continuous. He would become weaker and weaker, while his enemies would become stronger and stronger. He couldn't aspire to a complete recovery unless he left the monument and re-entered it. I have to use my astral power wisely, or I might not be able to reach the end. There's no telling how strong the upcoming enemies will be. They can't be Star Lords, can they? Su Ping's enemies already knew a couple of laws when he reached the 65th floor. They also had an advanced star state combat ability. Different species would appear, which were adept at assorted techniques. Some were good swordsmen, some were great assassins, and others had sturdy bodies. The higher he went, the trickier the enemies were. They were also working in teams and protected each other. It was hard to deal with them. Su Ping could have suffered some setbacks, were it not for his encounters with all kinds of strange enemies in the cultivation sites. The other monuments would show the same enemies, except that they would become stronger and have new abilities. Rising to higher floors was possible as long as the participants had enough expertise on that specific path. Whoosh! Su Ping's train of thought was interrupted when he suddenly saw a weakness, so he quickly approached the subgod. He launched a needle of divine power mixed with multiple laws, which went through the subgod's shield and then stabbed its shoulder. It exploded. The subgod was instantly killed. With their commander gone, Su Ping quickly flew towards the 2 elemental beasts and executed them. Soon, the 65th floor was cleared. Su Ping found himself in the depths of the sea under great pressure. Su Ping nearly drowned as he was caught unaware. Fortunately, he held his breath in time. He unconsciously tried to push the seawater away with astral power, but then decided to resist the pressure with his body alone, considering the astral power expenditure. The astral power could be used up, but his body could withstand the pressure indefinitely. A few behemoths then appeared in the distance like a few mountains. Their limbs became more and more terrifying as they made their approach. With the 7th ranking refresh, the 7 Star Lords gathered in front of the monument's rank display and found Su Ping at the top just like before. He was so ahead of the 2nd spot that no one would catch up even if he stayed unmoving for several rounds. He's on the 81st floor. He's reached the 80th floor in only 70 minutes. He spent less than a minute on every floor. His speed is scary when he gets serious. Does he have a peak star state combat ability? He's only in the Fate state, yet his combat ability is on par with a peak star state warrior. As far as I recall, even the little genius girl from Amir wasn't as good as him. She was ahead of all the others that year, but her advantage wasn't as obvious. After all, a genius also emerged from the Dragon Tomb Academy that year. Sword God's heir is merely on the 65th floor. Did I just say merely? Dragon Emperor has just reached the 60th floor. Taking that monster out of the picture, there are certainly plenty of geniuses this year. 7 of them have surpassed the 50th floor. The rest are weaker. The last one has only made it to the 32nd floor. What's he doing here? The Star Lord smiled bitterly. All the other geniuses seemed ordinary when compared to Su Ping, the top ranker. If it were a different occasion, the Sword God's heir would have shocked everyone by rising to the 65th floor. but it was nothing remarkable when the person above him was so much better. One of the monuments glittered at that moment, and a person stepped out. He was a young man from the Humia Academy. He shook his head with a pale face and didn't come around until a long time passed. He saw no one other than the 7-star lords when he finally raised his head and looked around. That meant that he was the first quitter. The young man wore a bitter smile with a tinge of embarrassment, then flew to the score monument, hopping to see his ranking. "I hope I'm not the last," he prayed. Another monument glittered just as he was flying over, and then a second person showed up. The young man's eyes glittered. He had quit only a bit earlier than the last guy. It wasn't too embarrassing. He would have felt tremendously awkward, enough to think about killing himself if he would have had to wait for an hour with the 7-star lords before anyone else came out. Very soon, more and more people returned from the monuments. They looked around and were happy to find that they weren't alone. Still, they were also angry when they realized that nobody from those on the hilltop had quit yet. They quickly gathered in front of the score monument. Su Ping, who ranked first on the monument, was instantly seen. All of them gasped and exclaimed uncontrollably after they saw the number of his points and the floors he had covered. "How is it possible? 81? Are my eyes deceiving me, or should I read it from right to left? I only climbed 41 floors, and that guy is on the 81st. How is it possible? Mr. Linghu from my academy is only in second place. Dragon Emperor ranks third. That's impossible. All of this has to be rigged." All the students were shocked. They saw the outcome as unacceptable. None of the top experts from their respective academies, people who had left a deep impression on them, had secured the top of the rank. Instead, Su Ping was at the top. He had won with the help of his pet earlier. Even more horrifyingly, he was challenging the all-class monument and had already reached the 81st floor. It was unreasonable. Even the sword god's heir who challenged the sword-class monument had only reached the 65th floor. It was as difficult to reach the 81st floor of the all-class monument as to reach the 90th floor of the sword-class monument. Didn't that mean that the guy was at least 25 floors stronger than the sword god's heir? The Star Lords remained calm and vaguely disdainful upon hearing the students' exclamations, as if they were laughing at the students' ignorance. Exclamations were bursting out every now and then, as more and more students were exiting the monuments. Soon after, the rank was refreshed for the 8th time, and Su Ping was still at the top. He had already reached the 88th floor. The 90th floor was near at hand. Even the 7-star lords changed their expressions at that point. That floor was a threshold. All those who passed the 90th floor were geniuses among geniuses, leaving their name in the history of the illusionary god monument mysterious realm. Taking his speed into account, it's almost certain that he'll climb a place beyond the 90th floor. Besides, he has been there the whole time. Never has he come out. His storage is terrifying. He definitely has the combat ability at the peak of the star state. All the 7-star states looked solemn. Such a genius would probably become even more invincible if he advanced to the star state. The students were silent at the moment. Someone had previously thought that the rank had gone wrong, but the refresh slapped them in the face. The young man carrying a wooden sword had passed the 70th floor at that moment, which would have been a massive accomplishment in other years, but it seemed unremarkable when compared to the number 88. Then the rank was refreshed for the 8th time. As expected, Su Ping had indeed arrived at the 90th floor. The young man who carried a wooden sword then reached the 73rd floor. Climbing 3 floors in 10 minutes was actually good progress. The 7-star lords remained silent. They would look at the ranking monument occasion, wondering when the young man would decide to come out. Time flew. The rank was refreshed every 10 minutes. Su Ping's position would rise higher after every refreshment. His speed dropped significantly after the 90th floor. He then climbed 1 floor after each refreshment. Even so, the people on the outside were still shocked. After all, the 90th floor was already unimaginably difficult. It remained unknown whether or not they could hold on for 10 minutes in there, not to mention defeating the enemies. The young man who carried a wooden sword, Dragon Emperor, and the other top rankers also slowed down. They rose by 1 floor every time Su Ping did. All the students from the 5 academies became silent when they saw the comparison. Su Ping was rising 1 floor at a time in the 90s, whereas the others felt a similar difficulty when facing the 70s. Everybody knew about the devastating 20-floor gap. Suddenly, one of the monuments glittered. The tall and strong dragon devil appeared. He seemed exhausted. A recovery wasn't seen until he noticed that many people had gathered in front of the score monument. Goddess of Light emerged from a monument nearby as soon after he came out. She gave a glimpse at Dragon Devil and snorted coldly. She then flew straight towards the score monument. They approached the monument and instantly saw the rankings. Their eyes were immediately peeled open while showing disbelief. On the 78th floor, in the sword class monument, a demon beast with sickle-like arms was blinking. There was also a white-haired old man who held a long sword, but the man had an eagle face. He was a beast man. His claw waved the sword as he launched various auras. A young man before him was moving quickly. It was exactly the young man who carried a wooden sword. The wooden sword on his back was gone, though. He was holding a glittering golden sword that radiated divine power and a fearsome aura. The young man was heavily wounded, his casual smiles long gone. His eyes were trained on the white-haired swordsman as he performed extraordinary sword techniques. Bang! The white-haired swordsman moved unpredictably, just like a ghost. He and the sickle-armed creature were forcing the young man to retreat. Bang! The white-haired swordsman suddenly spun his sword and launched the most dazzling sword aura, which compressed all his energy and pushed the young man. The latter narrowed his eyes and quickly counterattacked, but the next moment his body and sword were overwhelmed. His consciousness connection was lost. The young man suddenly woke up. He felt he had been dreaming. He was at the moment in the void found within the monument. He could still remember the spectacular attack the enemy launched at him. It was absolutely domineering. Unfortunately, I had already used up too much of my strength. The young man looked at his arm with regret. Spectacular as the attack might have been, it wasn't outside his means, but he had simply felt too exhausted to defend himself. He thought for a moment and then put on a smile. 78 floors, that's not bad. He had been completely devoted to the battle, so he hadn't been paying much attention to the floor number. He was passionate about sword techniques. He decided to challenge that monument in order to improve his swordsmanship. He had no time to care about anything else. Fame and fortune were secondary. Only his sword was eternal. Chapter 864, Domination. Ripples were spread on the sword class monument, and the young man who carried a wooden sword stepped out. The wooden sword remained on his back. He seemed quite relaxed and harmless. He instantly received the attention of the 7-star lords the moment he got out. He remained casual, as if being the center of attention was a matter of course wherever he went, as it had been since birth. He had already gotten used to it. Whoosh! Another man stepped out of a monument right then. He was tall and majestic, none other than Dragon Emperor. There had been tiredness in his eyes, but he quickly hid this before he stepped out of the monument, for an emperor would never show weakness. He indifferently glanced around and saw the young man who carried a wooden sword in front of the sword class monument. Then he became relaxed. The guy came out at the same time as I did, so we probably climbed a similar number of floors. However, the Dragon class monument was more difficult and had a higher point coefficient. It meant that he had accumulated more points than that guy. So much for the sword god's heir. The young man with a wooden sword frowned when he saw Dragon Emperor. His thoughts moved along the exact same lines as the latter's did and began to question himself. Am I really weaker than that guy? He had tried his best while going through the monument's challenges. After all, he wouldn't be exposed even if he used his trump cards there. He was unwilling to believe he had gotten that result. Several other people stepped out of their monuments while that pair were still gazing and measuring each other. They were Holy King, the Thousand Leaves Holy Lady, Queen of the Seas, and the rest. A cold and indifferent voice was heard coming from Dragon Emperor's back. "Move away." The surface of the Dragon-class monument rippled, and Oasis Dragon King stepped out. His hair dangled casually. He looked down at everybody else as majestically as Dragon Emperor had. Everybody gazed at him as he stepped out. Nobody underestimated the best student of the Amir Royal Academy. Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes and looked at him dangerously after hearing that cold demand. The people in front of the score monument immediately took notice of them when they left the monument. However, they didn't seem excited. There was disappointment instead. The young man carrying a wooden sword, Dragon Emperor, and the others sensed their crestfallen attitude. It was somewhat puzzling. Not bothering to ask, they simply flew towards the score monument. All of them were eager to find out who was the one who had won first place. None of the best geniuses of the 5 academies would be willing to give in to someone else. Still, it was obvious that they wouldn't try their very best in that place. Their final stage would be the upcoming Universe Geniuses contest. Nevertheless, they could gauge their gaps in strength from that monument testing. "I'm going to be at the top." Holy King chuckled and flew away proudly. The young man with a wooden sword also flew over with a calm mood. Dragon Emperor laughed when he heard Holy King's claim. He didn't say anything, but despise and disdain were obvious on his face. "They're all out. What a shame, it's truly hopeless now. We can't compare to that monster, but we'll definitely get second place." "Humph, weren't the top 2 geniuses of the huge Mia College arrogant? Have you seen your ranking?" The geniuses in front of the ranking display wore complicated expressions. Although they were regretting having lost the chance of rising to the top, they were still arguing amongst themselves about their rankings. "Huh." The young man with a wooden sword was shocked by the whispers he heard. He then gazed at the top of the magnificent score monument, only to see that he wasn't there. Dragon Emperor wasn't there either, nor Oasis Dragon King. Instead, it was a surprising person. Him. The young master was stunned, just like being struck by lightning. Disbelief and fright appeared in his eyes. 95 floors. He was stupefied. His head went blank when he saw the horrifying point coefficient and the type of monument the man had challenged. 95 floors in the all-class monument. Did something go wrong? Dragon Emperor, Oasis Dragon King, the Thousand Leaves Holy Lady, and the others saw the point monument right then. All of them looked at the top of the rank. Each of them had thought there was hope of securing the top, but then they were similarly shocked to see the person who was really at the top. The number of floors and the points achieved by Su Ping were mind-boggling. Those numbers exceeded their imagination. They might have had a chance to reach a similar result if they were to train in the illusionary god monument mysterious realm for months. And yet, someone had reached the 95th floor on the first try. To top it off, he had challenged the most difficult all-class monument. Him. Oasis Dragon King was left in a daze when he saw who it was. He lost control of his face and openly displayed the shock he was feeling. The person who had claimed the top was Su Ping, the man who had traveled on the same spaceship as he had. Is the guy that strong? He suddenly remembered the time when he had challenged Su Ping to a duel, and the latter declined. His lips twitched. He had originally taken Su Ping as a coward, but the results made it obvious. The man thought of him as Karo, who was too weak to compete with him. But could Karo compare to him? He could easily defeat Karo with a single hand. However, it seemed that they were the same in Su Ping's eyes. That was so humiliating. Karo! Suddenly, a furious exclamation burst out. "I can't believe this." Dragon Emperor widened his eyes with coldness and fury. He searched the names in the monument and found that he was in 3rd place, right under the sword god's heir. His heart was aching when he turned to address the 7-star lords. He asked, "Is there something wrong with this monument?" The 7-star lords remained calm. Only the one from the Dragon Tomb Academy had an awkward look, as Dragon Emperor had lost his cool, unlike his usual pride and calmness. "The score monument never fails," said the instructor from a mirror with a cold, yet amused tone. By questioning the point monument, the man was essentially questioning Su Ping, who was representing his academy. How could he not defend him? "That's right. We went and confirmed this with the master of this place. The score monument is in perfect working order," the Star Lord of the Dragon Tomb Academy quickly added, hoping that Dragon Emperor would stop embarrassing them. He knew that everything was real, and even the master of that place had become interested in the top ranker. Dragon Emperor was about to say more, but instantly paused when his instructor stopped him and mentioned the Ascendant State expert. But then his shock intensified. He had climbed more than 70 floors, and he knew how difficult it was. Reaching the 80th floor was beyond his abilities, and yet someone had gone all the way to the 95th. Didn't that mean that the man could easily crush him? They were both in the Fate state. How could their gap be that wide? Dragon Emperor found it hard to accept. He felt that he had touched the ceiling of the Fate state, that only the super extraordinary geniuses could compare to him. However, his pride was deflated before the start of his journey in the Universe Geniuses contest. His questioning and the Star Lord's response were heard by a lot of people. The young man carrying a wooden sword, the Thousand Leaves Holy Lady, and the others were silent. Their faces showed troubled expressions. It was true. The man who had defeated Dragon Devil with his pet was actually so strong it was horrifying. They had thought that he was a pure controller, whose power mainly depended on his pet. However, he was obviously much stronger. A pure controller couldn't have climbed to the 95th level. He hid himself really well. The Thousand Leaves Holy Lady wore a complicated expression. She remembered how reluctant Su Ping was to answer Dragon Devil's challenge. She had considered his decision as cowardly, but now it seemed that he must have regarded Dragon Devil as nothing more than a mere bug. No one would be willing to answer the challenge of a bug. Therefore, he had been reluctant to attack when challenged in public. Although he seemed to be flinching, he wasn't scared of fighting. After all, Dragon Devil was an ant that he could easily suppress. They were both in the Fate state, yet their gap was tremendous. The Thousand Leaves Holy Lady was losing confidence. She was the strongest student of the Holy Oriole Academy. There were high hopes that she could show everybody how powerful their academy was. But then she started to doubt herself after such a development. Am I really as unparalleled and distinguished as my instructors say? If she was a rare genius that emerged once in several hundred years, what would that guy be? Not far from her, the young man who carried a wooden sword fell silent as he gazed at the top of the rank. He gradually clenched his fists inside his sleeves, dropping the harmless smile on his face. He became as cold and hard as a rock. On the other side, Holy King and Queen of the Seas, two top geniuses from the Humia Academy, looked at each other in silence. Their arrogance faded away. Who would have thought that such a horrifying monster would come along? Are all the contestants in the Universe Geniuses contest like him? Goddess of Light seemed confused. Her instructors had told her that she had a good chance of securing a good ranking in the Star Zone matches, based on the data from previous Universe Geniuses contests. She had felt uncomfortable and underestimated earlier on. But at the moment, she truly had a glimpse of the boundless universe. So there are truly unreasonable geniuses in the vast territory of the Federation. There was a silent person in the crowd. It was none other than Yuan Linglu. She had exited the monument a long time before, having only reached the 35th floor, which was among the lowest rankings. It was slightly frustrating for her, even though her instructors had told her to consider this as a chance to gain experience. She actually agreed with that advice. After all, she had seen how horrifying the two top geniuses were back in her academy. She was also in the Fate state, but they had left a deep impression on her, making her realize there were much stronger geniuses out there. For example, the guys who had one of the top 10 divine constitutions were able to become real geniuses. However, she didn't expect that the man born on the same home planet would keep on shining brightly after stealing her legacy and challenging the tower on the blue planet. He seemed to be even more horrifying than when seeing him on the blue planet. Even the two top geniuses had been suppressed by him. Was it really possible for her to train hard and later seek revenge? Yuan Linglu felt how the goal in her heart collapsed, as it had become something forever unattainable. While everyone remained silent, the time for the score monument to be updated had arrived, and the golden light appeared again. The geniuses, who had been brooding over their failure, couldn't help themselves. They looked at the new rankings, only to be even more devastated. The guy at the very top had gained even more points and was currently on the 96th floor. Is he going to climb all the way to the 99th floor without stopping? Someone held their head with both hands, feeling that the world had gone crazy. Dragon Emperor and the others were silent. Their faces looked awful too. The surface of the all-class monument rippled at that moment, and then a person stepped out. He was none other than Su Ping. Everybody fixed their eyes upon him just then. He's out. They felt relief for some reason at the moment. Dragon Emperor and the young man who carried a wooden sword were obviously more relaxed, but their eyes were filled with solemnity. The new arrival was all they could see at the moment. Huh. Su Ping was surprised to receive that much attention. He looked around and saw that all the students who were on the hill were all there. Does this mean that I was the last to come out? He realized what had happened, so he flew to check the score monument. He then found that his projection was at the very top. Su Ping slightly raised his eyebrows, wondering if he had shown off a tad too much. He wasn't too surprised by the result. However, Su Ping was quite surprised upon seeing the rankings of the young man who carried a wooden sword, Dragon Emperor, and the other geniuses who had claimed a seat on the hilltop. Those guys seemed to be weaker than he had thought at first. Chapter 865, Potential of the Ascendant State. I was already reaching my limits when I crossed 96 floors in a row. I had other trump cards which would allow me to climb higher. There might be others watching in this mysterious realm. After all, the owner of this mysterious realm probably has absolute control over it. It's better to keep a low profile. I'm very close to the 99th floor anyway. Instead of going up there in one attempt, I might as well try a few more times. I'm not in a rush anyway. Su Ping was completely relaxed, but then he saw the rankings behind him and realized that he had kept too high a profile. It probably would have been for the best to take a break long before the 96th floor. Everybody fixed their eyes upon Su Ping when he dashed close. The geniuses in front of the score monument couldn't help but make way for him. But Su Ping didn't move closer. He stood behind the crowd, where it was already possible for him to see the points clearly. High in the sky, the 7-star lords were also gazing at Su Ping as they thought and measured. It was the first time for them to observe a Fate State Junior that carefully. If things went well, he would probably distinguish himself in Sylvie. Once Su Ping reached the Star State, even those Star Lords would have to treat him equally instead of regarding him as a junior. That was exactly the potential and deterrence of a super genius. Su Ping turned around and left without talking to anyone after reading the results in the score monument. He didn't know any of the geniuses present, and there was nothing to talk about. He was surprised to see Yuan Linglu there. He sensed a well-hidden intent the moment he saw her. The girl had obviously not let go of the incident when he robbed her of the legacy on Longtai Mountain. He wouldn't have minded greeting her and giving her a hand if she would have forgiven him by then. After all, they should help each other since they were from the same planet. Besides, his status as the Lord of the Blue Planet gave him a sense of closeness with the people from his home planet. Unfortunately, she was still holding on to old grudges. That is why he didn't bother talking to her. Whoosh! The dead silent atmosphere in front of the score monument thawed a little bit after Su Ping left. Everybody became slightly relaxed. The young man who carried a wooden sword, Dragon Emperor, the 1,000 Leaves Holy Lady, and the others wore grave expressions when they saw Su Ping go straight back to his seat on the hill, as he didn't even look at any of them when he came out. He was obviously ignoring all of them. Being ignored in such a way was a first for all those brilliant geniuses. How arrogant! Dragon Emperor clenched his fists in a cold and angry mood. He had originally thought he would get first place, and yet he was eclipsed. The gap between them was devastatingly vast. The young man who carried a wooden sword bit his lips. His gentle face also became sharp. He coldly turned around and walked away. Oasis Dragon King glanced at Dragon Emperor and snorted. He then returned to his seat on the hill too. Seeing that they were about to leave, one of the 7-star lords stepped forward and said, "You're free to enter and challenge the monuments anytime in the following days. I hope that all of you become stronger and develop a deeper understanding from the monuments for the time when the matches begin. You'll be given training resources depending on your ranking at the end of the training session. The higher your ranking is, the more benefits you will receive. The top ranker will receive 5 deep red astral crystals, 5 drops of star dragon bone marrow, and 5 blades of high-level 5 elements divine grass. A chance to choose and learn one of 8 2-star techniques from different categories will also be granted. If you need anything else, you can use your points to exchange for additional items in the treasury. The points spent will be deducted as star coins and won't affect your ranking. To put it simply, 1 point equals 1 star coin. Every point is considered a star coin when you make exchanges in the treasury." Everybody was astonished by the generous rewards after the introduction. 5 drops of star dragon bone marrow. That's an extraordinary refining material that even star lords would cherish. The high-level 5 elements divine grass can increase your resistance to the basic elements. They can be applied to yourself or your pets. I've used the star dragon bone marrow before, but one can never have enough of it. The more you eat it, the stronger you will be. That is, unless you're already a star lord. That guy is bound to be significantly strengthened if he remains at the top in the following months. The stronger you are, the stronger you will be. The weaker you are, the more you'll be left behind. All the geniuses were feeling quite jealous. A single drop of star dragon bone marrow was worth half a tier 5 planet. Besides, it wasn't something that could simply be obtained with money. Connections and identity mattered too. The young man who carried a wooden sword, Dragon Emperor, and the 1,000 Leaves Holy Lady simply frowned, barely feeling excited. All of them had received unimaginable resources in the past, thanks to their top genius status. They would also have access to the materials set as promised rewards via their families or academies. Those rewards were indeed appealing to them, but not enough to elicit amazement. After all, the master of that mysterious realm had a partnership with the 5 academies. He didn't have super rare treasures that the 5 academies wouldn't. I'll have to ask my academy or my family to give me those resources if I can't get them in this mysterious realm. Dragon Emperor snorted and flew to the hilltop. For him, training was more important than anything else. He never even bothered to consider how to obtain resources. He was more enthusiastic than ever to strengthen himself now that Su Ping had shown up. The rest felt the same. Su Ping had bruised their pride by surpassing all of them in such a domineering way. The rest of the participants dispersed and worked on recovering. Soon after, some challenged the monuments again to train some more. Fighting inside the monument would only cause mental injuries at worst. There would be no physical damage. It was an ideal place to practice. Back on the hilltop, the 1,000 Leaves Holy Lady and Dragon Emperor were soon fully recovered. They glanced at Su Ping, who was still inside the circle of light. Then they entered the monuments once again with sharp eyes. The rankings on the score monument changed this time around. Still, changes were only seen from the 2nd through the 10th. Su Ping remained firmly at the top. Even though Su Ping had decided to rest inside the circle of light and not continue to challenge the monument, his previous height and points were like an insurmountable mountain. That guy probably has a chance to reach the 99th floor. The 99th? I don't think so. Although he reached the 96th with one attempt, every floor after the 90th is significantly more difficult than the last. He has a combat ability on par with the enemies of the 97th floor. That is why he crushed the enemies on previous floors. But still, it'll be hard for him to beat enemies beyond his limits. It's definitely not a problem for him to enter the 97th floor. I bet that he has a good chance of entering the 98th floor, and a 10% chance of making it to the 99th floor. If he does make it to the 99th level, wouldn't he be as strong as an ascendant? Who could argue? But it shouldn't be surprising for such a genius to be as strong as an ascendant state warrior. My estimate is that he'll make it to the finals of the Universe Geniuses contest. Maybe, but it's going to be hard. Ascendant's disciples are going to participate. There are plenty of guys on par with the Sword God's heir. Even some disciples of celestial state experts might come out and join the competition. In any case, he's undoubtedly one of the top geniuses in Sylvie. He'll definitely be noticed by Ascendant State experts. Chapter 866, The Last Challenge. Su Ping received rare training resources every day after securing the top of the rank. The deep red astral crystals were usually intended for Star Lord's training. They were also used as currency amongst this tier of experts. Such items were so rare in the universe that even those in the ascendant state would compete for them. Although it wouldn't be for their direct usage, they could give them to their subordinates. Most ascendants had their own organization. Few were lone wolves, and even those had their believers too. They would also fight to claim special resources for their sake. Training with deep red astral crystals was highly demanding. Those who weren't Star Lords had to have strong willpower. Su Ping tested his willpower when he received the resources in one of the monuments with a Star Lord. It was actually just a formality. Having climbed 96 floors of the all-class monument in a row was proof enough of his horrifying combat ability and unparalleled mental power. The result of the test was exactly as the Star Lord had speculated. Su Ping was able to swiftly pass the test. He wasn't trying to shock everyone. Passing the test was good enough. After all, he wouldn't get anything from it. Su Ping detected a distant and indescribable type of energy besides the pure and magnificent astral power when he absorbed the deep red astral crystals. The energy surrounded him and guided him like a voice, making his senses much keener than before. No wonder they're meant for the Star Lords. I'd be able to grasp laws easily if I train with them for a long time. However, when it comes to the Star Lords themselves, their combat ability wouldn't be significantly improved, even if they grasped one or two new laws. This distant energy sounds like the whispers in the fifth space. Those who are not determined will be lost in it. No wonder a strong willpower is required. The energy inside Su Ping's body reached its limits, given that 5 crystals were provided for him every day. Anyone else in the Fate state would have had to make a breakthrough to absorb the energy. But Su Ping's Chaos Star chart showed a great capacity. The cells all over his body absorbed and stored the astral power. Once all of them were full, he attempted to cultivate the astral painting state, which was the third major phase. He connected his cells and drew the first astral painting inside his body. It was a simple astral painting, which consisted of 3 stars making a triangle. There was a strange energy field in the area they enclosed. Su Ping melded his cells and constructed 3 enormous cell collections. Then he drew the astral painting with them. The drawing was quite strenuous to make, and a lot of astral power was required. Su Ping had originally reached his limits and couldn't absorb any more astral power, but as he drew on, not even the magnificent astral power from the deep red astral crystals seemed enough for him. It's true that training the astral painting state is more difficult. Su Ping wasn't frustrated. He had the deep red astral crystals anyway, and he could finish the drawing sooner or later. He was looking forward to finding out how strong he would become by the time he completed the first astral painting. Aside from those crystals, Su Ping's body was also assimilating the star dragon bone marrow. It was a pure body-strengthening material. Su Ping had been practicing the solar bulwark and was essentially a young golden crow, and the star dragon bone marrow was polishing it further. Su Ping felt as if he wouldn't get hurt even if a star state expert attacked him with full force. His body alone was already horrifying enough. It had to be noted that he was still in the fate state at that moment. The blades of five-element divine grass, on the other hand, were currently useless to him. Apart from the five basic elements, his resistance to other elements had been increased to the special grade, too. Such a resource was no longer useful for him. I can save them for my sister or my other friends on the blue planet. Su Lingyu placed them in his storage and thought of Su Lingyu. All his pets, including the little skeleton, also had special grade resistance, so it wouldn't be useful for them either. Time went by quickly. Su Ping had remained on the hilltop the whole time while absorbing those resources. As for the others, they kept on re-entering the monuments to train after they recovered. Fighting inside the monuments was more effective than sitting around, in their opinion. After all, they had specifically gone to that mysterious realm because of the monuments. There were multiple places with denser astral power in their academies if the goal was to simply sit and meditate. Oasis Dragon King, the young man who carried a wooden sword, and the others rose steadily as they continued their challenges. On the third day, the young man who carried a wooden sword reached the 80th floor. Dragon Emperor was also inching closer to the 80th floor. On the 7th day, the young man who carried a wooden sword entered the 83rd floor. Dragon Emperor stepped into the 80th floor and was ready to tackle the 81st. The other geniuses, such as the Thousand Leaves Holy Lady and Oasis Dragon King, were only 1 or 2 floors behind. Su Ping was enjoying himself while sitting on the hilltop, crazily absorbing astral power coming from underneath the chair and drawing his first astral painting. Why didn't he try entering the monuments again? He had been through countless life-and-death exercises in the cultivation sites. Such a kind of training was no longer effective for him. His 96th floor record and the point coefficient of the all-class monument made Su Ping remain on top of everybody else. Many people would unconsciously look at the hilltop as they got out of the monuments, feeling weird when they saw that Su Ping was still sitting there. They felt both insulted and somewhat relieved. Why has the guy been cultivating instead of challenging the monuments? This is a rare opportunity. Isn't it a waste for him to only be sitting and meditating there this whole time? The 7-star lords also felt weird when they saw that. The man had been given the chance to enter that mysterious realm, yet he wasn't making the most of the opportunity to train inside the monuments. What was the point? Some speculated that Su Ping had used some sort of secret technique on the first day that caused severe sequela. That was why he had been resting. Many agreed. They didn't feel as amazed by Su Ping's record anymore. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The young man who carried a wooden sword had reached the 88th floor. He was very close to the 90th floor, but he had been lingering on the 88th since a week earlier, since it had been difficult for him to reach the 89th floor. Obviously, he was reaching his limits. Dragon Emperor was close behind him. His points were slightly fewer, while he still held onto 3rd place. Oasis Dragon King ranked 4th. He had also chosen the Dragon-class monument, but he was 1 floor below Dragon Emperor. The others were slightly behind Oasis Dragon King, but the gap wasn't too wide. He's still cultivating. The young man who carried a wooden sword walked out of the monument and habitually looked at the hilltop, only to find that Su Ping was still sitting inside the circle of light. Su Ping never left the hilltop after reaching the 96th floor on his first day. The young man carrying a wooden sword didn't believe the rumors. His concern was that Su Ping had perceived something during the challenge and had been contemplating about it. That idea had been weighing down on him ever since it occurred to him. He had rarely paid attention to anybody else and was fully focused on his sword technique. Still, he was currently paying attention to Su Ping. It's been a month, and we haven't even caught up to his performance from the first day. The young swordsman took a deep breath and returned to the hilltop. Soon after, Dragon Emperor came out of the monument and also looked at the hilltop. He snorted after seeing Su Ping there, then he flew back to his seat. Time flew quickly. Given that Su Ping was earnestly cultivating every day, the others gradually lost interest in him and fixed their eyes on Dragon Emperor, the young man who carried a wooden sword, and Oasis Dragon King who were more active. They too were trying hard to polish themselves inside the monuments. The top of the rank remained steady and unshakable, but those ranging from 2nd to the 10th were competing fiercely. Dragon Emperor surpassed the young man with a wooden sword twice, who later caught up. He was trailing behind the young swordsman most of the time. However, the 2 times he was able to surpass him made the Dragon Tomb Academy feel proud in front of the Sword Deity Academy. Some visitors will come to this place for observation and training, but they only stay for half a month. Focus on yourselves and don't bother them. One day, a Star Lord of the mysterious realm brought a piece of news back. The geniuses were slightly surprised, but didn't consider it a big deal. After all, that mysterious realm was a super rare place that entertained not just them, but also geniuses from other parts of the universe. Interstellar spaceships arrived in the mysterious realm a few days after they were notified. Some of them belonged to the 5 academies and carried distinguished students. Even though they weren't the cream of the crop, they were also remarkable geniuses who had gone there for training. However, their training was not as intense as the one prepared for Su Ping and the other contestants. Other organizations from the galaxy had also sent representatives. Some of them were either descendants of a Star Lord or future stars of their organizations. All of them were gathered in the mysterious realm. Are all the geniuses of the 5 academies here? I heard that they've been here for a long time since they had recommendations. All of them are preparing for the upcoming matches. I wonder how strong they are. It's a shame that I wasn't admitted by any of the 5 academies. I would love to meet them. Many newcomers were curious about Su Ping and the geniuses, but they didn't dare to approach them while under the Star Lord's watch. The score monument is right there. Wow, the top of the rank challenged the all-class monument and reached the 96th floor. Is the 96th floor very difficult? It's not just difficult, it's impossible. Do you know Huan Lishan, owner of this mysterious realm? He challenged the all-class monument and passed all 99 floors. Thanks to that, he was acknowledged as master of this mysterious realm. Seriously, so to speak, if that guy climbs 3 more floors, his accomplishment will be as good as Lord Huan Lishan's. Some of the geniuses who had never been to the mysterious realm were horrified. Huan Lishan was an ascendant expert, and yet somewhere before them, there was a guy who was as strong as him. Originally, some weren't really impressed by the candidates who received the recommendations, but then they were dumbfounded after seeing the rankings on the monument. No matter how confident they were, they didn't think they could reach the ascendant state. The ascendant state was too distant. It was extremely difficult to become a Star Lord as it was. It's him. Koro was stunned in the crowd. He had also been sent there by his academy. He didn't expect that the top ranker wouldn't be Oasis Dragon King or a genius from another academy, but the guy who frightened him with one punch. The guy had dwarfed Oasis Dragon King and suppressed all the other geniuses from the 5 academies. He sweated hard and almost slapped himself in the face as he recalled that he almost attacked Su Ping earlier. Humph! On the hill, some of the geniuses who were training snorted at the newcomers who pointed at them and whispered. They weren't interested in what they were talking about at all. Time flew. The newcomers didn't affect the results of Dragon Emperor and the others. Su Ping had been sitting on the hilltop all the time, still opting not to enter the monuments, so the others stopped paying attention to him and focused on their own training. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. The screening tests of the Universe Geniuses contest were over. Even the elimination rounds in the planetary systems were over too. Sylvie's elimination matches were soon going to be held. This also meant that the geniuses had to leave this mysterious realm. The newcomers had left a long time earlier. Only the top students of the 5 academies remained at the moment. He's on the 91st floor. As expected of the sword god's heir, he's made another breakthrough. His limits must have been breached on the 89th floor. It's incredible enough that he was able to climb 2 more floors in merely 3 months. He's a great learner. No wonder the sword god taught him personally. The young man who carried a wooden sword walked out of the monument, pale and exhausted. His appearance instantly attracted everybody's attention. Dragon Emperor, who was currently cultivating on the hilltop, had a grave expression, as the young man had gained much more points than him. He rose quickly, ready to challenge the monument again. However, exactly at that moment, he turned his head and looked at one particular circle of light, only to find that the young man who had been sitting there had walked out. The young man who carried a wooden sword also noticed when Su Ping left, and so did everybody else. All the eyes that had previously fixed upon the former shifted to Su Ping. Chapter 867, Climbing to the Peak. The training here is almost over. I should gather more points while I can. Su Ping completed the first astral painting in his body after 3 months of cultivation. The astral painting state consisted of 9 astral paintings. He would be significantly strengthened with every painting added. Su Ping's plan was simple. He was going to gauge the power of the first astral painting, claim all the points he could get before he left that mysterious realm, to then exchange for materials needed to upgrade the solar bulwark. The owner of that mysterious realm might have some of the rare materials that Xingyu Shen'er wouldn't have access to. Dragon Emperor flew towards Su Ping and remarked coldly, "Are you finally ready to continue?" Su Ping was stunned by this. He glanced at him, wondering when they had become such good friends. Su Ping ignored the guy and flew straight to the all-class monument. Dragon Emperor nearly choked with anger after being ignored in front of everybody. He couldn't help but blush, even though he had always controlled himself well. He snorted and wore an expression of disdain to defend his pride. The students of the Dragon Tomb Academy were shocked to see the always arrogant Dragon Emperor be slighted. Mixed feelings was the common denominator. They were angry since it was an affront to their academy, but they also felt somewhat delighted. The students of other academies, however, focused their eyes on Su Ping until he entered the all-class monument. He's indeed challenging the all-class monument. He could have passed all floors if he would have challenged another monument, right? You don't say. He probably would have passed them on the first day. All the students wore complicated expressions. Dragon Emperor and the young man who carried a wooden sword were among the best students, but they had been lingering around the 90th floor, while Su Ping had the potential to pass all the floors. The gap was truly massive. He should at least be able to cross 2 floors this time, right? The higher you go, the more difficult it'll be. However, I think it won't be a problem for such a genius. Can't you be any bolder? I bet he can pass all the floors today. All the floors. The students who were discussing became silent for a moment. Oddly enough, no one disagreed. After all, Su Ping had worked a miracle on his first day there. He had suppressed the geniuses of the 5 academies for months. They couldn't surpass him even if they were to train for a year. After all, even the young swordsman and Dragon Emperor had slowed down. It would have taken them months to pass 1 floor. In the crowd, Yuan Linglu bit her lips. She had made significant progress in the past 3 months, rising from the 35th floor to the 47th. She was very close to the 50th floor, which was a major threshold. Whoever surpassed the 50th floor would be considered a genius in 10 planetary systems. However, the higher she went, the more devastated she became. She felt the horror as she considered the higher floors. The enemies before the 50th floor were unbelievably strong already. Although they were only in the Fate state, they had the combat ability of an early Star state warrior. She could hardly imagine what the 90th floor implied. The others mentioned that every floor after the 90th was much more difficult than the last one. She could not imagine what they were like either. Our gap wasn't this big when we fought for the legacy. Yuan Linglu watched Su Ping's back with despair and frustration in her eyes. Although Su Ping had surpassed her during the competition on Mount Longtai, she was still able to fight him back then, but now she had been completely eclipsed. Inside the all-class monument, Su Ping entered the 97th floor. He had chosen to quit without much resistance the previous time. However, he was at the moment planning to pass. It shouldn't be too eye-catching if I pass the remaining 3 floors, right? Su Ping focused his attention as he gazed at random scenes and enemies, then summoned his vast sky thunderous dragon. Su Ping had to fight with his pets after passing the 95th floor. After all the enemies would have top star state combat ability. Several of them appeared at the same time. The knees of any other Fate State practitioner would have buckled, and they would have straight off surrendered at the sight of their enemies, because it was impossible to win. Even the proud young men such as Dragon Emperor and the young swordsman would reflect a reaction in their faces. After all, the leap in difficulty was completely unreasonable. It's the same lineup. It seems that the all-class monument remembers me. I have to pass this floor in order to meet a different lineup of enemies. It's impossible to try different enemies by quitting and re-entering the monument. Su Ping smiled in a relaxed manner. He had failed to beat them before. This time, he could find out how much stronger he had become. He no longer hesitated and unleashed the power of the first astral painting inside his body. The 3 round stars on the astral painting revolved like glittering suns, infusing a power boost throughout Su Ping's body and making it run like a river. Boom! Su Ping punched. His fist dazzled his enemies with a sharp aura. The unleashed astral power had spikes. This was due to the aggressive nature of the triangular astral painting in his body. His astral power carried new features. It contained the horrifying aggressiveness of the triangular astral painting. A man who had been sleeping inside a palace deep inside the mysterious realm suddenly opened his eyes when Su Ping challenged the monument. 2 lightning bolts seemed to have instantly darted out of the palace through the void. This little guy is truly patient. He must be trying to challenge my record. I wonder if he can break it, the man mumbled with a smile. A vortex appeared in front of his eyes and displayed a feed of Su Ping's battle. He had already entered the 97th floor and was about to fight the enemies. Bang! Su Ping unleashed an invincible aura on the battlefield. 3 balls of lightning were constricting and shining in his stomach. They were obvious even from the outside, and they looked like pearls. Su Ping gathered his strength as he charged forward and killed one of the illusions with 1 punch. Huh! The man who was leaning on the side suddenly sat straight after such a surprise. Could a guy in the Fate State really have that much astral power? Soon, the man realized that Su Ping's technique wasn't as simple as he thought. It allowed him to absorb that much astral power and stopped him from making a breakthrough. His cultivation technique is definitely strange. Su Ping quickly finished off all enemies on the 97th floor and entered the 98th floor. I thought they would hold him behind for a while. The man looked at Su Ping's speed and put on a smile. He found that his previous worries were hilarious. Just as he expected, Su Ping instantly killed all the enemies again with his horrifying astral power and his many laws on the 98th floor. He reached the 99th floor in the blink of an eye. That was the top floor in every monument, where the enemies were the strongest. The man knew that the monuments had been left by that realm's creator as a test. He had passed the test, proving that he was qualified to inherit the mantle and become the new master of the mysterious realm. The real benefits of that mysterious realm weren't limited to those monuments. If I hadn't claimed this in the past, this mysterious realm would have definitely fallen into his hands, mumbled the man before he shook his head with mixed feelings. He was practically immortal, given his ascendant state cultivation, and his greatest entertainment was to witness the rising stars in the universe. His name will probably spread to the ears of those people very soon. I need to take action immediately, said the man to himself and quickly left. At the moment, on the 99th floor of the all-class monument. Noises burst out consecutively, and the environment was extremely harsh. Illusions were changing non-stop on that floor. Su Ping found himself in a forest for a second, to later appear in a sea right after. His enemies were also changing constantly. There were dragons at one moment and elemental beasts at another. They were also transforming from archers to assassins and tanks with solid shells every now and then, making it impossible for him to react. Are you testing my responsiveness? Su Ping suffered a few injuries and was becoming quite infuriated. The enemies on the 99th floor were very tricky. Some had mastered multiple laws, while others had almost fully grasped a single law. They would have been quite the challenge for top star state geniuses in the outside world. Are you forcing me to use my dual merge? No, I won't. The more Su Ping fought, the angrier he became. He seized a moment to put away the white-scaled vast sky thunderous dragon and then summoned his inferno dragon. The latter was stronger in terms of combat ability when compared to Little White. The stronger a pet was, the more enhancement it could provide after merging. He didn't summon the dark dragon hound or his other pets to help. They were too weak in comparison to the enemies he was facing. Although they were strong and talented, they weren't strong enough to fight those at the top of the star state, and they would only be burdens. Summoning many pets in a battle was only suitable for the general battle pet warriors. Geniuses such as him had to count on themselves. Even though their pets could be one rank higher than themselves, it didn't matter much to the true geniuses who also entered the fray. Their pets would only work as support. However, pets were better suited to the general public. They could also become horrifying when they reached the ascendant state. Any ascendant would have to kneel before a person who managed to establish a contract with a celestial state pet. The higher they reached, the more difficult it was to make a breakthrough. Merge. Su Ping quickly merged with the Inferno Dragon. Very soon, there was a surge of a daunting aura, which was 30% more powerful than when he merged with Little White. He dodged the incoming attack and punched the man who ambushed him, forcing him to retreat. Then, Su Ping gathered his astral power to form a sword entwined with 30 laws. The weapon's aura made the surrounding space collapse. Boom! The 98th floor. Damn, he's only been there for 10 minutes, and he managed to pass 2 floors. I thought it would take him multiple attempts to reach the 97th floor. I was wrong. The geniuses were in shock as they looked at the refreshed score monument. The students who came out of the monument started to gather around to watch, instead of recuperating after coming out of the monuments. Dragon Emperor and the young man who carried a wooden sword didn't cultivate on the hilltop either, as they were too disturbed to do that. The young swordsman pursed his lips and heaved a sigh, knowing that he hadn't reached the unemotional level his master had asked him to reach. He saw that, while Su Ping remained on the top of the rank, the number of floors behind the latter's name turned from 96 to 98. Such a change came as a shock to all. It was too fast. 2 floors in 10 minutes. Even geniuses such as Dragon Emperor and the young swordsman had to fight for hours to pass a floor close to the 90th. They had also failed most of their attempts. Winning hadn't been easy for them. Considering Su Ping's speed, he had undoubtedly dominated all of the enemies that appeared. It seems that he's really going to reach the 99th floor. Someone sighed, his mood sorrowful. He's truly as strong as an ascendant. A future ascendant state expert is right next to us. The others wore complicated expressions too, thinking they were about to compete with an ascendant state expert barely starting to grow. But in the end, some were even vaguely proud in a way. It wasn't humiliating to have been beaten by such a genius, was it? Maybe years later, when Su Ping did reach the ascendant state, they could talk about this incident. It would be a story they could brag about. Some people were distracted. Dragon Emperor and the young man who carried a wooden sword fell silent. Chapter 868, The Ascendant State and the Beginning of the Match. Su Ping stepped out of the all-class monument moments after. There was sweat on his cheeks, but he wasn't as exhausted as everybody expected. Everybody was stunned. Why did he come out so quickly? Did he fail the challenge on the 99th floor? The score monument was then refreshed. Once the golden light disappeared, the floor number underneath Su Ping's ranking changed from 98 to 99. Everybody in front of the score monument fell silent right then. After only 2 updates in just 20 minutes, Su Ping passed 3 floors and reached the 99th floor. He had undoubtedly evinced the potential of the ascendant state. Everybody looked at the young man. A horrifying idea suddenly occurred to them. Since the battle was over so quickly, did the guy not try his best at all? The thought made the young swordsman and dragon emperor look awful. They had planned to compete with Su Ping. After all of them were Fate State warriors and unparalleled geniuses. How strong could he be? But they ended up devastated. They clearly weren't on the same level. The height of 99 floor was beyond their imagination. Still, someone else had already achieved what they couldn't even dream about. So, all that remained was despair. Su Ping took a deep breath. He was lost for words when everybody gazed at him. He wasn't an idiot. He knew the significance of reaching the 99th floor. He could tell its difficulty from the performance of the top students of the 5 academies. He didn't want to maintain such a high profile, but he needed the points. Just as I expected, the last 3 floors gave the most points. The points from each of those floors are as many as those I made with 40 or so floors down below. Su Ping was satisfied as he looked at the record on the monument. He only needed to talk to the Star Lord Manager and exchange the points for resources. The wind in the realm was suddenly frozen when he was about to move out. Then a glimmering man stepped out of the void. He seemed to be the center of the entire world. The frozen currents began to circulate again. The troubled Star Lords narrowed their eyes upon seeing the stranger. The 2 managing the mysterious realm quickly flew over and said respectfully, "Master." The Star Lords from the 5 academies quickly followed suit and paid their respects. They were quite shocked. Some looked at Su Ping in the distance. He was the only reason why Yuan Lishan had arrived. The young swordsman, Dragon Emperor, the Thousand Leaves Holy Lady, and the others in front of the score monument were equally stunned. All of them were top geniuses. It wasn't the first time they had seen an ascendant state expert. However, they would still feel awe every time they saw one. That was the pressure of the ascendant state. Even extraordinary beings such as the Star Lords would inevitably feel scared. "Little guy, I'm the owner of this mysterious realm. Are you interested in learning after me as my disciple?" said Yuan Lishan with a smile as he sent out an invitation. He was reluctant to give away such a promising student. It would be idiotic for him not to try and claim him. Would it be demeaning for him to show up and invite the young man? He didn't think so. Would anyone present dare to think such action was demeaning? No. Being an ascendant, he could pretty much do anything he wanted without caring about how others felt. Well, Su Ping was stunned for a moment. He found a strong similarity between the vibe of the newcomer and green ladies, as well as that of the 3 ascendant state experts he had seen in the divine residence. He's as strong as Joanna's original self. An idea flashed in Su Ping's head. He asked, "What can I get as your disciple?" The 7 Star Lords were so shocked that they almost bit their tongues off. They thought that something had gone wrong with their ears. The young man with a wooden sword, Dragon Emperor, and the other students looked at Su Ping in shock, too. After being invited by an ascendant, instead of being grateful, the man was asking what he could get. The silver-robed Yuan Lishan was slightly surprised, too. But then he laughed and said, "Interesting, very interesting. You can get a lot of things. For example, you may train here for as long as you wish. You've shown great potential. With enough luck, you can reach the ascendant state, too. Apart from training here, I will be teaching you personally. You'll become my 7th personal disciple. Your combat ability will definitely be further improved with my training." Yuan Lishan added in earnest, "Think about it. You'll be my personal disciple, not just a regular student." Su Ping instantly hesitated. not because he wondered if he should accept the invitation, but because he didn't know how to refuse it. Yuan Lishan's promise was obviously unsatisfactory to him. Training in this mysterious realm, he could always train himself in the cultivation sites. Further improve my combat ability. That was just an empty promise. Besides, he could make good progress too as long as he obtained materials for the solar bulwark, and he would not need the guy at all. The only appealing thing the guy could offer was his identity as an ascendant state expert. He would have swaggering rights if he had an ascendant state master. But there was also a downside. He would inevitably expose his secrets if he became his disciple, and he couldn't explain away Green Lady's existence. Su Ping believed that Green Lady was more reliable than him in terms of guidance. "Sorry, Senior, but I need more time to consider," said Su Ping, to subtly avoid giving a straight no. He also couldn't find an excuse to refuse him, unless he claimed he already had an ascendant state master. However, he would lose the chance to study under a celestial master if he played that card, if one did show interest in him. Why did Su Ping think that a celestial state would show interest? The reason was simple. How could anyone not be interested in a guy as handsome as him? Yuan Lishan frowned upon hearing Su Ping's reply. Is this an indirect no? Unwilling to let him go that easily, he asked, "Do you have a master already? Or do you need to ask the opinion of seniors in your family?" Su Ping wasn't a natural-born genius as he saw it. He must have been taught by an expert. It wouldn't be surprising if he was part of an ascendant state family. It was just that he had never heard of any ascendant state peers having such a distinguished descendant. If they did, they would have shown him off long before. The 7-star lords and the students were stupefied. Su Ping turned down the invitation. Countless people dreamed of such an opportunity. The Thousand Leaves Holy Lady, Oasis Dragon King and Dragon Emperor seemed just as envious. Queen of the Seas, Sword Maniac, and Dragon Devil were obviously jealous, too. They would rarely have a chance to meet an ascendant state expert. Still, Su Ping needed time to consider the precious opportunity of learning under him. Both, Su Ping hesitated and said, not being too direct. After staring at Su Ping for a moment, Yuan Lishan said, "That's fine, just think about it. You're welcome in my place anytime. Until then, here's a little something to show my sincerity." He raised his hand and pointed his finger. Golden light appeared and spun in midair, which then formed a golden sphere. "This is a battle pattern that I've drawn with ascendant state power," said Yuan Lishan. "I was planning to rebuild and cleanse your body, but your body seems very pure to me. Someone must have done this for you in the past." The heavenly tribulations did, thought Su Ping. He looked at the battle pattern curiously. He wasn't going to turn it down. Su Ping was still clueless about the ascendant state power. Although he had met similar and even stronger creatures in the cultivation sites, he had only observed their appearances. He didn't know how they utilized their power. He only knew that it was something beyond laws and worlds. "Thank you, sir." Yuan Lishan smiled after seeing that Su Ping was willing to accept it. The golden battle pattern was pushed into his body. Su Ping instantly felt a special power that felt like a thin mist permeating his body. There seemed to be abundant energy that could burst out of the special battle pattern at any time. All the onlookers showed envious eyes, as it wasn't usual to receive power from an ascendant state expert. The young man who carried a wooden sword narrowed his eyes after seeing this happen. Once his gift was received, Yuan Lishan said his goodbyes to Su Ping and left. Although he thought highly of Su Ping and was willing to take him in, he would not go further and beg. After all, the potential to break through to the ascendant state was still just that, pure potential. It was just a reference, until it translated into real power. The future was always unpredictable. Some people with great potential had died young and nobody remembered them. It wasn't an uncommon occurrence in the universe. Su Ping then returned to the hilltop to continue his training. Su Ping occasionally went to the 99th floor of the monument in the following days, all to test the power of the ascendant state battle pattern. Su Ping was able to find that it was a power that was attached to himself. It didn't seem to merely be pure astral power or some sort of energy. It was something which felt beyond the star state, like the power of faith. He had originally been able to pass the 99th floor by merging with the Inferno Dragon, but then he could achieve this by merging with Little White after activating the battle pattern. If I have this battle pattern, geniuses under other ascendants will probably have something like this. Su Ping wasn't happy. Instead, his heart was quite heavy. He was rather scared after personally experiencing the power. Soon enough, the training in the mysterious realm had ended. One day, someone went there to report that the screening tests of the Universe Geniuses contest had also concluded, and the galactic matches were about to begin. Su Ping and the others who had received recommendations would then leave the mysterious realm to participate. Those who won the matches would fight other star zones as representatives of the Golden Star Zone. The top 100 of every star zone would enter the finals. We have to go now. I don't think I'm ready yet. Damn it, I thought I was fully prepared, but then I realized I'm still far from the limits of the fate state after seeing all these monsters. It shouldn't be a problem for the Dragon Tomb Academy to enter the Golden Star Zone, should it? Sword God's heir is truly incredible. He managed to suppress Dragon Emperor. All the students were reluctant to leave, but they were excited about the upcoming battles too. They complied with the Star Lord's summons from each academy, boarding on their respective spaceships bound for the arenas. Huan Lishan appeared again before Su Ping left. He said, "I'll be there to watch your battles, keep it up." Everybody was shocked and envious to see Huan Lishan seeing Su Ping off. Even if Su Ping was eliminated, he could always come back to Huan Lishan and learn from him. "Thank you, sir," replied Su Ping with a proper show of courtesy. Su Ping suddenly remembered Green Lady after he boarded the spaceship. She must have been waiting for him with a planet outside the mysterious realm. It seemed that she would have to travel once again while dragging a planet. Su Ping thought for a moment. There were no Celestials in Sylvie, only Ascendants would watch the competitions. They would probably avoid offending her as long as she wasn't too outrageous. "Let's just go to the arena," said the instructor on the spaceship, and urged the pilot to set off. The spaceships of the 5 academies took off one after the other. Their engines emanated dazzling rays of light before they blasted away. Su Ping was finally able to see Rhea when they left the mysterious realm. Green Lady had indeed tagged along with a planet. "Where is this planet from?" "It's probably Lord Huan Lishan's work." "Are we going to the old arena?" "Amir is going to become famous." On the spaceship, everybody was excited, looking forward to the upcoming battles. This time, a battlefield has been constructed in the void. It's very spacious. You won't feel restricted in the slightest, but don't be careless even if you're strong. Remember that there's always someone stronger out there, said their instructor solemnly. Everybody unconsciously looked at Su Ping. That guy was undoubtedly the stronger person out there. Chapter 869, Galactic Streaming. Humph. Oasis Dragon King snorted with mixed feelings. He had previously been the center of attention, but everybody had been eclipsed by Su Ping. Still, he curbed his budding jealousy because his pride forbade him to. Jealousy was a negative feeling for weaklings. A man as proud as Oasis Grey would never allow himself to have something that only the weaklings had. "How long will it take for us to reach the place?" Su Ping asked the instructor curiously. The instructor replied with a smile, "Half a day. You can take a break. You deserve it after training for so long. Matches will begin the moment we get there, so you should try to get prepared by then." He was speaking to all the candidates. Su Ping felt relieved. Green Lady would have it easier if the journey was short. He said goodbye to the instructor and nodded at Kleesabe and Ibetaluna before he left for the rest area. Everybody took Su Ping's cue and dispersed to also take a break. Oasis Dragon King gloomily returned to the rest area, but he chose to continue cultivating and meditating instead of resting. Both Kleesabe and Ibetaluna were delighted to see that Su Ping had only nodded at them. It meant that they had left a good impression on him after all. It would have been taken as brown-nosing if they had waited until Su Ping showed his talent. The universe was a vast place, and the Federation had a boundless territory. It was divided into 12 star zones. Each star zone contained multiple galaxies. Every galaxy had dozens, if not hundreds of planetary systems such as Zeropron. There were generally a dozen planets in every planetary system. The larger ones had dozens of planets. The Sylvie Galaxy consisted of dozens of planetary systems. Once the Universe Geniuses contest started, screening tests were conducted on every planet. The geniuses selected from cities, states, and planets would fight on behalf of their own planets in the planetary system matches. If they distinguished themselves in their planetary systems, they would participate in galactic matches, which was the next level of competition Su Ping and the others were heading to. If they advanced again, they would go to the Golden Star Zone on behalf of Sylvie. At that moment, in Oro, a Tier 1 planetary system in Sylvie, there were 3 Tier 1 planets. They were extremely large, with prosperous urbanized continents as well as those assigned for hunting. Rhea and the Blue Planet were like beans when compared to them. Their economies were much poorer too. The economy of a continent on Oro was already greater than that of planet Rhea, not to mention the Blue Planet, which was even more underdeveloped. The benefits of a Tier 1 planet were the excellent atmosphere and its facilities. For instance, the astral power concentration was 10 times higher than that on regular planets. Training there would be much faster. It was also the reason why the more advanced a planet was, the more top experts it would have. In addition, the bleeding-edge equipment of the Federation would mostly be found on Tier 1 planets. They were the best in terms of entertainment, fashion, technology, combat, secret techniques, and more. The 3 massive planets were currently attracted to each other thanks to the control of ascendant state experts. There was a vast continent in the void, right in the juncture of their gravity fields. The back of the continent was soil that floated like islands with energy shields on the surface. 10 regions had been drawn out in that continent. Every region had its own energy boundaries. The whole place was an actual battlefield. There were currently a lot of people found in those regions. They were media representatives from various planetary systems who were setting up their equipment. That was Sylvie's elimination matches, which would be streamed to all the planetary systems and their respective planets. Dear audience, the continent in front of our eyes will be the battlefield where the winners of our planetary systems will fight. This entire continent will be the battlefield. The 10 regions will hold matches at the same time. Which planetary system will be the one with the geniuses able to distinguish themselves and leave their names on the divine star planet as part of the top 10,000? Many spaceships, warships, and cruises had gathered around the continent in the void. They carried reporters from various media outlets, as well as members of the audience who had made the trip to watch the game. Every planetary system has presented many brilliant geniuses in the screening phase. Join us as we watch their awesome performances during the games. The matches hadn't started yet. The organizers were replaying highlights from the screening phase at the moment. Players with different faces and hair colors showed up and demonstrated great combat abilities. He's physically resisting the strength of a dragon. He killed a Star State dragon with one sword attack. Is he really in the Fate State? I'm in the Fate State too. I feel unworthy in front of him. I heard that the top geniuses of the 4 best academies haven't shown up yet. They've been training in a S-rated mysterious realm until the matches begin. This can't be real. He killed a Star State opponent. I have every reason to believe that he cheated. Cheated? This is the Universe Geniuses contest hosted by Celestials. Who would dare to cheat? What a stupid accusation. Countless planets in Sylvie were rebroadcasting Sylvie's official feed. The blood of all the viewers started boiling as they watched the highlights. Someone in the Fate State killed a Star State pet. Many people thought that only those below the ocean state could beat enemies above their level. The gap between the fate state and the star state was too wide. However, the older audience who had watched previous championships were calmer. Even so, they also became passionate as they were being influenced by the exciting atmosphere. After all, such geniuses were extremely rare to encounter in real life. The audiences on some of the underdeveloped planets were amazed by the highlights. Not even their experts thought they were as good. Far away on the blue planet. Damn it, they're all fate state warriors. This is unbelievable. The Federation is truly too big of a place. I thought that geniuses like Boss Sue should be rare, but they don't seem as rare now. You're exaggerating. Boss Sue is able to crush star state warriors. Few of the guys participating can pull that off. Boss Sue would have definitely been an eye-catching star had he competed against them. Tusk, Boss Sue is truly awesome. He was born and raised on the blue planet, yet he can fight with geniuses who grew up in the Federation. Exactly. Those geniuses are never short of resources or techniques in the Federation. Our planet is like a poor, underdeveloped village in comparison. It's already good enough that we're catching up with other battle pet warriors in the Federation. We can hardly surpass them. On the blue planet, the video was being streamed to all the base cities. The blue planet had applied for a signal rebroadcast from the planetary system authorities to watch the game since the earlier screening phase. Several experts had been selected from the blue planet too. Those in the fate state were Jia Yuanfeng and Yuan Tianchen. The rest were in the void state, such as Qin Duhuang and Venerable the Blade. Yuan Tianchen was originally in the void state, but he had managed to reach the fate state. Their warriors had been leveling up much faster ever since the blue planet was better connected to the Federation. Venerable the Blade had risen from the ocean state to the void state too. Unfortunately, all of them had been eliminated in the first round of the screening test, except for Jia Yuanfeng, who managed to make it to the second round. Qin Duhuang and Venerable the Blade were even mocked. After all, almost all the contestants were in the fate state. Those who were below that level would barely have a chance to distinguish themselves in that contest. Sadly, the blue planet was so underdeveloped that it had few fate state experts. Once all the blue planet's experts were eliminated, they further realized the gap between them and the other planets in the Federation. Boss Su is truly extraordinary. Jia Yuanfeng, Qin Duhuang and the others were all in the Longjiang base city, which was the biggest city in the world. It was destined to become the heart of the planet since it was their lord's hometown. Who can argue with that? Qin Duhuang had a lot of mixed feelings too, as he drank tea with Jia Yuanfeng. Nai Huofeng glanced at them and rolled his eyes. These guys are drinking tea as if it were liquor. What is that all about? I don't think I saw Boss Su in the screening phase, Liu Tianzong remarked in confusion. He had also become a legend and was qualified to sit with the others. The matches we watched were only limited to our planetary system. We don't know what happened elsewhere. Boss Su must have participated in another planetary system. I'm sure he'll appear among the highlights being replayed, said Qin Shujian. The latter had also become a legend and was equal to Liu Tianzong. The Qin family already had 4 legendary warriors at this point. Qin Xiaoshan, who had succeeded as the family leader, was already at the peak of the titled state and was about to become a legend. It does make sense. Everybody else nodded and watched patiently. Boss Su is different from us. He's a real genius, Nai Huofeng remarked with mixed feelings as he watched the feed from the other planetary systems. He had a jumble of conflicting emotions when he thought about Su Ping. The astral power he had saved up for 1,000 years was looted by Su Ping, but the latter had also saved the planet in the Battle of the Deep Caves and averted the impending catastrophe, something he had failed to do. Aside from that, Su Ping chose not to kill him after the battle. That was the main reason why ceded the Lord's position to him. He currently was willingly managing the planet as Su Ping's aide. He didn't expect that such an astonishing genius would grow up right under his nose on the blue planet. That young man was a genius who was destined to glow even in the Federation, a place that had tons of planets. That is correct. Everybody else nodded in agreement and raised their cups to toast. A vortex appeared in space hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the void continent, while the audience on the blue planet was watching the live stream. Then, a spaceship jumped out and maintained a quick speed. Soon, a few more spaceships jumped out and flew towards the void continent. All the people on the spacecraft carriers and the cruisers got all excited once the first spaceship emerged. Some recognized that one of the spaceships belonged to the Dragon Tomb Academy. The people of the Dragon Tomb Academy are here. That spaceship looks like the personal spaceship of the Dragon Tomb Academy's president. Are they using it to carry their top geniuses? Tusk. Look, the Humia Academy is here too. The students of the 5 academies had left the mysterious realm at the same time, and their spaceships were equally fast. All the audience was thrilled by their arrival. Is this the battlefield? The spaceship of the Emir Royal Academy had also arrived. Su Ping and the others observed the scenes from their ship's point of view. They were focusing on the void continent behind the spacecraft carriers and warships. They couldn't even see the edge of the continent. It was truly vast. Su Ping was amazed. That galaxy had constructed an arena that was much bigger than the whole blue planet, just for the contest. The stadiums built on planets for the matches were truly lame in comparison. Some receptionists instantly arrived and directed them to land. There was an airborne hall above the continent where all the contestants could rest. Most of the contestants had arrived at the moment. The hall was immense. The contestants who had arrived earlier were looking at the new arrivals from the 5 academies. The 5 academies, interesting. In a square, a young man who wore a pair of glasses narrowed his eyes and smiled. All the other geniuses were also looking at the 5 academies' spaceships curiously. They knew those ships were carrying high-ranking geniuses who had received recommendations. The 5 academies were famous for their education, but not all the top geniuses in Sylvie were trained by them. Many geniuses had grown up under the secret training of their families. Some had masters teaching them in their own organizations. Some of the other geniuses were too proud to go to the 5 academies. They had preferred to stand out by emerging from academies with a lesser ranking. Chapter 870, Ascendant Haichuo. This is Aro. It's the biggest planetary system in Sylvie. I don't think the trajectories of the 3 planets should be like this. Have they been rearranged by ascendant state experts? Of course, the 3 planets are now forming the auditorium. In the spaceship, Oasis Gray, Clesabe and the others were observing in detail. They could easily see the 3 giant planets around them from their vantage point in the void continent. Obviously, the planets would be the best auditorium in the upcoming matches. The instructor was standing at the exit of the cabin as he looked at Su Ping and the others. His eyes briefly lingered on Oasis Gray and Su Ping before he said with a smile, "You need to take care of yourselves from here on out." Su Ping nodded with a smile of his own. Oasis Gray seemed cold. He remained silent, then directly flew out of the spaceship. The contestants who had arrived earlier looked at the new arrivals and whispered as they made their way over. "Look at the guy carrying a wooden sword. I heard that he's the sword god's heir." "Indeed, I've bought information about him from the Comet organization. He's a tricky guy. He slew a Star State expert once." A Star State expert? What was his level? In any case, he must be in the top tier among us. Dragon Emperor, the top ranker in the Dragon Tomb Academy, is a rare genius who was born with a rare demonic constitution. A rare demonic constitution. I'm raring to find out how powerful it is. The students of the 5 academies also sized up the gossipers. They had learned a thing or two about the screening matches in the planetary systems and made note of the contestants with remarkable performances during their trip to the competition. "They're all monsters," a young man behind Su Ping said with mixed feelings. He had also gotten one of Amir's recommendations, but his performance wasn't even as good as Ibataluna's, not to mention Su Ping's. He felt troubled as he checked out the other competitors present. Each person could be a brilliant star in the outside world, even the brightest individual of an entire planet. However, they were just common and unremarkable when gathered in that place. Guys like Oasis Gray, Dragon Emperor, and Su Ping, however, were still at the top among that many geniuses. Several Star Lords flew out of the island and then dismissed all the instructors of the 5 academies. Instructors, this is the waiting area for the contestants. Please go back. After all, they were Star Lords. If for some reason they went on a killing spree, many of the geniuses present could die. Each of those geniuses was extremely precious. Those who had made it up to that point were almost destined to reach the star state. They also had a 50% chance of becoming Star Lords. Half of them would become Star Lords. The best performers could even become experts among Star Lords. There had been historical cases when Star Lords had entered the waiting area in disguise, causing massive casualties. Precautions had been taken since then. Sure, keep it up. None of the instructors said anything else before they left. The students had only themselves to count on from there onwards. Being the rare geniuses they were, none had to be treated like toddlers, with instructors taking care of them all the time. The students of the 5 academies also flew towards the island after the instructors left. Whoosh! 3 men flew out from the crowd down below and stood in the way of the Sword Deity Academy's representatives. Are you the Sword God's heir? I happen to love swords too. I hope we'll have a chance to fight, said a young man wearing purple armor to the young man carrying a wooden sword. He was quite handsome, but he had ear piercings with 2 short swords dangling down. His eyes also looked evil. The young man carrying a wooden sword looked up at him and said indifferently, "You're too unworthy." All the contestants began to whisper amongst themselves. The young man in purple was the top representative of a planetary system. He had also unleashed the power of multiple laws during the screening phase. All his victories had been a breeze. Nobody knew how strong he really was. And yet the Sword God's heir claimed that he was too unworthy to fight him. That was the arrogance of a genius. The stronger geniuses were, the more arrogance would be reflected on their faces. They might act in a very friendly way when talking to ordinary people, but they could be exceptionally proud before those with potential to rival them. Is that so? The young man in purple raised his eyebrows and his smile disappeared. He said with a cold and teasing tone, "I'm eager to find out if the Sword God recruited the wrong disciple." "You don't deserve to mention my master's name." The young man carrying a wooden sword raised his eyes, with coldness shining in them. The young man in purple sneered, "I certainly wouldn't offend the Sword God. I only hope that you don't embarrass him." After that he turned around and walked away. "I hope you'll be my opponent." His 2 companions left with him. The young man with a wooden sword unleashed a surge of coldness. A person arrived just then and said with a severe tone, "This is the waiting area. You'll be immediately disqualified if you fight here." The young swordsman narrowed his eyes and spared a cold glance to the young man in purple. He kept silent and refrained from making any moves. "Senior brother, no need to get angry over such trash. I'll beat him up for you later if I run into him. He wasn't even admitted by our academy, and still he considers himself a swordsman." The other students of the Sword Deity Academy surrounded the young man who carried a wooden sword and scorned the purple-armored young man. Everybody else had also been able to witness the conflict. The atmosphere in the waiting area immediately became exciting. Passion began to spread among the contestants. They were all geniuses. They would only respect someone until they fought. After all, many of them had hidden their trump cards in the earlier matches, all to distinguish themselves there. Su Ping and Oasis Gray flew to the temple found below, seeing that the conflict had ended. 2 strangers suddenly flew over after they landed. "Oasis, it's been a long time." The young man in the lead chuckled. He had golden hair, red eyes, milky skin, and was almost 2.5 meters tall. A lot of new races had emerged during the colonization efforts, ever since the Federation marched farther into space. The environment of different planets had also caused physical changes too. That young man was a native of Nilan, a Tier 1 planet in Sylvie. Oasis Gray showed a slight change of expression and became even colder. He didn't offer a reply. The young man laughed and said, "How does it feel to be at the top of the royal rank in Amir? I didn't know that Amir, one of the 4 best academies, was just so-so." It wasn't until then that Clesabe and the others finally realized that the stranger wasn't Oasis Gray's friend. He went there looking for trouble. "What did you say? Are you doubting the power of our academy?" Clesabe was the first to step up coldly. The golden-haired young man smiled. "No, no, no. It's not the academy I'm questioning. I'm simply doubting all of you since the person I defeated has defeated all of you. I'm very curious, what gives you the guts to participate in this competition?" The person he defeated. Everybody was shocked. They couldn't help but look at Oasis Gray. Oasis Dragon King, who was the de facto dominator in the academy, had been defeated by that guy. Who is he? Nobody had seen or heard about him. "You were just lucky," replied a gloomy Oasis Gray. "You wouldn't stand a chance if I hadn't been hurt by the spatial waves in the tertiary space." "He, luck is part of your capabilities. I predicted the danger while you failed to do so. Doesn't that mean something?" said the golden-haired young man with a smile. Oasis Gray changed his expression and gazed at him in silence. Clesabe and the others, however, were shocked after seeing that Oasis Gray had admitted it. "I look forward to meeting you again," said the golden-haired young man with a smile. "I believe it'll feel great if I defeat you again while being streamed in the entire galaxy. The best student of the Amir Royal Academy, right under my feet. Ha! I look forward to meeting you again." Oasis Gray gazed at him too. He had indeed lost to him in the past. There was nothing he could say to defend himself. He simply wanted to wash away his humiliation with blood. The golden-haired young man smiled and walked away. The others gave Oasis Gray weird looks, gradually becoming solemn. Even Oasis Gray had lost to a guy they had never seen before. It was evident that there were too many geniuses in the world. Not all of them were gathered in the 5 academies. For instance, Su Ping didn't belong to any of the 5 academies. He had completely suppressed them in the mysterious realm. They had an even deeper understanding of the saying, "There's always someone stronger than you." The waiting area became even noisier once the students of the 5 academies joined in. Their acquaintances went over to greet them, and those harboring grudges against them were making war declarations. Although they might be from places millions of light years away, their world seemed to be really small. Many of them knew each other or had heard about each other. The cameras on the Void Continent were being set up while they talked. At this moment, 2 men emerged outside of the Void Continent. They attracted everybody's attention like the sun when they showed up. Their bodies were like grains of dust in space and were almost negligible, but none of those present would dare ignore them. Not even the 3 massive Tier 1 planets seemed as brilliant as them. Haichuo is here. So is Yu Wang. Both of them came as promised. Did the 2 ascendants show up to pick students? Damn, I wish I were there, even if only as an observer. It's possible that they could detect my unusual talent while in the crowd. No wonder the tickets for the matches are so expensive. I'm crying. The 2 Ascendant State experts were broadcast to all the planetary systems in Sylvie thanks to the cameras from lots of media. Countless people saw the 2 big shots appear. Ascendants had the power to destroy planets with ease. They were called Ascendant State experts because they were almost as powerful as the mythical gods. They could destroy planets, revive the dead, reverse time, and make up laws. All the audience got excited when the 2 Ascendants showed up. "It's quite lively here," Haichu smiled and said to his old friend. Yu Wang was indifferent, not offering a reply. He was always taciturn. He wouldn't be there if Haichuo hadn't told him that there were a few promising geniuses among the contestants. Everybody knew that Haichuo was Sylvie's overlord. The entire Sylvie galaxy was Haichuo's territory. Even the presidents of the 5 best academies, also ascendant state masters, had to bow before him. The upcoming matches were intended to select Sylvie's most distinguished geniuses for the matches in the Golden Star Zone. Haichuo was there partly to inspire the contestants, while he was also keeping an eye out in case he found someone particularly outstanding. Those in the ascendant state would spend most of their time training or traveling. They had no time to look for disciples on planets. It was more convenient for them to find disciples in the competition. They flew and approached the void continent. The boundaries didn't seem to exist for them. They would have been heavily injured if they were Star Lords and tried to break in. After all, those boundaries had been set up by Ascendant State experts. They were able to instantly kill Star Lords. The waiting area began to seethe once they arrived. Countless people looked at the Ascendant State experts with admiration. Some also looked at them with hope and eagerness, as if determined to glow just like them someday. Haichuo smiled and gave an encouraging speech from a place above the waiting area. Then, he went to the special auditorium above the continent with Yu Wang. He was an Ascendant State expert. He didn't need to give a long speech. A simple encouragement could be inspiring enough. Chapter 871, The Fifth Region. Some contestants from other planetary systems were transported over soon after Su Ping's arrival. Those who had performed remarkably were garnering a lot of attention from the moment they showed up. More than 100,000 people were gathered in the square outside of the temple. Each of them was an expert able to crush those of their same level. Tons of contestants had been picked mainly because Sylvie was immense. Even if they considered limiting the quota to only 10,000 people from each planetary system, there would still be plenty of them. Su Ping could see the countdown to the game via the Lord badge. Countless citizens of the Federation were already waiting for the game to start while on the internet. Highlights of the planetary system winners were being played back on Sylvie's official streaming platform. It also showed a countdown, which was nearing 0 at the moment. The audience from various planets were already arguing heatedly on the streaming platform and cheering for the players from their hometowns. There were even open bets on some of the popular platforms. Apart from the bets, there were also many brands who had released commercials with player endorsements. There were also a lot of relevant entertainment activities. There were even special VR games for the audience to better engage. Su Ping wandered around and found that all the news he had seen had to do with that contest. All of Sylvie's planets were actively taking part. A lot of corporations had invested in that contest, hoping to make a fortune out of it. It was an exciting gala that involved everyone. No wonder so many people want to participate and become famous here. Once they make it big, they'll be able to earn plenty of money, even if they don't do a thing for the rest of their lives. Fate State warriors can be seen as more precious than those in the Star State in that competition. Their income could be 100 times higher than that of the Star State, Su Ping thought. It wasn't true that those who had higher levels would always make more money. Many people who weren't battle pet warriors had made a fortune through smart investments. Some business geniuses were ordinary people, but they were capable of hearing Star State warriors. After all, even though battle pet warriors were strong, an economic system depended on business wisdom. Ordinary people had their own set of values which couldn't be neglected. The money they make here is enough for them to purchase more rare training resources, which will make them even stronger. The experts are never afraid of any challenge. More and more contestants arrived while Su Ping traveled in the virtual universe. Some of them were alone, while others had formed teams. They were also observing the other contestants' highlights being played as their references. Time flew. Finally, the Sylvie-wide part of the universe, Geniuses contest began. Once the countdown in the virtual world had ended, a few Star Lords stepped forward and offered encouraging speeches, as well as an introduction to the contestants. After all, the contest had been organized by a celestial. They had to appreciate the significance of that contest. The event's organizers claimed that they could select the future pillars of humankind. The time for drawing lots came after the soul-stirring speech was over. The 10 regions would hold matches at the same time. In the high sky, a Star Lord took out a giant metal ball, which spun and shot blue rays of light which enshrouded all the contestants. Then, everybody's irises and genetic data were scanned and saved. Their identities were instantly registered. Then came the lot drawing. The drawing process was also done by means of technology. Some places used unpredictable pets to draw lots, all in order to ensure fairness. However, pets could be tamed or manipulated. Such an option might not be absolutely fair. While the AI that would draw the lots could be hacked, preventative measures had been taken. Besides, no hackers would have the courage to hack that top matchup system. The metal ball projected a square area where pictures and names rolled quickly, like coding. Contestants were being matched up randomly. All the people in the continent were holding their breaths. The entire galaxy was doing the same. Soon the first matchups were revealed. The names inside the projection were frozen in 2 rows. Everybody's opponents in the first round had been decided. The contestants quickly searched and found their own names and pictures. A detailed list was produced in the virtual universe being streamed. It was prepared in a way that it was possible to search for names, plus their corresponding region and opponent. This sorting criteria by name was quite convenient for the contestants' supporters and compatriots. A Rhine native. Su Ping saw that his opponent was a Rhine native who had brown skin and a slim body. Their race was typically tall and long-limbed. The hosting Star Lord announced, "Everybody, please go to the waiting area of your respective regions, then step up when you hear your name." Oasis Dragon King found his name and said indifferently, "I'm in the 7th region. I'm leaving." He quickly left without bothering to talk to anyone. Clesabe shrugged and said, "I'm in the 2nd region. Why am I the 2nd? I'm in the 4th region. I'm leaving too," said Apocalypse casually. She had not smiled once ever since her failure in the mysterious realm. "I'm in the 5th region. See you." Su Ping smiled and bid them farewell. After all, he had traveled with those people, and most of them were nice. 10 Star Lords stood in a row outside the temple. They were standing in front of 10 vortices that were as dark as black holes. There were numbers illustrated with astral power on said vortices. Those 10 portals led to the 10 regions. That continent was so vast that even Fate State warriors had to spend a lot of time reaching their region. Besides, flashing in deeper spaces also consumed astral power, so the regions that were further away from the temple were unfairly difficult. The contestants flew over to the 10 swirls one after the other and entered their respective regions. Su Ping flew into the 5th vortex. There were a lot of people around him. All of them dashed into the abyss like a swarm of moths. The familiar feeling of space teleportation was gone, and Su Ping found himself in the 5th region, which was a vast land with forests, lakes, plateaus, and areas with special magnetic fields. The land was even bigger than Rhea, allowing them to give chase and fight without being restricted. The waiting area was a temple in midair. The contestants of the 5th region were arriving at the moment. A Star Lord and a Star State warrior received them. Star Lords were common there, while they were usually hard to come across in other places and would be actual dominators of planetary systems in the universe. "He is Tianqing, the Mad Swordsman." "It's him. I looked into him before. He was ranked within the top 100 in the last galactic match and fought on behalf of the Golden Star Zone. He's already in the Star State now, and he's on par with that Star Lord." Some of the contestants recognized the Star State young man who was next to the Star Lord. They were quite astonished, as he was a contestant from the past match. They didn't expect him to be there, acting as host along with a Star Lord. Many people were excited to see that he was talking to the Star Lord on equal terms. Maybe they could do the same very soon. The Star Lord host chuckled and said, "I heard that there are plenty of geniuses this year. They're stronger than the ones who participated along with you back then." Tianqing smiled casually and said, "Maybe. It is said that geniuses will always be better than the previous ones. Hello. The Star Lord smiled and said, I heard that your junior brother is also here. Unfortunately, he's been allocated to the 7th region. Tianqing narrowed his eyes and replied, This is just an internal selection within our galaxy. You'll have to wait until we go to the Golden Star Zone if you want to see what he's capable of. Oh. The Star Lord's interest was piqued. Are you saying that your junior brother can't display his real capabilities in this part of the competition? Not exactly. It's just that no one can make him draw his sword. Tianqing smiled casually. My junior brother is a rare genius like none I've ever seen. He's so gifted in sword techniques that I wouldn't endure 5 minutes if I ran into him during the contest. The Star Lord was stunned. Then he said with glittering eyes, I heard that the sword god is capable of cutting stars, moons, skis, and seas with his sword. I wonder how much has your junior brother learned? Not a lot, but I believe 10% is enough. Tianqing chuckled, with admiration in his eyes. The contestants of the 5th region arrived while they talked. Once he saw that, the Star Lord stepped up and gave a hint to the Star State Assistant to summon the first group of contestants according to the list. 2 men dashed out soon after and looked at each other, then flew towards the land ahead of them. The land was instantly closed. There was an announcement echoing throughout the continent, and the battle of the 5th region began. The other regions also started their matches. The 10 arenas were streamed to all places. It was possible to watch the 10 regions at the same time, or watch any of them in full screen. Everybody was excited by the performances in the 10 regions. Countless people were watching the battles. They were all thrilled to see the contestants summon rare pets. Some contestants even summoned multiple Star State pets, making the Fate State warriors in the audience feel jealous. Are they what geniuses should be like? Our planet is truly underdeveloped. No wonder the top performer of our planet was eliminated. There's no way he can compare to those monsters. How can you fight a Fate State expert who has plenty of Star State pets? Why is it so easy for them to tear into deep spaces? The audience watching on many planets were attracted to the intense battles, which were vastly different from the Fate State bouts they would usually see. Ancient secret techniques and rare advanced arts were used. Strategy and wisdom was displayed in evenly matched fights. The games were truly entertaining. This is just the beginning. Everybody has to win 10 rounds to make it to the top 10,000. That's how they can become famous in our galaxy. The real matches will come when it's time for the top 100 competitions. This is just an appetizer. A lot of relaxed-looking geniuses were lounging in the waiting area. They obviously knew that they didn't have to try their best in battle just yet. Of course, if they showed their full strength from the very beginning, it would mean that they were too weak and would probably be unable to make it to the top 10,000. While he sat in midair, Su Ping heard the whispers and raised his eyebrows. He had studied the rules online and knew he had to win 10 rounds in order to advance. It's going to be a long process, Su Ping thought. He watched the ongoing battle. 2 contestants were currently fighting in the tertiary space, but their fight was still streamed with vivid detail. There was equipment installed in both the secondary and the tertiary spaces to transmit the potential imaging of any fight. Su Ping didn't know how such equipment worked. Very soon, the battle in the 5th region had ended. Many people looked solemn in the waiting area, since both contestants were as strong as Star State warriors. The first group came out, then the second group took their place. There were about 20,000 people in the 5th region, which meant that 10,000 groups would have to fight. Su Ping knew he had to wait for a long time. He was quite patient about it. He entered the virtual universe via the Lord badge and watched battles from other regions in Sylvie's official channel. The other battles were just as splendid, but some of them were definitely unremarkable, making the audience choose to watch other battles instead. Some of the competitions were marvelous. Many activities related to the contest were also being held outside of the arenas. Your junior brother is indeed not bad. The Star Lord, who was responsible for the fifth region, was watching other arenas in the virtual universe. He saw that a young man carrying a wooden sword had defeated his opponent in the third region without even drawing his sword. Such a neat victory raised a round of exclamations in the third region. After all the contestants were geniuses, and most battles were evenly matched. Such domination was rare. His performance instantly turned him into the main center of attention. Many considered him as one who would reach the finals. Chapter 872, Sing and Char. That guy is truly strong. He looks like a sword cultivator, doesn't he? But he didn't even draw his sword. It's almost humiliating. His opponent was crushed too easily. Isn't he the sword god's heir? He does know what he's doing. I wish I won't run into him. I don't want to expose my trump cards just yet. All the contestants in the third region were more or less wary of the young man carrying a wooden sword. They prayed that they wouldn't run into him, since he had secured a victory all too easily. Above the continent, a palace was floating underneath a glass dome. Two men were seated in a pavilion outside the temple next to a table with dishes. What the dishes were made of was unclear, but they smelled delicious. All the servants present were slim and pretty women clad in beautiful clothing. All of them were gulping in secret after seeing the wonderful food on the table. Not only did the food taste delicious, it could also strengthen them. Is he the sword god's new disciple? He's been studying for 80 years, capturing the essence of his master's sword technique. Hai Chu and Yu Wang were eating and drinking while they looked down at the continent down below. Nothing escaped their attention. Why didn't you let your disciple come? Hai Chu smiled and said after having a cup of wine. Yu Wang rolled his eyes and replied, "It's been a long time since I recruited new disciples. My old disciples are too strong for this contest. If it's fine with you, I wouldn't mind letting them come here and crush all contestants." Hai Chuo laughed and said, "It's great that you're here then. I definitely won't compete if you find any of those contestants promising." "Humph," Yu Wang snorted and said, "it remains to be seen whether I'll become interested in anyone. They'll have to at least force that young man to draw his sword. I don't want to teach stupid students." Hai Chu smiled and said, "It's going to be hard then. I'm sure someone is capable of doing that, but they must already have ascendant state teachers. If they don't, you might still have a chance." Yu Wang raised his eyebrows but refrained from replying. Instead, he had another mouthful of wine. Well, time flew by. The battles in all regions were even more intense. Some of them were quite eye-catching. Several geniuses showed a dominating strength and grabbed a lot of attention. I was just watching the stream. I heard that there's a couple of tricky guys in the 7th and 9th regions. The 3rd region, too. Just look at the popularity rank. There's already a popularity rank and a pet rank, including the highlights of the top 1,000 contestants. We can use that to analyze them. As I expected, the guys that I'm most interested in are all on the ranking list, but their places aren't as high as I thought. Are the ones above them that much stronger? The geniuses in the waiting areas, while watching the battles in their region, checked updates related to the other regions. They clearly were concerned about the popularity rank. A lot of people watching from their planets throughout the galaxy were enthusiastic about the popularity rank too, which partly depended on their votes. The popularity rank changed constantly as the battles progressed. More astonishing geniuses appeared every couple of minutes, replacing the old ones. However, the top 10 of the ranking list remained the same, all due to the outstanding strength they had displayed. The young man who carried a wooden sword of the 3rd region was ranked 7th. As for the top 3 of the ranking, they had fought very neatly. The top was a woman wearing a hood. She didn't do anything in her battle, but then her opponent directly fell down. Nobody saw her attack. She was strange and mysterious. Such action instantly turned her into a super genius that countless people admired. After all, her performance was absolutely dominating. The 2nd of the rank fought quite fearsomely too. He knocked away all his opponent's skills and pets with a single punch, imbued with unparalleled strength. The third on the ranking was Dragon Emperor. He didn't summon his pet. He made his opponent kneel and tremble with one snort. He was almost as scary as the top ranker. The others had won very easily too. They crushed their opponents with one punch or one roar. Some of their opponents had also shown remarkable performances in the earlier phases. As an example, the one fighting against the top ranker had performed remarkably earlier on. He had mastered 5 laws, and there were 4 star state pets in his arsenal. Still, he lost to the woman without putting up any resistance. It seems that there's plenty of geniuses out there. The 5 academies don't have all of them. Su Ping saw that no one except Dragon Emperor and the young man with a wooden sword were in the top 10 of the rankings. All the others were below the 10th. However, the candidates who received recommendations were excellent in general. Most were within the top 100. This is just the beginning. I won't be able to find out how strong the others are until the 10 rounds are done. Su Ping squeezed his nose and took a breath, then patiently waited for his turn. He stopped paying attention to the rankings because the listing was changing constantly. It didn't mean a thing just yet. Very soon it was Su Ping's turn. Su Ping's opponent was a Rhine native who had green skin and hair. Just surrender, you can't win. He gazed at Su Ping coldly and added, I don't want to waste my strength on you. There are still 9 rounds waiting for me. My goal is to enter the Golden Star Zone. Su Ping was speechless for a few seconds. Then he said, my goal is to win the championship. Humph. His opponent sneered. Sylvie's champion. It was even harder than entering the Golden Star Zone. After all, he only needed to make it to the top 100 to make it into the Golden Star Zone, but he still didn't know whether he could win the championship. I have to wake you up since you're still dreaming. The Rhine native sneered and warmed up his arms. He also summoned his pet. Seeing how slow he was, Su Ping was silent for another 2 seconds before he threw a punch. Bang! A golden fist aura was pushed out like a heavy mountain, causing a strong wind. The smile on that Rhine native's face was frozen. His pupils were also contracted. Unsurprisingly, Su Ping won again. The Rhine native vomited blood due to the punch. His armor was shattered, and he fell on the ground in a weird posture. Su Ping shook his head and walked away. You're just a nobody. Why do you feel so good about yourself? Back in the waiting area, many geniuses looked at Su Ping with solemn faces. It was known that the Rhine native had been outstanding back in his hometown. All natives of planet Rhine were natural-born warriors, yet the man had been defeated without being completely unable to resist. Su Ping's punch was truly scary. Another tricky guy. He's as tricky as the guys before. I hope I don't run into him. I only want to make it to the top 10,000 and leave my name on the astral peak. Why do I have to see this? He's good at fist techniques too. Interesting. I hope I can meet him. Su Ping returned to the waiting area under everyone's eyes, then closed his own to take a break, not caring about what others thought of him. There were still 9 rounds left to go anyway. So far, the battles had just been appetizers. The real show had yet to begin. On the blue planet, Longjung Base City. It's Mr. Su. Boss Su is truly participating in the match. He's in the 5th region. Where is he? The 5th region. Damn, I was watching the 7th region. I'll switch the channel immediately. Boss Su is as domineering as always. He knocked out his opponent easily, even though they were both geniuses. I've watched the Rhine native fight before. He's not a weak one at all, but he still looked awfully weak in front of Boss Su. Our Lord has won. Cheers burst out in the entire Longjung Base City, and the rest of the blue planet the moment Su Ping showed up. Those who knew Su Ping were really excited. However, none of them was too surprised by his performance, especially after having seen him chase all the Star State intruders near the Divine Tree. As for the rest, their awe was even greater. I didn't expect that the once little guy would grow to such magnitude. Jai Yuanfeng felt conflicted. He had been confident of fighting and even defeating Su Ping back then, but he currently wasn't even able to resist one of Su Ping's fingers. In the Qin family estate, Qin Xiaoshan, who was next to Qin Duhuang, also wore a complicated expression. He said with a bittersweet smile, "Such a man was born in Longjiang. He must have been blessed with the luck of the entire blue planet, right?" Qin Duhuang smiled and replied, "Not just the entire planet, an entire galaxy. Look at his strength. All the geniuses he has defeated are top fighters in their planetary systems, but they are simply not a match for Boss Su. After all, he has chased and killed advanced star state enemies before." Qin Xiaoshan felt so troubled that he didn't know what to say. Well, on a certain planet, there was a giant mountain that rose to the sky like a sharp sword. A lot of people dwelled on the mountain, which was a great cultivation land on that planet. All of them were currently watching the streaming of the matches. 10 regions were being streamed on the same screen. In the crowd, a girl suddenly shivered in surprise. "Brother." She didn't expect to see Su Ping there. "He's participating and is winning that easily." "What did you say?" asked the girl next to her curiously. "Is your brother there?" The girl came back to herself and slightly shook her head. "It's nothing," she said, dodging the question. She hoped to catch up with Su Ping on her own. Well, natives of the blue planet who had immigrated to other planets were also watching the competition. All of them were shocked when they saw Su Ping. None of them expected that Su Ping, being the lord of the blue planet, could still shine that brilliantly after entering the vast Federation stage. On the continent floating in the void, the first round of matches was finally over. Most people who had been to the mysterious realm had passed to the next round, except the unlucky ones who had run into super geniuses. However, those people still had a chance to advance as long as they secured 10 victories. Very soon, the second round began. Su Ping was matched up with another guy he didn't know. He was too lazy to check if the guy was on the popularity rank. The easiest was to simply crush them. The second round began moments after. This time, the battles were obviously more intense. The popularity rank changed again. The young man who carried a wooden sword rose from the 7th to the 5th. His opponent was a very strong contender in the first round, but he defeated him easily without needing to draw his sword. In addition, Holy King, Queen of the Seas and the others who ranked below the 10th were also on the rise. They were very strong, but their opponents in the first round didn't deserve their full strength, so they had kept a low profile until then. However, they were actually really tricky and tough opponents in other people's eyes. In the high sky, outside of the palace, Yu Wang was leaning against the chair. He had finished his food. After all, the first round had taken quite some time. At the moment he was petting a little black snake in his hand, which had gem-like scales and beautiful eyes. It was gently nuzzling against his wrist. Hai Chuo looked at the snake every now and then and smiled. "What do you think? Are you interested in any of them?" "Not yet. All those little guys are holding back," Yu Wang replied casually. "That's fine. It's still too early to decide," said Hai Chuo with a smile. The fighting was still in progress. The whole competition was indeed lengthy. Picking the top 10,000 from the planetary system geniuses would take a week, without much rest in between. Stamina was also a factor in the test. The real elimination rounds would begin after the top 10,000 were decided. 100 from that batch would be selected to fight in the Golden Star Zone on behalf of Sylvie. The specialists on every planet were making professional analysis of the guys listed on the polarity rank to garner attention. Su Ping, Dragon Emperor and almost all the others who came from the mysterious realm had won the 10 rounds easily, without encountering a single failure. Su Ping's consecutive one-punch victories earned him a spot in the popularity rank, too. He was the 9th. Chapter 873, 10 Battles, 10 Victories. Who's the guy that defeats all his opponents with one punch? I've never seen him before. It seems that the Amir Royal Academy recommended him to participate. As expected of one of the best academies, it does have a lot of geniuses. My husband is the best. Hey, wake up. You really think you can marry him? Su Ping received a terrifying amount of attention for being ninth place in the popularity ranking. Not just the ninth, even the 100th place had caught a lot of attention too. As for the top 10, billions of viewers were watching them. One had to consider that the stream was being transmitted throughout Sylvie, which was extremely vast. There were hundreds of planetary systems and 10,000 prosperous planets. As for the underdeveloped, desolate planets, they did have inhabitants, but they didn't even have the technology to watch the live stream. Such planets were considered primitive. Everybody on the blue planet was excited. Boss Su is getting popular. Oh my God, he's the ninth on the popularity ranking. The ninth. Boss Su is unstoppable, even in a competition against geniuses from all the galaxy. What kind of genius was born on our planet? I feel honored to have been born on the same planet as Boss Su was. Do the blue planet's people actually carry superior bloodlines we don't know of? Boss Su is so freaking strong. Have you noticed that he's not even trying his best? He crushed all his opponents with one punch. It's been 7 victories already. 7 battles and 7 victories. He has the highest success rate. Not just in the Longjiang base city. Residents from other cities on the blue planet were also thrilled. It was an honor for the entire planet. Many natives of the blue planet felt a lot of pressure when they saw the advanced technology, techniques, and star state experts of the Federation when their planet was further connected to it. They gradually lost confidence in themselves and felt that the blue planet was inferior to any of the other planets. It was inferior in every aspect, including technology, secret techniques, combat ability, infrastructure, and many more. Even so, Su Ping, who had been born from that poor planet, had risen to the sky and reached the frontier of the galaxy. Such an achievement filled them with pride. The people of the blue planet don't have bad bloodlines. Since Boss Su can make it, we should also feel proud of ourselves if we manage to be 1/10,000th as strong as him. Everybody on the blue planet felt thrilled and encouraged after witnessing Su Ping's feats. Everybody had the opportunity to fight 15 rounds during the screening phase on the Void Continent. 10 victories would allow them to advance. Therefore, their winning rate only needed to be at around 67%. However, it was easier said than done. All the contestants were geniuses. It was very hard to keep a 50% winning rate, let alone 67%. Su Ping had stayed for a long time in the 5th region. He believed that close to 7 days had passed. However, there was a permanent sun outside of the continent, and it was always bright. Once the fights ended, everybody was matched up with new opponents for the next round. The battles were quite brutal. Many people were energetic at first, but the longer they fought, the more exhausted they became. They had recovery treasures to help them, but they couldn't be fully recovered if they were too badly hurt in battle. Su Ping's opponent was already heavily wounded in the 6th round. He had even lost 3 of his pets and could hardly fight. Su Ping defeated him with ease, not sparing any courtesy. Most competitors have an early star state combat ability instead of the expected peak fate state. Plus, they all have strange secret techniques. I'm sure that the competitors in the top 100 phase will be as strong as the mid-star state warriors. Su Ping had been observing the battles and recording the data during those days. He felt some pressure, not about winning in that stage, but about the finals and the championship. To be noticed in all of Sylvie, he would have to boast a combat ability between mid and advanced star state. Going by that estimation, he would need a peak star state combat ability to stand out in the golden star zone. In the finals, there might be geniuses as strong as the best star state cultivators. After all, the contestants originated from places in the entire known universe. There were too many civilizations and an impossibly large population. It was a given that all kinds of geniuses could be born. He did have a unique system, but the other geniuses also had their own special resources. Some of them might have even been raised by celestial state cultivators. In any case, I have to rise to the ascendant state sooner or later. Even if I can't become the champion, I have to make it to the top 10 so that I can go to the SSS mysterious realm, Su Ping thought. The game went on. It was time for the 10th round in the blink of an eye. The battles were even more intense. The geniuses who had been keeping a low profile tried their best and used methods they hadn't used before. As the battles escalated to a more heated level, the first person to advance had appeared in the virtual world. His appearance received the attention of all the viewers in the galaxy. He had won all the 10 rounds, already advancing to the next phase of the competition. His odds of making it to the top 100 were undoubtedly high, considering his strength. He's Holy King from the Humiya Academy, the one who ranked 8th on the popularity ranking earlier. Holy King, that's an awesome name. It's him. I've been observing him since the beginning. He came here with a recommendation and he definitely deserves it. I believe he'll be the next champion. 10 battles and 10 victories. That's so horrifying. The others had to fight 5 more rounds, but he's already managed to advance today. I wonder if he'll try to win all 15 rounds. I don't think so. He won't get anything from that. That would only make him expose his abilities and give his future opponents a chance. Everybody on the internet was discussing the genius named Holy King. Meantime, the Humiya Academy was pushed to loftier heights too, being seen and respected as the best academy. Everybody was cheering excitedly back in the Humiya Academy's headquarters. The students and teachers were trembling due to the attention they were receiving. The first person to secure 10 victories was Holy King, a student of their academy. The Star Lord, who was Holy King's instructor, was smiling so widely that his face was on the verge of falling apart. After all, even Star Lords could have hardly attained such a feat. That guy is the first. Damn it, why is it still not my turn? Why am I so unlucky? He only got to fight first. I would have won 10 victories too if I had fought in the first group today. At the same time, in other regions of the Void Continent, the contestants with 9 victories felt awful. They weren't any weaker than Holy King, but he had been able to fight earlier than all of them. They had missed their chance because of this. The second person to secure 10 victories would be less notorious. They were furious. Humph, a brawny man, snorted in one of those regions. He was 3rd on the popularity ranking and above Holy King. He had watched the battles of the top 50 from the list and remembered Holy King's performance. In his eyes, he would have ended the guy's winning streak if they had run into each other. They beat us to it. The people from the other 4 academies were angry. All of them had students who had 9 victories under their belts. It simply was not their turn to fight yet. Dragon Emperor, the young man carrying a wooden sword, the Thousand Leaves Holy Lady and Goddess of Light, also secured 9 consecutive victories. Even Clesabe, who was slightly weaker, had 9 victories too. Dragon Devil, whom Su Ping had defeated before, only had 8 victories. Unfortunately, one of his battles was against the mysterious woman who was first place on the popularity ranking and was easily crushed. In the 5th region, Su Ping saw the excitement online too, but didn't consider it a big deal. While fame could be transformed into fortune, it couldn't be spent in his store, so it wasn't attractive to him. After Holy King won 10 victories and advanced, the 2nd and 3rd contestants with 10 victories showed up. Very soon, more and more contestants were qualified. A special list was displayed to keep a record of the advancing contestants. They would surely advance even if they forfeited all the following rounds. It was Su Ping's turn soon after. His opponent was somewhat mediocre. The man was among the top 5 from a small planetary system with a mid-star state combat ability. However, Su Ping could unleash advanced star state power with the Fist of Exorcist alone. There was an ocean of astral power in his body. Adding the magnificent power of laws, he could destroy the enemy's laws and overwhelm him with astral power. Victory was a cinch. Su Ping returned to the waiting area once the battle was over. Just like before, he only punched once, but his punch was even fiercer, which garnered a lot of attention. It didn't take long for Su Ping to make it to the 10 victory list too. However, he ranked in the 30s on the list because his turn came later. In another waiting area, a young man noticed the name on the 10 victory list and remarked, "He has indeed advanced." The young man carrying a wooden sword glanced at him and said casually, "For him to advance is not surprising. He has a good chance of winning the championship of this galaxy." The first young man was a student of the Sword Deity Academy and had been allotted to the same region as the young man who carried a wooden sword. He heaved a sigh and said, "You would have been the champion if he wasn't here. The rewards for the champion are quite lavish." The young man carrying a wooden sword said indifferently, "He's stronger than me. He deserves it." His companion was shocked. That was the first time he had seen that proud young man admit defeat before the battle even started. However, he fell silent upon remembering Su Ping's performance in the mysterious realm. In the sky above the void continent, Hai Chuo and Yu Wang were seated in the garden to enjoy the flowers while they watched the battles. It seems that the 10 victory title is attractive after all. Some of the little guys are doing their best. There are indeed a few talented students. Both Hai Chuo and Yu Wang were relaxed as they watched. While the battles of those little guys were simple and childish, they had to admit that they were definitely outstanding in their level. "Why, do you want to recruit any of them as a disciple?" said Hai Chuo to tease the latter. Yu Wang replied casually, "Let's watch for a while longer. I hope to see something new." "I think the subgod who used a forbidden secret technique isn't bad. Has his family decided to rise again?" said Hai Chuo with a smile. There was a weird light in his eyes. Yu Wang glanced at him and said, "I can't teach him. His family won't let an outsider teach him either." "That's true, it's a family with an ancient heritage anyway. They're proud as descendants of gods." Hai Chuo smiled. "The sword god's young disciple is not bad. He's not too big of an embarrassment," observed Yu Wang. "Don't you know how picky the sword god is when it comes to disciples? That little guy is obviously not trying his best. He hasn't even drawn his sword yet," said Hai Chuo with great interest. "What about the guy from the Gray family? He's not bad either." "His astral power storage is too unremarkable." Yu Wang shook his head. "What about the guy from the Dragon Tomb Academy? He has abundant astral power, but his way of fighting is too simple and brainless." "That can be improved. What about the little guy who won 10 victories first? He has good tricks, but his strength isn't good enough." "What about the guy who punches all his opponents? His punching technique isn't bad. It seems to be some sort of lost technique. However, he's obviously from the Heavenly Fist Mountain. The old boxer won't give him away." "I don't think so. It won't hurt to ask. I heard that Amir recommended him to come here. The Heavenly Fist Mountain has its own recommendations, don't they?" "Never mind. I don't like to deal with simpletons that only know how to punch. Fighting is an art. You need to be strong and to have full control over yourself, just like a sculptor." "You're too picky." Hai Chuo was lost for words. "You're even pickier than the sword god. Will you ever find a disciple?" Yu Wang replied coldly, "I'm fond of engraving good jade, not rotten wood." Hai Chuo found it impossible to continue talking about that subject. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked up at the sky in surprise. "A friend is here." Yu Wang, however, narrowed his eyes and looked at a place in space. Chapter 874, Arrival of Ascendant State Experts. In space, outside the void continent, an unremarkable vortex appeared in the vast space, but then attracted everyone's attention in the nearby warships and cruises when a person stepped out of it. All of them exclaimed in shock when they clearly saw who the newcomers were. Huan Lishan, another Ascendant State cultivator, had shown up. The keen media nearby had already focused their cameras on him to stream on their planets. Wow! All the people watching the internet streams throughout the galaxy were excited. While the consecutive matches were splendid, they could become boring as time went on. However, the newcomer woke everyone up like a nuclear bomb. It was hard to meet Ascendant State experts. They were the superior leaders, only second to celestial experts. He left his home, He's out instead of sleeping there. Haichuo put on a smile upon seeing Huan Lishan. Yu Wang snorted, but didn't offer any comments. Huan Lishan then glanced at the continent and then disappeared, to later reappear next to Haichuo. "My lord, it's been a while," Huan Lishan greeted him casually. Haichuo smiled and said, "Have a seat, what brings you here?" "No reason," said Huan Lishan, choosing not to confess the truth to prevent that pair from competing with him. Haichuo seemed to have seen through him. He asked thoughtfully, "Did one of them attract your attention?" Huan Lishan laughed and said, "How would that be possible?" Haichuo glanced at him and chuckled, but he didn't ask further. Yu Wang frowned every so slightly. He wasn't familiar with Huan Lishan. They had even fought in the past. He speculated that the only reason the man would be willing to show up was because one of the contestants had caught his fancy. At the same time, after Huan Lishan's arrival, the atmosphere in the 10 regions became even more heated. The contestants also learned of the Ascendant's arrival through the announcement on the internet. They knew he was a strong expert who had mastered an S-rated mysterious realm. However, all the students of the 5 academies had weird expressions when they learned of his arrival. They thought of Su Ping at the same time. Is Lord Huan Lishan here for Su Ping? Their hearts began to beat faster once they recalled that Su Ping had indirectly declined Huan Lishan's invitation. They wouldn't have hesitated to accept such an invitation if given the chance. After all, it was the invitation of an ascendant state cultivator. No matter how arrogant they were, their ultimate goal was to become great beings like him. Huan Lishan is here. I feel that there's still hope for me. Another ascendant state expert is here. The odds of me being picked are now higher. I'm doing fine. I must rise to the top 100. I cannot admit defeat easily. The matches became even more intense. Very soon, the 10th round was over, and 639 contestants secured 10 victories. It wasn't a bad thing for that many people to get 10 victories out of hundreds of thousands of geniuses. The top 100 will probably be among them. The error margin will be within 10. 500 of them will be eliminated. The odds of winning are 1/6. The top 100 are geniuses among geniuses. I wonder if anyone will have a go at winning all the 15 battles. That would be pointless. The Lord didn't promise any rewards to discourage them. After all, 15 consecutive victories are dozens of times more difficult than 10 consecutive victories. Every consecutive victory means double the difficulty. Trying my best for 15 victories is pointless. It would only expose my trump cards and may result in me losing afterwards. There were discussions everywhere on the internet once the 10 rounds were over. The Star State Battle Pet Warriors and Tamers emerged and analyzed the 639 winners. There was already a prediction of the top 100 on the internet. Dragon Emperor, are you going to participate in the following rounds? In a certain region, 2 students of the Dragon Tomb Academy were gathered around Dragon Emperor. They happened to have been assigned to the same region. Dragon Emperor snorted and said, "Of course not. It's pointless. I would have considered striving for 15 victories in other years, but not this time. I don't want to run into that guy." Both students became gloomy as they thought of the same person. Indeed, that man was capable enough to deserve Dragon Emperor's wariness. In the 5th region, Su Ping took a break in the waiting area after his 10 victories. He didn't bother to take part in the following rounds. After all, he wouldn't earn anything except popularity. He preferred to use the time to cultivate. Exactly at that moment, Su Ping sensed something and looked up at space. Green Lady is drawing close. A gargantuan blue planet was rushing close like a meteorite, as fast as a warship, with a glittering tail behind it. It instantly attracted the attention of a lot of people. Above the continent, Haichuo and the others noticed it too and looked up in surprise. An imbalanced planet. Wait, there's ascendant state power covering it. Yu Wang had keen senses, so he slightly narrowed his eyes. Haichuo also raised his eyebrows. An ascendant pushed a planet over. Who is it? Huen Lishan also looked at it. None of the ascendants he knew had such a style. Only the old boxer had a similar quirk, but he only pushed the heavenly fist mountain in space. Whoosh! Haichuo suddenly disappeared and then reappeared outside of the void continent. He knew that the newcomer would probably stop, but he wanted to be safe. Very soon, the rushing planet entered the scope of all the media. Then, it quickly decelerated until it stopped above the void continent. A magnificent power was spread out, pushing the nearby warships away to create a channel. The enormous planet stopped in the middle of the channel, in front of Haichuo. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Haichuo gazed at the planet with great interest and quickly focused his eyes on a store located on one of the planet's continents. He had scanned the entire planet. Even the dust and the worms could be seen with clarity. However, only the store remained impenetrable. The Ascendant State stranger had to be living there. "I'm here for a friend. It's none of your business." A cold thought came from the planet. Haichuo frowned a bit. For a friend, which friend? Huen Lishan or Yu Wang? He turned back, only to find that Yu Wang and Huen Lishan were still back there in the temple. He was puzzled. They would have approached to welcome her if they were acquainted. Is her friend someone else? He suddenly thought of the contestants on the continent. Is it possible that this Ascendant's friend is one of the little guys competing? He was quite shocked by the thought. A Fate State cultivator could hardly be their student, not to mention a friend. Does one of the contestants have a powerful background to have forged a friendship with this Ascendant State expert? Or was this friendship beyond level and rank? That was not uncommon. Some Ascendants would make good friends with ordinary people during their travels. "I don't think you're from this galaxy, are you?" asked Haichuo curiously. He knew all the local Ascendant State experts. Most of them were his friends. They wouldn't have stayed there if they weren't. "Why, I can't come here if I'm not a local," said Green Lady with a cold tone. Still, her voice was distant and beautiful. It sounded more enjoyable than music. After having traveled to many worlds along with the Deity King, she had never concerned herself with peer Ascendant experts. All of them had to kneel before the Deity King. However, things had changed. Each Ascendant could fight as a group with their battle pets, which made her feel wary. Still, she wouldn't be caught if she was determined to run. Besides, she was fearless while staying in Su Ping's strange shop. If it was preventing her from going out, it could also stop other Ascendants from breaking in. Furthermore, she vaguely felt as if she would be annihilated by an imaginable power if she actually left the store. Going by the same logic, if anyone broke into the shop, they would also be annihilated. That was why she wasn't scared of any Ascendant State experts. "You certainly can." Haichuo narrowed his eyes, but he didn't burst out in fury. Being the Lord of the Galaxy would entail having pride, but also forgiveness. His position as Lord would never be steady if he regarded anyone who was unfriendly as an enemy. "If you're here for a friend, why don't you join us for a drink? We have a better view here," Haichuo invited her with a smile. "That will be unnecessary." The Green Lady harshly turned him down. Haichuo raised his eyebrows, feeling that she was too arrogant. She was showing no respect for any of the three Ascendants present. Was she confident of defeating all of them at once? Or maybe, was she born with such a temper? Or was she a celestial student from another galaxy? Haichuo didn't try to find the truth. He didn't want to infuriate such an arrogant Ascendant State cultivator, but he wouldn't suck up to her either. Whoosh! Haichuo returned to his seat in the garden. "It seems that not everybody has respect for a lord," Yu Wang chuckled and said. Haichuo glanced at him. The other two had also heard their conversation, but neither got angry. Obviously, they were also wary. After all, most people who were arrogant in this world had enough reason to. "Do you think I don't have enough trouble? Why don't you deal with her?" snapped Haichuo. Yu Wang chuckled, but didn't press on the matter. Huen Lishan, however, thought quickly. He remembered that the little guy named Su Ping was from the planet of origin, a planet that was thought to be barren and abandoned, but still had living creatures. He had no background, yet he had risen unimaginably on such a poor planet. There had to be someone backing him. Did this unknown ascendant come here because of him? The more Huan Lishan thought about it, the more likely it seemed. If she were Su Ping's master, then things would become tricky. But if they were just friends, he would still have a chance to get a disciple. He has an ascendant state expert as a friend. No wonder he turned down my offer so casually. Huan Lishan was further reassured. Su Ping behaved as if he would have met ascendants on a frequent basis when they met. Another round of exclamations was spread on the internet when Green Lady arrived. Another ascendant state expert showed up after Huan Lishan did, and she brought a planet over. Because of a friend, who is her friend? Someone had soon concluded that her friend was neither Yu Wang nor Huan Lishan, so it could only be one of the contestants. Such a guess was both shocking and exciting. For a fate state warrior to call an ascendant a friend was like a beggar calling an emperor brother. It was unbelievable. My planet. On a certain planet, a brawny middle-aged man couldn't help but moan. He didn't expect that his planet would actually travel all the way to the void continent. Haha, Rhea is really going to be famous this time. I never would have thought that the Ascendant State expert would be this loyal to Brother Heaven Destroyer. Brother Heaven Destroyer is truly extraordinary. As expected of Brother Heaven Destroyer, no mere mortal could have come up with such an awesome nickname. Brother Heaven Destroyer truly has the power to destroy heaven. He's already a friend of an Ascendant State expert. What will he become? On the planet, members of the Alliance of Stars were gathered to watch Su Ping's battles. Xingyu Shener was seated at the center with a weird expression. She had always been bold because she had her father to back her. She didn't know that Su Ping had such an intimate Ascendant State supporter too. At this moment, a Star State member received a message. Delighted, he quickly said to Xingyu Shener, "Leader, I've found the last material." Xingyu Shener's eyes glittered. She put on a smile and said, "Not bad. I'll remember your contribution and I will also let him know." How are we going to send the materials to Brother Heaven Destroyer? He's still in the middle of the matches. We have to wait until the matches are over. These are cultivation materials. Brother Heaven Destroyer can easily win all of Sylvie's matches. He doesn't need the materials badly, all the others said. Chapter 875, Leaving Names on the Astral Peak. In the 5th region, Su Ping looked up at the giant planet above his head. Although Rhea was not even as big as a region in the void continent, he was still able to see everything clearly thanks to the short distance. He was more or less relieved to see that Green Lady didn't pick up a fight with the local Ascendant State experts. If she had, he would have had no choice but to ask her to leave. After all, those Ascendant State experts couldn't possibly break into the store, or they would end up getting killed. Su Ping continued his cultivation without any worries. He no longer participated in the matches even if his name was announced. He was considered to have lost by default when the time was up. Su Ping summoned the little skeleton and merged with it. The little skeleton was small, so it wouldn't draw much attention to itself. After all, it didn't have a threatening vibe. Su Ping devoted himself to cultivating while being protected by his pet. I've drawn the first astral painting, which is about war and conquest, and gives my astral power a destructive nature. This power can damage regular laws even if I'm not using any. It seems that my astral power contains some sort of energy that is even more horrifying than the power of laws. The second astral painting is the 8-9 astral painting. Su Ping was fully focused as he meditated. The Chaos Star Chart was the first technique that the system had given him. It was also his foundation, which was something not to be easily changed. Since the system was grooming him, he believed that the technique was probably better than he thought. Su Ping had already realized that the technique wasn't simple. He was able to store dozens of times more astral power in his body after having grasped the first astral painting, thus rising higher in the fate state. In terms of astral power storage, he believed he was one of the best of his level in the entire universe. He felt that his combat ability would be doubled if he could grasp the second astral painting, if not further improved. By then, he would have the courage to even face Star Lords. No matter the high level they had, he was still confident putting up a fight. Boom! Su Ping established an astral power barrier around him to block all probing. He sat inside and cultivated. The cells in his body revolved like stars and unleashed great power, which slowly brought the astral painting under his control. However, the drawing process was extremely slow. There was a strong repelling force in the astral painting, and he needed to understand the balance between cells instead of simply rearranging them. The astral painting would remain steady even without his maintenance once he reached that balance. The competition continued while Su Ping cultivated. Once the 11th round began, more people secured 10 victories for the ticket to the next phase. Dozens among the 639 players who got 10 victories first were able to win, standing out from everyone else. He's indeed not pressing on. In one of the regions, the young man who carried a wooden sword looked at Su Ping's match and saw that his name was dim, which meant he had lost. However, he knew that Su Ping would never lose. It was very likely that he had forfeited the match. After all, Su Ping's opponent was only a guy with 8 victories. The young swordsman's estimation told him that the former could have easily won. It was impossible for that man to beat Su Ping. He doesn't want 15 victories. The other students of the 5 academies also noticed Su Ping's actions and guessed what was on his mind. They sighed in regret. They were eager to see Su Ping winning 15 matches. They believed he was capable of achieving that, unless he was unlucky and ran into all the best geniuses. After all, if a man with the potential to reach the ascendant state couldn't win in 15 rounds, who could? Is he saving his strength for the championship later? The idea occurred to some people. The more they thought about it, the more likely it sounded. Su Ping was saving his strength for the Galactic Championship, which had interesting rewards. Those rewards were substantial. 15 victories didn't really mean anything. Maybe he simply doesn't want too much publicity, don't you agree? Someone speculated about Su Ping's train of thought. They didn't think that a man who refused Huan Lishan's invitation would be blinded by fame or fortune. While the students of the 5 academies were focusing on Su Ping, the other geniuses were fighting each other and gathering information on each other. They were indeed proud geniuses, but they weren't idiots. Besides, there were ascendant state experts above their heads. They might not win their appreciation if they showed nothing but their strengths. The greatest enemy for any genius was not danger, but arrogance. Time flew. The 15 rounds ended in the blink of an eye. There were 32 contestants who secured 15 victories. Many speculated that they would emerge among the top 10 later. The young man carrying a wooden sword, Dragon Emperor, and the others weren't among them. All of them lost interest when Su Ping stopped fighting, as if the title would have lost all its value. It was so close, I almost lost. In the 5th region, a girl had a pale face at the moment. She had struggled to secure 10 victories and win the qualification for the next phase. She turned her head and looked at one place where a nest of astral power was floating. She knew who was in there. He won 10 rounds easily, while I was almost eliminated. It's almost hopeless for me to make it to the top 100. Is he really that much stronger than me? Yuan Linglu was terribly bitter. Right after leaving the blue planet, she was found to have a special constitution of the lightning class. She was being carefully trained because of it. Her instructor had told her that she was only expected to gain experience in that contest. It would be much better if she could advance, but it wouldn't matter if she couldn't. After all, they would not consider this as a lifelong failure. But she still didn't want to lose. She had wasted too much time on the blue planet when compared to the geniuses in her academy. However, she was still stronger than many peer geniuses from her academy, which had made her feel proud. But all her pride collapsed the moment she saw Su Ping. Both had grown up on the barren blue planet, and Su Ping had wasted a lot of time too. But once he reached outer space, he had managed to reach a tantalizing height that she could only look up to. It wasn't until then that she finally realized that geniuses, or monsters couldn't be restricted by the environment. That man was a real monstrous genius that emerged once in 10,000 years. I can't compare myself to him, but I can leave my name here anyway. Yuan Linglu's eyes glittered for a moment. Then, she withdrew her gaze. She had already dropped the idea of competing with Su Ping. The only thing that made her feel better was that she was still better than most, and that she had exceeded her instructor's expectations. The 15 rounds were over. The fierce competitions in the 10 regions reached a temporary end. Next up, those who had qualified would fight each other for the top 100. The top 100 would receive copious rewards and become famous throughout Sylvie, all because they would later fight other top geniuses on behalf of their galaxy. They would have a chance to fight in the finals if they distinguished themselves in the end. Everyone in the Federation would be watching. Even if they only showed up momentarily, and only 1% of the audience remembered them, those watching would still be billions of people. That was a horrifying popularity. No matter the era, popularity could be transformed into wealth. If enough wealth was gathered, hearing and directing experts to fight for them was possible, including Star Lords. After all, Star Lords also needed cultivation resources. Wealth could be exchanged for rare resources. Even if a lot of money might be wasted, it wouldn't be a concern for those who were already rich enough. If all the wealth in the Federation was gathered, it could even be used to hire an assassin and command him to kill an ascendant state expert. So the first test in the upcoming match will be a survival test. Su Ping woke up from his cultivation. He had been studying the second astral painting during his seclusion. He did learn a thing or two, but it was impossible for him to draw it out just yet. Su Ping learned of the rules in the following match after browsing across the internet. At that moment, a man appeared in the sky above the void continent. He was as dazzling as the sun and attracted everybody's attention. He seemed to have a special charm that made everyone unconsciously look at him. First of all, congratulations to all the winners. Your performance was excellent. None of you disappointed me. Standing to the right, Hai Chuo smiled and said, "The following selection will be held in 3 days. To ensure fairness, you can't leave this continent. Use this time to take a good rest for the next 3 days." A lot of people were in awe when they listened to the dominator of the galaxy. They were already familiar with the rules. Many of them weren't even listening. They were only excited because they had the chance to look up at an ascendant state expert. Now, the winners will leave their names on the astral peak. Your names will be sung over in Sylvie. Your legends will continue as long as the astral peak stands. Hai Chuo pointed his finger, and a gap appeared on the land. A magnificent mountain slowly emerged. The mountain was so high that it looked like a pyramid that pierced into the sky. Names had been engraved on the smooth wall of the peak. Every name contained special power that could display their picture when scanned. All the contestants had glittering eyes when they saw the mountain that recorded countless geniuses. Those who failed could only look at them with jealous eyes. Those who had only managed to get 9 victories, however, were moaning in regret. Let's begin. Hai Chuo gently pushed the astral peak to the center of the continent. The boundaries between regions were loosened at this moment, and the winners could fly out freely. Those who had failed could also fly out, but nobody dared to leave their names on the astral peak. They didn't have the guts to cheat right under the nose of an ascendant state expert. Su Ping wasn't really interested in the ceremony, but it was normal that such a gala had a celebration ritual. He then flew towards the astral peak. Countless people in Sylvie had dreamed about leaving their names on the astral peak. They were thrilled to watch the winners carve their names, as if they were somehow them. There were portals in every region to teleport the contestants to the astral peak. Su Ping engraved his name on a random wall on the mountain. He felt that the astral peak contained ascendant state power. Chances are that the mountain was immortal, or rather, it was some sort of secret treasure. Su Ping returned to his region and continued his cultivation after that. The others weren't as calm as Su Ping. They were excited as they searched for the best spots to leave their names. Even Oasis Dragon King and Dragon Emperor were smiling and glittery-eyed after the deed. The astral peak glowed after everyone carved their names, and was eventually put away by Haichu. There was a 3-day rest afterwards. The 3 days were counted according to the federal calendar, although the void continent remained bright throughout. The audience outside could only watch the highlights of the winners during the 3 days. On the other hand, many platforms were inferring and analyzing to propose who was going to be the next champion. Su Ping wasn't interested in any of that. He only wanted to return to his own store and train, but the continent was blocked, so he had to stay in his region for the time being. The rest of the contestants, both winners and losers, were mostly gathered in groups talking to each other. Some were tending to their wounds. It's finally over. I failed, but now I feel that a load was taken off my shoulders. Were you pressured at all? You only got 5 victories. Didn't you already know that you were going to be eliminated? I wonder who's going to become the champion. Let's place bets already. My gut feel is that the guys from our region have a huge potential. None of them showed their real strength. They were even forgotten in the popularity ranking. We can only be part of the audience in the following match. The contestants who failed to pass were then teleported away from the void continent by the respective star lords in charge of their regions. All of them returned to their groups. Only the winners were left behind in the void continent. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 3rd day, Haichu soared in the continent's sky, raised his hand and waved it. The entire continent immediately began to shake, just like an earthquake. Su Ping stopped cultivating and looked outside. He instantly noticed that the 5th region underneath his feet was moving.